Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Broke Free from Both Dumbledore and Voldemort. So do 4 blue hearts comment, BS. You're to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione. Uncensored spicy version, link in description.
With his father. Some shadows protect, others threaten to consume. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. When James returned to the room, Lily was still sitting with Harry cradled to her chest. Her hands rhythmically stroking the baby's back in a soothing manner, her eyes half-lidded and distant, as though lost in thought. After a moment of silence she finally looked to her husband expectantly. It had been several minutes since James had gone to check on a strange sound from the backyard. A dark frown lingered on his face, his brow creased in frustration. Finally, his wife's voice broke the silence. Was it the Muggles next door? James muttered, shaking his head. They were just taking out their trash. A silly exercise. James smirked when he found himself on the receiving end of his wife's classic glare. Lily always gave him that look when he mentioned the word Muggle in her presence, at least when used in any possibly condescending manner. She never really liked the term. After all, she was Muggle-born, but he just loved teasing her about it. Living in a Muggle neighborhood of all things became a rather tedious experience for someone from a pureblood family, but it was the safest place to hide at the moment. But no matter how hidden they were, James couldn't help but feel on edge. Lily's mouth formed a slight frown of her own, her eyes meeting James's searchingly. Where do you think he could be? I mean Peter, James didn't want to think on that, but the thought frightened him nonetheless. Peter, they had lost contact with him soon after Sirius had insisted they switch as secret keeper. Wormtail, where are you? I don't know. He should still be in hiding, and that's exactly what he should be doing. They could track the Flow network, even the Owl Post if he... Oh, rubbish, Lily snapped. He's very well protected, and we're all here for him. Sirius was supposed to check on him for us, after all. See if he's okay. Lily sighed, closing her eyes for a moment. Maybe Sirius knows. Or Remus. Sirius said he would stop by soon. He'll probably check on Remus because... He trailed off, unwilling to finish the sentence. Lily's eyed him while James moved to sit next to her on the couch. She knew exactly what he was going to say. Remus. Is he still suspicious? Lily. Why would Sirius have any doubts about Remus? Lily continued, undaunted. He's been nothing but trustworthy. You all have known each other for years. Who else would know him better? Who could? James pressed a finger to the bridge of his nose, adjusting his circular spectacles. They had discussed this before, but Lily still abhorred the thought of mistrust between the four of them. It was a sentiment that he shared with her, more than anyone could ever know. What is more important than loyalty? But as things stood, James saw no was to fix the problem. Yes, Sirius did have doubts about Lupin. They had all suspected a traitor amongst them, as much as James loathed to admit it, and, well, Lupin being a werewolf, Sirius was one to mistrust easily, but certainly not one of his friends, not someone like Lupin. The four of them were as close as they come, friends or otherwise. In fact, the animosity between Lupin and Sirius was becoming practically tangible. James wished nothing more than to just talk to them both, to sort things out. Maybe even bring some Veritaserum into the matter. But that was all impossible at the moment. James couldn't leave, couldn't apparate anywhere or use the Flow network. It was too dangerous. No matter how important the matter was to him, it would have to wait until they were all out of danger, whenever that would be. These days, though, James wondered if it was more of a question of if, than when. Harry suddenly let out a small whimper, causing his parents to look down at him simultaneously. The child knew that something was wrong, his brilliant green eyes wide and confused. Even if he was too young to comprehend the situation, he could still sense things. James smiled comfortingly, brushing his hand over Harry's little head, where a patch of ink-black hair had sprouted. Harry giggled in response to the contact, the child's mood instantly brightening as he tried to grab at his father's hand. Lily smiled, shifting Harry gently into James's arms. James held Harry carefully. He had discovered that holding a child required no small amount of skill, and it took him a while to pick it up. Of course Lily could do it easily, it was maternal instinct. But when James first held Harry in his arms he couldn't help but worry that he would accidentally break him. Harry was so small and delicate, like he was made of glass. "Don't worry," James whispered. He smiled as Harry studied his much larger hand with profound fascination. "You know your mum will protect you no matter what, right?" He looked up at Lily. A shadow of doubt hung over her features, but her eyes were set and showed strength in more ways than one. "I want you to protect our son. I know you can. You're strong. Stronger than me, stronger than anyone I've ever known. You always have been, Lily." Lily's bravery was slowly returning, her shoulders straightening. He saw his wife, a fellow Auror, as he had always known her. Sometimes it was easy to forget one's own strength in the face of impossible odds. "James," Lily leaned forward as if to key him, but a noise startled them both. James quickly passed Harry back to Lily and she protectively clutched the child to her chest. James cautiously got to his feet and moved slowly toward the window, peering through the blueprint curtains. "James." Lily had gotten up as well, moving toward him cautiously. "What is it?" She narrowed her eyes, looking past through the curtain. She saw nothing but inky blackness, but that was odd in itself. "Has the streetlight gone out?" "James." Lily moved to the kitchen. James had taken his ward from his back pocket, holding his other hand up toward Lily as if to signal her to not move any closer. "Have your wand ready." Lily's eyes widened, but she did as she was told, moving slowly over toward the kitchen door. She fumbled around for an instant, removing her wand from her pocket and clutching it in her hand. Lily's breathing was becoming fast and ragged, her eyes darting from the window to her husband. "They can't, he couldn't have." James searched out through the darkness. "I don't." There was a sudden movement, a tall hooded figure darted out of view. His eyes widened in horror and he spun away just as the window exploded, the force of it knocking him off his feet. Lily cried out, doubling over to shield Harry from flying glass as James stumbled to his feet and reached Lily in a second. His face was cut, a stream of crimson running down from his brow. Someone was outside. Someone knew where they were. James shoved Lily forward, shouting, "Move!" as he urged her through the doorway and into the kitchen. He could clearly hear movement outside now, the sound of a cloak bellowing in the wind. He was here already. There was no time. "Take Harry upstairs." The sound of an explosion could be heard. It had to be the front door. The house trembled and the lights flickered. Floorboards and crossbeams moaned from the force that hit it. He stood firm, keeping his balance when the house shook, a grip on Lily's shoulders as she nearly lost her balance. He was inside. Voldemort. He'd found them. "Peter." "Lily, take Harry and go." "It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off." He was practically throwing Lily forward, urging her to leave him. He knew that she didn't want to, that she wanted to help him, wanted to try. But they both knew there was nothing she could do other than protect their son. Harry had begun to cry, frightened by the loud noises. Another explosion soon followed, and the kitchen door was destroyed. Debris flew about and James raised his arms as to protect himself. When it was safe to look up, James held up his wand, pointing it toward the demolished doorway. He didn't have to look behind him to know Lily had gone upstairs. He could hear her footsteps pounding on the steps, the sound of his son's cries growing fainter. "Live, both of you, please." Laughter. High-pitched laughter. He could hear it now, from just beyond the doorway. A cloud of dust had risen, impairing his vision beyond the doorway and causing a thin film to accumulate on his glasses. It should have settled by now. Voldemort probably had something to do with it, to obstruct his vision. But his gaze and aim did not waver. James kept his gaze firmly on the doorway. He waited for a movement of any kind, and there. "Stupefy," he bellowed. The curse flew and hit nothing. James dived for the tiled floor as a curse went flying past him. He knew there was more to come. James would be hit eventually, he knew. No one could face Voldemort alone like this. No one. He didn't have a chance, he accepted that, but he had to buy time for Lily. An idea struck him, and he pointed his wand at the kitchen table. Wingardium Leviosa. The table began to float in the air, and then with another flick of his wand, James sent it flying toward the doorway. Before the table could make contact with anything, it stopped in midair, and came flying right back at him. James prepared to cast Impedimenta, but had barely spit out the incantation when a spell darted through the cloud of dust, hitting his wand hand. James could do nothing but let himself fall to the floor, and with good reason. The table sailed over his head, just barely missing his skull. A hit like that would have cracked his head open. James's wand hand was injured, and his wand itself in pieces, splinters of mahogany dangling from strings of the inner core. It had to have been expulso, judging from the damage, carefully aimed. How could it be over so quickly? The next thing he knew, a dark figure moved through the doorway, the dust finally settling in. Crucio. Pain. Total, white-hot pain. James had experienced the curse before, more times than he would have liked, but none as powerful as this. This was pain, cast by someone impossibly skilled in its use, more so than any other being alive. Fire, ice, but it all burned. White spots began to fill his vision. He was going to snap, to go insane. He couldn't take it. Then it was gone. He would have been relieved had it been any other situation. James found that he couldn't move his arms and legs wouldn't respond, like he had forgotten how to work them. But he could still feel things. How could he not? Every part of his body hurt. Then he realized he was screaming. Or at least he was trying to scream. His throat was tight, only allowing him to voice a strangled cry. That curse, it was so powerful. James knew why that spell had been so strong. The Cruciatus curse is fueled from the caster's hate, the hate Voldemort had for him, for his family. His heart was hammering so hard in his chest it was painful, and for a moment James wondered why it was still beating, why he was still alive. There was nothing but the distant sound of his son crying upstairs. There was the sound of footsteps coming closer, what seemed to be gravel crunching under someone's boots, a voice speaking to him. James Potter, the voice hissed. He managed to focus his sight enough to take in a pair of crimson eyes and ink-black hair. Those eyes glinted in a manner that could only be associated with the unfathomably insane. Something in those eyes made him feel a pang of fear as he had never experienced before, and James hated himself for it. Those eyes made the blood freeze in his veins. His heart wanted to explode. Voldemort spoke again, his tone suddenly very casual and quiet, but just as deadly. You and your family have caused me a great deal of trouble in finding you. I will not tolerate insolence, you see. Much less from a muggle-loving Auror. He said those last words with immense distaste. No, not distaste, that was too weak a word. It was as if they were the most repulsive creatures imaginable. Someone that was unnatural, that should be destroyed. That probably exactly what he was thinking. Then Voldemort smirked, chuckling lowly. His tone became mocking as he spoke, but luckily my servant was kind enough to reveal your whereabouts. He laughed, a horrible sound. Peter. The realization was like a heavy weight upon his chest. It was crushing him, he couldn't breathe. James couldn't help but feel the worst hatred toward the man he thought was his friend. But no, maybe there had been another way. Peter would never. Voldemort saw this and took pleasure in his suffering. James didn't want to give him that satisfaction and attempted to hide his rage. The Dark Lord should just kill him now and get it over with. But Lily, he could still hear Harry crying upstairs. I know what you're thinking, Voldemort drawled. But no, I will not kill you, Mr. Potter. This didn't register well with James, who gained a look of utter confusion. He tried to move again, which only brought more pain. With an effort, he managed to croak, why? He hated looking so weak in front of this man. He wanted to say his name, Voldemort, to spit it in his hideously pale face. Show Voldemort that he really wasn't so afraid as to be forced to say, you know who. That he was no coward. He really wasn't afraid of dying, but his family was still in danger. Confused. You shouldn't be. I would rather keep you around a little longer. Voldemort removed something from his robes. It looked like some sort of time turner attached to a chain. Some say there are fates far worse than death, Mr. Potter. A foolish notion, only shared by weaker beings, such as yourself. I will show you such a fate, if you like. I can tell you want to know. The time turner swayed in his grip, catching the light coming from the kitchen ceiling. James couldn't take his eyes off it. Even a charm can make the worst curse of all. Did you know that, Mr. Potter? James hated the way this thing said his name. Hated it. James had never experienced a feeling so violently consuming. He hated Voldemort for doing this to him. Hated Peter for betraying him. Hated himself for being stupid enough not to see it coming. James was no longer aware of anything but the Dark Lord's bony hand clutching his hair in a tight, painful grip. Voldemort's snake-like voice hissed vehemently in his ear. Have you ever wondered, Mr. Potter, what it would be like if everything you ever loved dead? Everything and everyone you couldn't protect, destroyed. Where all light has been consumed by darkness. And there is nothing you can do to stop it, because it has already come to pass. You will discover for yourself, James Potter, and suffer. This will be your own living hell, boy. Know that you could have saved them all, just by giving in to me. Because of your son. Don't worry, no one will miss you. There will be no one left to do so. No one will know you're gone. Voldemort pointed his wand at the remains of the kitchen table, muttering something. The piece of wood began to warp, changing shape. Soon, it had become a person. Me, it's me. The table had been transfigurated into him. The form lay there, lifeless, its eyes staring blankly at him. It was like James was outside himself, like he was a ghost. And by the way, that sound you heard in the backyard. That was me. Your disgusting little mudblood wife isn't going anywhere, I assure you. It will be so good to meet young Harry. Laughter. James couldn't respond if he wanted to. As he opened his mouth to scream, to warn Lily, to try something, anything, then Voldemort draped the chain over his neck. James couldn't explain it then. A number of elements attacked his senses all at once. Tears. He could feel them now as they trailed down his face. There was the warm sensation of blood flowing from where his head hit the floor. Colors spinning. Everything going out of focus. Pain. Harry's cries. Voldemort's laughter. Lily screaming. Pain. Screaming. Screaming. No. Halloween 1995. The Halloween feast at Hogwarts was well underway. The Great Hall was decorated as spectacularly as ever, with gold plates and live bats swooping down from the enchanted ceiling. The ghosts were not missed, most of them attending nearly headless Nick's Death Day party again, including Peeves. This wasn't a disappointment for most, considering how much trouble the ghosts would cause on a day like this. The Hogwarts ghosts had a habit of feeling very high and mighty on Halloween, like they were entitled. Ron grinned, surveying the food spread out before them hungrily, though he'd already finished 2 plates. What next? Hermione, who was sitting to his left, shot him a look and gave a noise of disgust. Really, Ron, you shouldn't eat so much, you'll be sick before the night is through. She was still on her first serving, taking her time. But you've barely touched your food, and you don't know how much I'm capable of eating all at once. Harry, who was seated across from them, looked clearly amused. Yeah, she does, he said quietly, trying to hide a smirk despite it all. Remember earlier this year, 3rd day? Ron blushed. That's different. I could have won a galleon for that one. Can you imagine what I could get at Honeyduke's with 400 and some odd nuts? Hermione huffed. Is that why you listened to Fred when he told you to eat all that pudding? Honestly, you should know better by now than to trust your own brothers. Honestly, Ron mocked weakly, who could get tired of chocolate pudding? It's marvelous. You certainly didn't find it marvelous by the 5th serving. Anyway, Ron interrupted loudly, smiling cheerfully. I agree with you, Hermione. I have eaten quite a bit more than usual. Hermione and Harry gave him rather surprised looks, then he continued, that was the meal portion. So, now on to dessert, shall I? Ron spotted a tray full of fluffy-looking cake and reached for a slice intently, only to have his hand smacked away. Hermione, he whined, what was that for? Really, other people are going to be eating those, so at least serve yourself properly. She pointed at the said tool, a golden cake knife, which jutted out from the cake. Ron rolled his eyes but obeyed, filling his plate again before digging in. Hermione made no further protests. Harry, sitting to Ron's right, watched the scene, smiling as he took a gulp of pumpkin juice from his gold goblet. I think Hermione's right. You'll have to take a trip to Madame Pomfrey because it'll feel like you. Hey, Harry. Harry couldn't hear Ron at the moment. He didn't know where it came from, but suddenly a wave of dizziness hit him. Unprepared, Harry swayed quite a bit, his goblet falling from his hand. He pressed one hand to his head, which was spinning, and the other over his heart. There was an odd squeezing sensation in his chest that wasn't at all pleasant. Was he having a heart attack? But if that were true, shouldn't he feel dizzy? Feel a sudden chill? He really had no idea, but the thought of actually worrying about it didn't even register in his mind. Harry was hardly aware of Ron, who had to grab his shoulders to keep him from toppling over. Then all at once the dizziness, the pressure, and the whispers were gone, leaving him slightly dazed and rather confused. Harry, are you okay? Ron, what happened? He just looked weird and then. Is it your scar? This sentence was whispered lowly by Hermione. Harry blinked a few times, straightening. I'm fine. A number of people had stopped to look at him, include many of his Gryffindor housemates. Dean, Seamus and Neville amongst them. They were voicing their concerns along with Ron and Hermione. You all right, Ari? Ron asked, letting him go slowly, as though he might fall over again at any moment. Harry nodded absently, rubbing his hand over his heart as if he could still feel that pressure again. Ron may be right, Hermione said quietly. Even if it wasn't your she looked around and then whispered behind her hand, Scar, it might mean something. He felt extremely embarrassed that Hermione and Ron were making a deal of this. They didn't even know what happened. Come off it, he insisted quietly. He glanced over to the teacher's table, hoping that they hadn't noticed. Fortunately it seemed that Professor Dumbledore hadn't, nor had the other professors. On the other hand, it looked like rumor had already spread 3 tables over to the Slytherins, where Draco Malfoy was gazing over at him suspiciously. Harry groaned mentally at this. Just what I need. It was just a stupid little dizzy spell, nothing more. Tell that to the chill still running up his spine. Ron gawked at this. Hermione didn't look very convinced as she used her wand to clean up the mess Harry's fallen goblet had made. The only other time I saw you have a dizzy spell like that a Dementor was present. Harry flinched slightly at the mention of Dementors. There couldn't be any around, could there? Ron saw his nervousness and was quick to change the subject. Oi, he said, why do they call it a dizzy spell, anyway? Being dizzy doesn't have anything to do with magic, does it? Unless you count some sort of dizziness curse. It's a muggle thing, isn't it? Ron, I think that's hardly the point here. Harry wasn't listening to their conversation. He was still caught up in that strange feeling like déjà vu, maybe. James didn't know how long he'd been asleep, but when he awoke he felt like slipping back into the darkness again. But no, he couldn't. James could move again, he figured that out. After all, he was bending his arms now. It was still painful, yes, but he ignored that. For some reason he was laying on concrete, on his side. His glasses were badly damaged, but that was only half the problem because he couldn't bring his eyes to focus anyway. It took a moment before he recognized his surroundings. In front of his home. Destroyed. Sections of the building were caved in, blackened as if burned by fire. A sign nailed onto the still-standing wooden fence gate indicated it was marked to be torn down. Streetlight illuminated the front, throwing shadows and barely highlighting the dirty yellow police tape that was barely staying up anymore. Altogether the place he had once called a home, a haven, was no more than an empty, blackened husk. Was he in the future? Lily, Harry, James could still hear them both screaming in his head. They're gone. He curled up into a ball, burying his face in his hands. He had nowhere to go. For all he knew everyone he'd known was dead or submitted to Voldemort. How far in the future was he? Have all the Muggles been killed? These thoughts flitted through his head for only an instant before disappearing. James just lay there in the darkness. Because of me, all because of me. Have you ever wondered, Mr. Potter, what it would be like if everything you ever loved dead? Voldemort's words drifted carelessly through his mind. No, he whispered, his hands balling into fists. His wand hand ached, reminding him of how it was injured earlier. Please, no. You will discover for yourself, James Potter, and suffer. This will be your own living hell, boy. Know that you could have saved them all, just by giving in to me. Laugher. All my fault. He lay there in the dark and cried. An hour must have passed before James finally lifted his head from the ground. He couldn't cry anymore, he realized. He'd finally reached the point where there were no tears at all. James rubbed at the dry salt tracks on his face and soon found himself staring at the black shell before him. He hated the sight of it, as it made his heart tighten for some reason. This was the future. It didn't look very different, really. He had noted that the street itself looked quiet, peaceful, even during the night. Much like it had been during his time, though everything looked a bit older, worn with age. Was he not in his own time? Of course, his home certainly wasn't like this the last time he saw it. Was this really the world of darkness Voldemort spoke of with such certainty? Could it actually be daytime? Had Voldemort taken over? Were the people who lived in these houses long dead? James wasn't aware of it himself, but he wasn't in his right state of mind. His actions were based solely on instinct, faint memories, and scattered thoughts as they flitted through his fuzzy mind. A breakdown, perhaps. He had suffered so much in such a short period of time. His mind wouldn't allow James to accept this horrible fate, and instead marked it all as some terrible nightmare. Yes, just a nightmare. A terrible, terrible nightmare. Where could Lily and Harry have gone to? They weren't home, he should be with them. James nodded to himself and slowly stumbled to his feet. His head was aching terribly, though he was no longer sure why. His wand was missing, and his wand hand ached terribly. He figured he wouldn't be able to cast spells anyway, given how much it hurt just to make a fist. But he wouldn't need that to apparate. Maybe Lily had run down to Diagon Alley. After all, it was probably daytime. Yes, this was light. There was a faint popping sound and he disapparated. The street was empty once more. It was past midnight at the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. Arthur Weasley was one of few that had decided to stay late that night. It was practically expected on nights like this, Halloween. For starters, some idiot wizard had decided to enchant an entire Muggle pottery shop, causing everything in the place to levitate. In another unrelated incident, some poor dear named Martha Hatchet had gotten a bit too drunk during the evening Halloween festivities and accidentally let a few curses fly. That resulted in a number of incinerated jack-o'-lanterns, as well as a few children being transfigurated into the very creatures they were disguised as. Then, after the accidental magic reversal square came to control the situation, there were some more upsets due to their new rookie. Most of this could be let go due to many carefully placed memory charms, and the excuse that perhaps the trick-or-treaters were a little too enthusiastic that evening. But Miss Matchett had been using magic while inebriated, and if Arthur heard the word, "obliviate," one more time. Oh, it had been a long evening. Though Mr. Weasley had been close to finishing for the day, he had made the mistake of putting his head on his head and resting his eyes. That was some time ago. His sleep was interrupted, however, by a slight popping sound. He sat up suddenly at his desk, looking dumbly at the person who had just apparated. Percy smiled slightly at him, crossing his arms. "Mum wanted me to check up on you." He suddenly lost the smirk and frowned disapprovingly, eyes narrowing. "Good thing I did or you wouldn't be home until morning, if at all." Mr. Weasley blinked, then glanced at the wall clock. The arm had since moved past home, and now rested solidly on sleep. The arms were slowly moving back to the first message, now that he'd woken up. Drat, the paperwork would have to wait until tomorrow after all. "Hello, Percy," he yawned in greeting, stretching his arms. "How was your day?" Percy rolled his eyes slightly and pressed his glasses firmly to the bridge of his nose, a habit of his. He thought it looked cool, and hey, it did the first 3 times in the first 5 minutes, the same as always, a lot of paperwork, and a few classified documents. He sighed as though exasperated. "Mother is extremely frustrated that you for not saying anything. For all she knew you've been eaten by an ogre, or bitten by a vampire, some equally ridiculous, unlikely scenario given your occupation and location." Mr. Weasley smiled lovingly, his mind filling with the mental image of him wife hugging him, her eyes filled with tears of relief, then an image of her chasing after him, wielding a spatula and threatening with things that always made him wince. Ah, he wouldn't. They married any other woman. How sweet of her to worry. With missing Dementors. Percy interrupted. I don't. Oops, he obviously hadn't meant to let that slip. Mr. Weasley gave his son a very stern look. Where did you hear that? Percy seemed to regret saying anything. He lowered his head sheepishly, hurriedly saying, I heard some people talking about it, saw a few files. Ah yes, Percy just loved knowing things that other people didn't. Sometimes he ended up knowing things he shouldn't, sometimes it worried Arthur, like right now. Percy, he said quietly, you know perfectly well that the Ministry is simply on edge because of the rumors. The fine line between rumors and facts was blurred these days. The Weasley family had taken Harry Potter's experience as solemn truth rather than mere hallucination or spectacle as the Ministry would like to believe. The Dementors aren't truly under the Ministry's control, everyone knows that. If a few of them decide to wander off, just consider that Azkaban isn't the only place where they flourish. Percy looked unnerved at this fact, so Mr. Weasley quickly added, if you say even a single word to your mother, I can be certain that she won't allow me to return to work ever again, much less allow any one of us out of the house. She's deadly protective. Mr. Weasley allowed a hint of humor to enter his voice, seeing as how his scolding had gotten to his son. But some subjects weren't meant to be toyed with, not with the risk of widespread panic that the Ministry was already fighting to contain. Percy nodded, acquired, taking the opportunity to change the subject. You know how she gets when she's not fully informed, highly irrational. Yet you don't realize you take after her. Mr. Weasley grinned at this thought, but didn't voice it out loud. Just like his mother, Percy was likely to make a big deal out of it and become frustrated. And when he was frustrated, he let everyone know, also just like his mother. Mr. Weasley stood and began gathering his things, placing them in his briefcase. I've been right here this whole time, anyway the house clock should say so. And we have just been informed that Fred and George have been starting another undercover business. They have made a few special items for the Halloween holiday. Weasley's exploding bad bombers, or some such. Percy made a face to show his distaste. I dare say we can't do anything about it until they get home, unless Mother sent a howler or two already. Really? Mr. Weasley smiled, leaning forward a bit. Is the, business, working out at all? Father, I can't believe you would approve. Where do you think they get it from, their mother? Mr. Weasley chuckled at the face Percy made. They are still children, Percy, give them a little room. They grow out of it, or grow into it, but either way things will work out. Percy was about to comment, but loud noises coming from the hallway caught his attention, the sound of hurried footsteps. Next, a man holding a thick stack of files came bursting in, his face flushed with excitement. He was practically trembling, eyes glittering. Arthur, you won't believe what's happened. Mr. Weasley looked confused, stepping away from his desk. What is it, Will? Wilford Jensen, a fellow Ministry employee in the transportation department, took a paper from one of his files and shoved it excitedly in his face. Today, the Ministry got wind that some wizard went off and dissipated in a Muggle neighborhood out west. He was laying there for a while, and a Muggle family called the police. Then he just got up and poof, was gone. They told the police about that, too, and afterwards they had to use Obliviate on him. Arthur couldn't help but wince. Obliviate, again, don't know where he went, exactly, no one can figure that out. He isn't a registered wizard, either. Every wizard in Britain is registered under the Ministry, like having a social security number in America. That isn't right, Percy spoke up loudly, coming to stand by his father, his chin held high as he nodded knowingly. The Ministry should be able to figure out who it is. If he left the right traces, they surely can. If they find some traces, yeah. The Department of Magical Transportation got right on that. But that's the thing. Jensen's voice had lowered and become very grave. They did figure out who it was. The guy had bleed all over the sidewalk. But his name's been off record for the past 14 years. Merlin's beard. Mr. Weasley's eyes had widened in shock, then shot up to meet Jensen's. There must be some mistake. There must be, yeah. You don't keep dead men on record. A prank of some sort, probably. Although to pull a prank like this you've got to be pretty clever, Arthur. Ferguson paused for a moment, seeing how pale Arthur had become. The creepy thing is that whoever the bugger was, he'd been standing right in front of the Potter's old house. Potter. James Potter. Percy had looked over his father's shoulder, and was now goggling just the same. That's preposterous. Who could do something like this? Why, and tonight of all nights? Well, Mr. Weasley said sternly, handing the paper back, I want to see the rest of this report. I don't care if this isn't my department, and don't give me excuses. Percy, go home and don't breathe a word of this to your mother. I'll be working later than I expected tonight. Percy didn't get a chance to argue, his father had already strode out of the office with Ferguson. James apparated only to find himself in darkness again. He was in a small room filled with tall shelves, each and every one of they full of tiny boxes from floor to ceiling. A storage room, perhaps. Oops, he must have gotten it wrong. This isn't look at all like Diagon Alley. There were no people, no noise. I need to sleep, he stated to himself, his voice barely audible even in the silence. He was exhausted, mentally as well as physically. James vaguely wondered what had happened to make him feel that way, but gave into it just the same. Sleep didn't seem like a bad idea at all. He would look for Lily and Harry when he woke up, when he got his energy back. Maybe then all the clouds in his head will have cleaned. He settled himself tightly in a dark corner, wrapping his arms around himself. The person who owned this place, wherever it was, would have minded if he stayed for the night. Yes, James would find Lily and Harry tomorrow. It would be odd, sleeping somewhere other than his bed, with his wife lying next to him. The sound of her light breathing, her red hair tickling his nose when they got close. A faint memory flashed in his head, but he couldn't focus on it. Flashes of color, red laughter. Horrible laughter. Something was wrong. Something wasn't right. Why wasn't Lily with him? She was always there. Slowly, James let blackness fill his mind as he fell into a dreamless sleep. Harry lay awake in bed, his eyes half open. His curtains were open the slightest bit so he could look out the window at the moon-filled sky. For a brief moment, Harry thought of the fact that Professor Lupin would be transforming tonight. It was a full moon. And all the while he couldn't figure out why he was being plagued with anxiety. Well, it was sort of like anxiety. It was also this oddly warm feeling he had in his chest. Harry had been feeling it since the Halloween feast that evening, but still couldn't put a finger on why. His thoughts went back to the conversation he had with Ron just before they'd gone to bed. Flashback. So, Ron prompted. Harry looked over at him as he straightened out his blankets for the night. So, what? Ron sighed. You have any idea of what that was? When you got dizzy and all? No. He frowned, shaking his head as he climbed onto bed. It was weird. Like déjà vu, but worse. Worse. I don't know. Harry's head sank into his pillows. Normally that would be relaxing, but it didn't help now. Like it was all too real. Like I was repeating something, a memory, but I still wasn't sure of what that memory is. Weird, Ron agreed, sitting down on his own bed. What kind of déjà vu? What do you mean, what kind? You know, déjà vu is like you've done something twice. Or like you've done something, but can't remember what that something was. But then you remember you've done it before but it's happening again. Or at least I think that's what it is. He sounded confused. Harry thought on this. Maybe it wasn't déjà vu, I just had the strangest feeling. Ask Hermione tomorrow. She can probably look something up in a book. Maybe you accidentally ate something. Or you still had something on your hands from potions. And Weedroot or whatever can do some weird stuff. Silence. You feeling all right, Harry? Harry sighed, but smiled. Of course I don't really want to think about it anymore. Good night, Ron. Yeah, night, Harry. End flashback. So much for not thinking about it, he scoffed mentally. Maybe Harry was just making a big deal out of nothing. After all, it wasn't like his scar was hurting or anything. Maybe if it still bothered him in the morning he'd talk to Dumbledore, and he could mention it in his next letter to Sirius. Finally, after much effort, Harry drifted off to sleep. "Wake up," James grumbled, shaking his head. No. The sound of footsteps, a hand on his shoulder. The hand shook him persistently. Then it moved away. "Wake up, I say. Who are you? What are you doing in my shop?" Frustrated, James slowly opened his eyes. It was still dark, and that alone was beginning to annoy him. How long had he been asleep, anyway? "Who are you?" the voice repeated. The man was no more than a faint black outline before him, holding his wand at a ready position. "If you don't tell me immediately, he shifted his wand hand some more, indicating that he was more than ready to simply let a curse fly. James knew that voice. For once, a happy memory came to mind and he smiled. "Mr. Ollivander, how good to see you, hear you." The shadow, Ollivander, stiffened. His wand hand lowered a bit, and then he lifted it again. Lumos. He winced at the sudden presence of light. James held his arms in front of his eyes in an effort to keep it away. When that didn't help, we patently waited for his eyes to adjust. Then he was able to see Mr. Ollivander clearly. The man stood, looking rather terrified, actually. What in the world would he have reason to be afraid of? Who are you? James was finally able to look up toward the light, but unfortunately his glasses weren't doing much to focus his vision anymore. They were badly damaged by now and scraped up as though by sandpaper. He smiled slightly, unaware of Mr. Ollivander's reaction. "Don't be daft, I'm James, as always. I thought you remembered every customer you've ever had. Mr. Potter." His voice was trembling and he shifting on his feet. 12 inches, phoenix tail feather, beechwood. 11, he corrected instantly. Mahogany. James chuckled knowingly. "Trying to trick me, are you?" "And no, Lily has a unicorn tail hair. Remember, Willow, 10 1/4 inches. We're looking forward to the day when we can bring Harry here, when he's old enough of course." He didn't need perfect vision to tell that Mr. Ollivander was in some sort of shock. "Are you all right, sir? You look like you've had quite a fright, like you've seen a ghost. The Halloween spirit got a little away with you, He laughed at this, and didn't stop. It felt good to laugh. James wasn't paying attention as the older man knelt down next to him and examined his injured right hand. It wasn't broken, he didn't think, but it felt bruised and was terribly painful to move the fingers. "How did this happen, Mr. Potter?" James. It was as if saying that name was frightening and painful in itself, like he had some difficulty getting it out. But nevertheless, his voice was soft and quiet, just like it normally was. "What an absolutely pleasant fellow. Where is your wand?" He instantly stopped, laughed, looking into the other man's eyes. "I don't quite remember. Oh yes, Voldemort had a few tricks up his sleeve, I suppose." "No wait, that was the dream." He noted that Mr. Ollivander flinched when he said that name. "So, people still feared that name?" "Oh yes. Have you seen Lily?" "I am sure she's here somewhere. I had the worst dream." He stood, realizing that Mr. Ollivander was urging him to get up off the floor. "It's very good to see you, my boy," Mr. Ollivander whispered, squeezing his shoulder as if James was in need of some sort of comfort. He didn't need comfort, he was perfectly fine. "I don't know why or how." He was led forward toward a chair. Around the corner of a shelf James could make out a window. Sunlight was streaming through it. So there still was daylight after all. It had all been a dream. Thank God. "Where is Lily, sir?" Mr. Ollivander once again didn't answer his question and instead said quickly, "You say your wand was destroyed." Tsked. Pity. He was speaking 10 times faster than James was accustomed to. Was he nervous? "But wait here, I think I can find another one similar, one that will suit you." Then he was off, looking at a shelf that was out of sight. He nodded absently as the man left, barely taking notice. James enjoyed just watching the sunlight. Faintly, he could make out the noises of people walking up and down the street of Diagon Alley. Not very many people at the moment, though. It must be very early in the morning, otherwise the streets would be jam-packed, as the underground of London usually was. Well, at least he had gone to the right place after all. Imagine what would have happened if he found himself in Knockturn Alley. It was no wonder he'd recognized this place, though. You don't forget the place where you buy your first wand. Never. All those many years ago he couldn't wait to take Harry to get his first wand. Lily would be so proud. His beautiful Lily. He saw Mr. Ollivander go to the front door for a moment, flipping a small sign on the door to indicate the store was closed, and lowered the shades. Even though the room was now magically illuminated, James couldn't help but miss the natural sunlight that had been shut away. Why would Ollivander need to close the store? Oh dear, he hoped he wasn't being a nuisance. The man returned again, carrying a wand box in his hands. He looked much older than he should, now that James's really thought of it. Here. Mr. Ollivander carefully opened the box and brought out the wand inside. Mahogany, phoenix tail feather. 10 inches, but rather close, I should hope. The build very strong. Absently, James reached for the item with his right hand, his wand hand. It still ached terribly, and he noticed that the rest of his body still felt the same. Goodness, a lot must have happened to him. Why couldn't he remember? Mr. Ollivander noticed his discomfort, but prompted, "You just need to test it, dear boy." Each word he uttered was quiet and precise. How peculiar the man had become. I hate to admit I'm not skilled in the ways of healing, but maybe I can find something. Trust me when I say you will need this for your own protection. Holding the piece of wood delicately, Mr. Ollivander thrust the wand forward so the handle was touching James's palm. You won't have to cast any spells right now, just give it a wave. James obeyed, taking the wand, and with a bit of difficulty, wrapped his fingers tightly around it. He gave it a small wave, and ah yes, a stream of gold and red sparkles flew in front of his eyes. Just like the first time he'd ever gotten a wand. He could hardly see a difference. How pretty. James smiled at the memory, remembering how his father and mother had reacted with such joy. Thank you, sir. Oh, I will need to get some galleons from Gringotts. I'm afraid I have no money with me. If maybe a few Muggle coins. He tried handing back the wand, but Mr. Ollivander refused. No, 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 he insisted, pushing his wand gently back to him. It's yours, you need one. James smiled. Thank you, sir, I don't know what to say. Just take it, please. He obeyed once again, slumping into the chair. James's body protested any movement he made. It was getting to be annoying. I'll get you something to wash that blood off. Blood. James brought his hand up to his face. Oh yes, just like in his dream. That's not right. James sighed. I had a strange dream, he murmured, even as Mr. Ollivander left. Lily and Harry were in danger. Voldemort. I hit my head on the kitchen floor, I think. Then I was at our home, but it wasn't really. It was gone. I disapparated and apparated here, I think. He touched the long line of dried blood that clung to his brow and down the side of his face. He must look a complete mess. No wonder Mr. Ollivander was so nervous. How very odd. He noted that dried blood was caked under his fingernails. Mr. Ollivander returned, juggled a bowl of water, a rag, and a half-full bottle of some sort of clear blue liquid. For the lack of a table nearby, he set it all at James's feet. The man still seemed very apprehensive. James couldn't remember ever seeing the man like this. Is something wrong, sir? No, my boy, nothing is wrong. He gave what to James seemed like a forced smile. You stay here, right here, Mr. Potter. I have something very important to do. Will you stay here? James barely paid attention to the question, his mind going back to his own. Sir, have you seen Lily? My son. Aye. Mr. Ollivander became very pale, his eyes fleeting around rapidly. Then something seemed to hit him and he answered, Harry is at school. That was a surprise, really. But Harry is only a baby school already. Hogwarts. Mr. Ollivander nodded slowly. This was wonderful news, even though it didn't make any sense. His house. Mr. Ollivander frowned a bit. Gryffindor, I believe. His heart swelled with pride when he heard this. His son, a Gryffindor. But how? I will be right back, Mr. Potter. Please you may use this if you would like. He gestured at the things he'd brought. It will all be all right, Mr. Potter. It will. He gave James another squeeze on the shoulder and disappeared off to somewhere within the wand shop. James stared down at the bowl for a moment before getting up from his chair and kneeled beside it. The surface of the water was slightly reflexive, so he took a look. He looked absolutely ghastly. James's face was deadly pale, and he had dark circles under his bloodshot eyes. One side of his face was covered with dried blood the color of rust. Frowning, James processed to wash it all away using the rag. He never touched the blue substance. When you can't identify it, assume the worst, that's the key. He and Sirius had learned that the hard way one day in second-year potions. James never liked that class, but at least it wasn't herbology. Dreadful subject. When he was finished, he half wondered where Mr. Ollivander had gone. Then, oh yes, Lily. He felt a little better, so now he could go look for them. Borrowing a cloak which he found on a wall hook nearby, James hurried from the shop and into the slowly growing crowd outside. I'm coming, love. It was all a dream, it was all a dream. Just a nightmare. Mr. Ollivander returned after a moment to check on James. He shouldn't have left the poor boy alone, not in his state, but when he returned, Mr. Ollivander found the chair James had occupied vacant. The rag and water were tinged with red. James had used them, and it stood as the only evidence that the boy had ever been there at all in the first place. This gave Mr. Ollivander some measure of relief, because that meant that he wasn't going insane or hallucinating. Though his cloak was missing its hook, and the front door was wide open. Oh dear. Clutching the letter he'd just written in his hands, Mr. Ollivander rushed into the street to see if he could stop the man. But he was long gone, and there would be no one to pick him out in the crowd. Quickly, Mr. Ollivander dissipated to the owl office, the one right near Gringotts. Phantom hallucination, a cruel trick or not, he had to tell Albus Dumbledore of what he'd just seen. The next morning at Hogwarts was a dingy one, but no less cheerful in his case. It wasn't an hour until the students, most of them anyway, would be getting up from bed. Most of the faculty was also awake, to either get lessons ready or to eat. Albus Dumbledore was heading out of his office early that Tuesday morning, ready to walk down to the Great Hall for breakfast. Going there early was always a good habit, where he could think and gaze up at the incarnated ceiling. And, from time to time, prevent the Weasley twins from planning jokes under the Slytherin table. Though, watching a person become totally blue and sparkly was indeed an amusing sight. Though it's no good to encourage such behavior, maybe he should stop it, then. He also wished to talk to Dory, the new defense against the dark arts professor. Sadly, the man didn't seem to up for the job any longer. A number of Slytherins had gotten it into his head that he wouldn't last through the year, considering the number of people who've gone through the position in the past 4 years, and even long before that. Which was, admittedly, true. Perhaps it was better that he got out while he still could. When Dumbledore reached the stone gargoyle outside his office, he found a large gray owl stood perched upon the gargoyle's head. A minute owl, by the looks of it, and a very nice one at that. It also looked exhausted, its rapidly heaving chest feather fluffed up in an attempt to block out the chill from the cold winds it had flown through. "Hello," Dumbledore said, eyeing the message tied to the owl's leg. "Is that for me?" He saw no outside indication of who the letter was for, but the owl gave a weak hoot in response and allowed Dumbledore to remove the parchment. "You've had a long flight, friend. Just rest a bit," the owl simply hooted, tucked its head under its wing, and fell asleep instantly. For a moment Dumbledore thought of waiting until he got to the Great Hall to open the letter, but curiosity got the better of him. If someone was this eager to get a message to him, then it must be important. He immediately recognized the symbol on the wax seal to be of Mr. Ollivander's wand makers. As he walked toward the Great Hall, he began reading. He only traveled a few paces before stopping in his tracks. Dumbledore's face gained an unusually serious quality as he began walking again. Well, running actually. He now had a very urgent mission for both Severus and Minerva. Word to Sirius would be sent immediately to Lupin's home. They needed to know. The Dementors are moving Master. Good. Very good, Wormtail. How soon? They will reach the underground with W within the next few hours, I think. It is still daytime, but the rainstorm is helping them. The CC clouds are blocking out much of the sun. D Dementors hate the L light, Pause. The pathetic excuse for a man was trembling, his silver right hand clenching and unclenching nervously. But for once, his nervousness wasn't due to being in his master's presence. He noticed this at once. Voldemort shifted his fiery gaze toward his servant. "What is it?" His voice spoke volumes on his irritation. If Wormtail wasn't careful, he would suffer more pain than he had his entire petty life. Wormtail seemed startled by the question, as if considering whether Voldemort could read his thoughts. That wasn't necessarily out of the question, now was it? That prospect now made him more scared. The Dark Lord let out low hissing sound, adding quietly, "I hate to see one of my most trusted servants in such a state." This was a lie, of course. He didn't care at all, and probably never would. No creature without a soul can feel. Do you really think Malfoy was CC correct? I mean how could he have seen seen? Wormtail couldn't get the name out. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. Can it be true? I don't doubt it at all, Voldemort hissed lowly. There was more to it than that, but Wormtail didn't get the message that his master didn't care to continue on that subject. He never was very observant of things like that, but the sheer fact that his own master believed that he was alive made the realization that much more terrifying. He just had to ask, how, master? Don't ask me anything more, he snapped, causing Wormtail to gasp and stumble back in fright. The sniveling man dropped to knees and began mumbling his apologies rapidly, over and over. Angered, Voldemort simply kicked at Wormtail, causing the man to fall painfully onto his back. He made no move to get up. "Stop your sniveling, rodent. Is there anything more you would like to add?" Or, his eyes actually blazed, glowed as if lit by hell's fire. "Or shall I the displeasure of having you in my presence for no reason at all?" Wormtail was scared out of his wits now. Voldemort knew it, yet still he prompted, in a voice that could freeze blood, "Are you, rodent?" He was raising his wand, and at that moment another man entered the room. The man fell to one knee immediately and removed his hood. His silver hair fell over his eyes, casting them in shadow. Voldemort grinned at this. "Ah, Lucius. Forgive me, master, for my intrusion, but I know it would be your wish to hear me." Voldemort had forgotten about Wormtail, lowering his wand as his attention shifted to the other man. "What news do you bring me?" He made a gesture with his hands, giving Mr. Malfoy his permission to rise. He lifted his head to look at his master. Lucius did not smile nor frown in his presence, but an air of smugness still radiated from his being. But there was also fear. There was always fear. Fear was power, the one true power over man. Mr. Malfoy did, however, give a glancing look over to Wormtail, his pale eyes glittering with mild distaste. As if Wormtail didn't deserve to be at his side every hour of every day, but that was just the point. Wormtail was nothing like Lucius. Lucius was cunning, held power of his own and over others. Wormtail was a coward, sniveling and used his position as a Death Eater to keep the bigger bullies away. And while Lucius had a family and a number of other things of value, Wormtail had nothing to lose other than his life. His soul might as well be lost already. Wormtail gulped, bringing himself to his knees again, but didn't rise any farther. My lord. Leave us, Voldemort said simply, waving a gray-colored hand at him. "I shall deal with you after I am done here." Wormtail nodded quickly, jumped to his feet, and fled through the door as quickly as his feet could carry him. Once he was gone, Lucius Malfoy spoke, his eyes once again cast toward the floor. "How has my information served you, my lord?" "Well, Lucius, very well. You have pleased me greatly." His mouth took on a very grotesque shape, similar to what a normal human would call a smirk. He leaned back leisurely into his armchair, his eyes turning to gaze at the fire. "You have more for me." This was not a question. Maybe he could read the thoughts of his followers. Mr. Malfoy nodded curtly. "The Ministry has gotten wind of unusual Dementor activity. I understand that it is your doing, my lord." "Indeed. And what does the Ministry plan on doing about it?" "The Ministry is too busy working out excuses to explain their behavior. The fools can't, or simply refuse to, see the truth even when it's staring right in their face." Voldemort didn't mind the other man's sarcastic, bitter tone as long as it wasn't directed toward himself. And he particularly detested the Ministry. They would be some of the first to go. Though the Dementors may get hungry during their journey because it is still day, they become very weak. They might resort to feeding off any human they come across. My lord, if bodies start turning up. Voldemort snorted. An inexpensive casualty at the most. Since when do you ever care about bystanders, Lucius? But my lord, it's not that I care about. Do not confuse your concerns, Lucius, as my concerns. Your priorities are very different from mine. What you have to lose is unimportant, understand? Why yes, lord, you will one day be rewarded for your sacrifices, Lucius. You have my word on that. Voldemort always rewards his most loyal Death Eaters. As Wormtail was rewarded for his loyalty and sacrifice of flesh. Thank you, my lord. He bowed even lower, his forehead touching his knee. Was this man really willing to lose his wife and son for his master? Only time would tell on that. Besides, he added darkly, it won't be long the blood of my foes shall paint the sky, all of them, the firelight reflected in his eyes. And he laughed, high-pitched laugher, louder. Harry, louder, ear-splittingly Lou, Harry let out a strangled cry as he was yanked from his dreams. Something was hitting him repeatedly. He was being flogged mercilessly by a pillow. Harry tried to yell at his attacker to stop, but he wasn't able to get a word out before another blow hit. At a loss, he couldn't do anything. Until another pillow came fly, at full force, and punted Harry's attacker in the head. Harry's assailant let out a cry and went crashing down onto the bed next to him. He's bloody awake, git. It was Seamus, who was fully dressed and now walking for the door. Everyone's already up, the Irish boy said, annoyed. What are you just all standing around for? Let's get down there. He left the room, most likely to go to the Great Hall. Harry fumbled for his glasses on the nightstand, quickly putting them on so he could properly glare at his best friend. Are you crazy? Harry gave Ron a light punch before he sprang up to rummage for cloths in his trunk. That's not the way you wake someone up in the morning, twit. Ron, looking exasperated and red in the face, just glared back. You don't think I tried? I thought someone had put a sleeping draft in your pumpkin juice last night or something. Harry gave him an odd look, quickly changing out of his pajamas and into his Hogwarts robes. What time is it? Ron, who was already dressed, still had a look of frustration on his freckled face, though he pointedly wasn't looking at Harry. Half the school's already down in the Great Hall. Harry groaned. Oh man, I don't want to be late, why didn't you wake me up sooner? Ron gave him a very annoyed look and growled. What do you think I was doing? I thought you'd have woken up before. But you hadn't, because you were having some weird dream. Dream. Harry thought hard, but no, I didn't have any weird dream. But you wouldn't wake up. You were all scared, and looking as if you were being chased or something, and I was not. Harry blushed in embarrassment. As he tried to adjust his tie, Harry found it too much of a bother and left it as it was. Hadn't the wizarding world discovered how useful a clip-on is? But it's true. I was getting really worried. I mean after yesterday. Though you were, like I don't know, dying in your sleep. He hadn't expected Ron to say something like that. Harry saw his friend's distressed expression and smiled a little. I'm not in any trouble. Really, maybe I did have a dream, but I don't remember it now. Ron looked Harry in the eye now. You going to be okay, then? Yeah, it'll probably come back to me once I've had something to eat. He grinned, starting for the door. Last one to the Great Hall's a Snape-loving Slytherin. After making that particular comment, there was no way Ron would allow Harry to win. In the end, Ron's long legs served as an advantage as they both reached the Great Hall on record time. Luckily, they weren't the absolute last ones there, though there seemed to be something going on at the teacher's table. Dumbledore, looking much more tense than usual, but only for a short moment, and then he was back to his usual, cheerful self. Snape was absent from the table, which wasn't too much of a surprise, or a disappointment, but so was Professor McGonagall and Hagrid. Then Dumbledore stood, made a gesture as to excuse himself, and went into the back room just behind the teacher's table. What's going on there? Harry whispered, nodding toward the retreating headmaster. What's what? Professor Dumbledore seems upset. Ron looked toward the teacher's table for a moment then shook his head. Nope. Don't see anything. Maybe it's your imagination, Harry. Maybe. They then took their sets at the Gryffindor table, where Hermione was already waiting. He stopped pacing when the headmaster finally appeared in the doorway. You don't understand what you're asking, Albus, the man said darkly as soon as Dumbledore closed the door. You don't understand. His eyes narrowed accusingly. Dumbledore's eyes burned into Snape's from behind his half-moon spectacles, the pale blue flashing intensely. It was at moments like this that a person knew not to underestimate Albus Dumbledore. I am afraid I know exactly what I am asking, Severus. Snape's eyes narrowed accusingly. And knowing, you would still have me do this. I hope you understand, that isn't much of a choice at this time. Silence. Snape shifted uncomfortably on his feet. It took a lot to make the usually cold and collected potions master nervous, but this wasn't some simple matter of business. No, this was something completely different. Please place petty hatred aside, Severus. Petty. Just this once is all I ask. Snape looked at the man as though studying, then nodded. It looked like he was struggling not to scowl. Yes, but never again, Albus, and if one of the others sees me, you know what that will cost all of us. You will not be seen, Dumbledore said flatly. I trust you will make sure of that, my boy. I know you to be quiet, the resourceful wizard, Severus. Snape still looked uncertain, his own eyes flashing as if a million thoughts were going through his head. Mr. Malfoy has yet to see you, so he has nothing of value to tell his father. If all goes well, you can be back before classes start. What you're asking for is a miracle. Dumbledore clapped a hand on Snape's shoulder, causing the taller man to blink. What I am asking for, Severus, is that you will try. I know this is asking much of you, but you are the only one here fully capable. You should know perfectly well how dire the situation is. Please, Severus. Snape nodded hesitantly. Yes, I will trust that man to take care of things here. He made a face of distaste. I surely hope my aging potion has gone to good use. Indeed. But Albus, those creatures in my... Dumbledore had to smile faintly at this. Don't worry, they won't cause too much damage. Snape gave a grunt in response, and soon Dumbledore wasn't smiling at all. You know what to do. Please hurry. With a final nod, Snape had turned on his heels and left the room through a secondary door at the back. With this finished, he quickly exited the room through the door he entered with, taking his seat in the very center of the teacher table. Minerva McGonagall had returned, and was looking awfully tense from where she sat next to him. Her head snapped up as he arrived and almost made a motion to rise. Calm down, Minerva, he said quietly, motioning for her to stay as he sat. The other teachers were eating, talking, or just staring off into space. Well, the latter was only in Professor Dory's case. Everything is taken care of. Dumbledore idly took a sip of his pumpkin juice as McGonagall struggled to contain her anxiety. Did you send the owls? She nodded at this, her lips set tight in a thin line. 2 of the fastest. 2 hawk owls. Dumbledore nodded at this. Yes, hawk owls were particularly swift flyers. I dare say I placed enchantments on them both. The poor creatures will be flying so fast they'll be exhausted for days to come or worse. With the enchantments, how long do you think it will take? Not sure, under an hour until the one reaches Lupin's. Without an enchantment it would have taken maybe 4 hours. Good. Are you going to tell him? Dumbledore followed her gaze over to Harry Potter, who was laughing along with his friend, Ronald Weasley. Dean Thomas had just said some sort of joke that Hermione Granger found very unassuming. To be young again. That depends on how all this turns out, Minerva. Otherwise, we needn't tell him. McGonagall cleared her throat loud enough for just Dumbledore to hear. Albus, I do hope you have an explanation for why Severus isn't here. I have seen Mr. Malfoy and a number of the Slytherins glancing this way. You do have one, don't you? He smiled at this and only answered after taking a long sip from his goblet. Oh, yes indeed. And Hagrid is missing as well. Another sip of pumpkin juice. Indeed. You do, don't you, Albus? Dumbledore winked, his eyes twinkling again as if nothing unusual was happening, like he knew everything was going to be fine. Then he stood, calling out over the low roar of voices that already filled the room. "Attention! I have a very important announcement." Of course, his voice reverberated off the walls nicely, and almost at once every head turned toward him. It was all silent. Dumbledore smiled. "I am afraid that potions and care of magical creatures will be cancelled today. In fact, the dungeons will be completely off limits at the moment." There was a mixed response of cheers, groans, and shouted questions that immediately increased in volume. The Slytherins were particularly displeased at this news, since their dormitory lay in the very lower parts of the dungeons. How were they supposed to get there if not through the dungeon corridors? "Please, students, please." Once they had calmed down enough, he continued, "In fact, as you may have noticed, Hagrid and Professor Snape are not present." McGonagall looked up at him sharply, but Dumbledore just smiled and continued. "You see, earlier this morning, Professor Snape discovered something very interesting in the dungeons, a sort of infestation, if you will. Hagrid was kind enough to investigate the problem with him, to affirm his suspicions. I will ask that none of you attempt to help or go anywhere near the area until the situation is resolved." He shot a rather stern look at Harry and his friends to emphasize his point on the matter. Harry glanced down quickly, looking like he'd been scolded directly. Dumbledore hadn't missed the spark of interest in the boy's eye, however. "Quite frankly, this came as a shock, and most of you are now wondering why you weren't informed sooner. Well, this incident was probably planned since last year, given the amount of time the creatures would need to grow." "What kind of infestation?" came an uncertain yet annoyed voice from somewhere off to the right. "Ah, of course, Blaise Zabini of Slytherin." Dumbledore suppressed a chuckle. "I trust most of you are familiar with what a blast-ended scroot is." At that moment, there was the sound of an explosion from deep within Hogwarts. The floor vibrated ever so slightly. Half the students below now sat with their eyes bulging out of their skulls. Several jaws dropped. "Right on time." Dumbledore grinned. "Any questions?" Mr. Weasley had been up most of the night, and had gotten home only long enough to get 2 or 3 hours of sleep. His eyes ached for just a little more rest, but he wouldn't allow it. His attempts to get a hold of any substantial information regarding James Potter had been thwarted at nearly every turn. It was well after midnight when he'd finally received a set of death reports for the Potter family. Of course, they only described the very obvious causes of death. Unfortunately, there wasn't much to it. Mr. James Potter. Body was found in lower portion of house, the kitchen. Body was battered and bloody, amongst wreckage, suggesting torture before death. Laceration to the side of the head, possibly due to a blow or fall pre-mortem. Wand hand severely damaged, pre-mortem. Avada Kedavra ultimate cause of death. Mrs. Lily Potter. Discovered in upper area of house, the nursery. Avada Kedavra inflicted while standing before crib, protecting infant. Death occurred some time after husband was executed. Horrible. Both struck down by the killing curse. Such an act by you-know-who was commonplace at that time, so no one thought to examine the bodies. Though, a few curses had been strategically placed on the outer portions of the house. This was very odd indeed. These were curses, of course, had nothing to do with the Potters' safety and looked like they were to lock the Potters in rather than keep an intruder out. Very ironic. Now Mr. Weasley wished nothing more than to just apparate back to the office, where he could see if the situation had changed, to check on the Dementors, even. There was a good chance the man, who could simply be posing as James Potter, had been apprehended. It had taken Arthur the better part of an hour, but he had finally convinced his wife to let him go back to the ministry. She had been against it, and still was. She was stubborn like that. Mrs. Molly Weasley now had her arms firmly crossed over her chest, her eyes glittering with suppressed anger, as well as a notable amount of uncertainty and worry. "At least eat something. You look like an old zombie." She turned and began to fumble around with some things on the counter before coming back holding out a piece of buttered toast eagerly. "It will give you at the least a bit of energy for the day." Judging by the look he was receiving, there was no way he would leave the house without eating every last crumb. Mr. Weasley sighed, taking the toast hesitantly. He didn't really feel like eating. The whole situation made him lose his appetite. "Yes, dear." His wife seemed to read his mind. Are you still worrying about that James Potter imposter? Mr. Weasley couldn't believe this. He thought his wife would be happy that Harry's father was alive, or at least that there was a possibility, however unlikely. Happy for Harry, but the evidence, or lack thereof, how do you know he's not the real thing, Molly? He's dead, Arthur. She began putting thing away, pointedly turned away from him this time. But maybe he wasn't really dead. Even the Ministry can make mistakes, and maybe it's not always an accident. Just look at Peter Pettigrew. Also, who knows what he who must not be named was up to that night? Mrs. Weasley looked skeptical. And how is that? How could anyone manage that? A time charm maybe. Arthur, you know those charms are highly illegal for just that purpose. Mr. Weasley knew this was true, though when had he who must not be named ever done anything legally? He would have said as much, but didn't feel like butting heads with her. Mr. Weasley didn't have the energy even if he wanted to. Now the muscles in his upper back were aching from sitting at his desk all night. Mr. Weasley moved to check something in his briefcase when he spotted a letter on the table. Still nibbling his toast, he picked it up. There was no address. What's this? It's a letter for you, she said, while trying to busy herself with a number of tasks. Now she was straightening the tablecloth, though it didn't need it. Mrs. Weasley didn't like talking about Harry's father. His dead father, so she believed. Mr. Weasley was very aware of how his wife wished to be a sort of surrogate mother for the boy. The last thing she wanted was to upset Harry with a potentially false rumor of his father coming back from the dead. She would hate to see him crushed like that, again. He already had so much loss in his life. Mr. Weasley didn't know what he would do if something happened to one of his own children. It's from Hogwarts, Mrs. Weasley said regarding the letter, and it's about the boys again. You can deal with it. I've opened enough of those letters already. There was a nervous edge to her voice. Hopefully it wasn't some sort of anxiety attack. There was no calming her if that happened. It came a little while ago, from a charmed owl. A charmed owl, would you believe it? The poor thing was exhausted. Mr. Weasley took the letter, unrolling it. It was obviously from Hogwarts. He was all too familiar with receiving reports of improper behavior from McGonagall about Fred, George, and on those rare occasions, Ron and Ginny. Reading over it quickly he frowned. Mr. Weasley picked up on the change in mood. Well, who is it from, Arthur? The headmistress. Again. She scowled, clutching a towel in her hands as if it were some sort of stress reliever. I don't believe it. Fred and George, they gotten into trouble again, haven't they? She spoke quickly, her eyes blazing with fury. Those bloody wands of theirs burn them all. Just wait until they get home for the holidays. Mr. Weasley shook his head. It's from McGonagall, but I don't think this is Hogwarts business, Molly. The angry fire in her eyes vanished immediately at this, only to be replaced by another kind. I see. He read the script carefully. She says Dumbledore needs a favor. Mrs. Weasley was going to probably ask, what sort of favor? When there was a faint popping sound from the living room. Oh dear, who could that be? She left the room muttering to herself while Arthur continued to nibble at his toast and read letter carefully. Then, Arthur, come quickly. It's Charlie. Mr. Weasley instantly dropped his toast and ran into living room, where his wife already stood by the roaring hearth. And sure enough, there was Charlie Weasley's head, floating within the flames. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley would have otherwise been happy to see him, if it weren't for the grave expression on War. Dad, we're having some major problems down here. Mr. Weasley frowned. Where on earth are you? You weren't supposed to visit from Romania for another few days. I decided to come a little earlier, and it's a good thing I did. The Ministry's in an uproar. Has Mr. Potter been found? Charlie's head shook. No. He's the absolute last of our worries right now. Dementors have been sighted all over the London Underground. No victims as of yet, but it may only be a matter of time now. Mrs. Weasley let out a muffled gasp of horror, covering her mouth with her hands. Dementors. How? Why? She suddenly stopped, took a deep breath, her hands clenched. Then she continued carefully, how did this happen? We can't be certain, Mother. The Dementors are forbidden from entering the underground, at least they're supposed to be. The Ministry's putting together a squad equipped enough to handle the matter. Mr. Weasley snorted. It'll take something more than a bloody squad to fight off a horde of Dementors. Charlie took a deep breath, shaking his head. I know, but we don't have a choice. And I'm not going to just stand around when I can help, Dad. People have to be protected, magical and muggle alike. A rainstorm's hit London and it's given the bloody bastards a powerful advantage. They're frantic down here, they're scared. We need everyone from every office. No one's sure why they're acting like this. He who must not be named, Mrs. Weasley whispered hoarsely. This is what Harry warned us about, Arthur, this is exactly it. Mr. Weasley didn't answer her, the gears in his mind turning, trying to think of an answer but there was none. Charlie, I don't want you down there. Charlie looked startled. Please, I don't want you, Bill, or Percy in any danger. Images of James Potter flashed in his mind, pictures of Lily and James Potter's bodies, ministry officials walking around to examine them. Could he really lose a son to this? But with the sort of lives they led, wasn't it always a possibility? Charlie didn't look too agreeable. I'm glad that you're worried about me, and to be honest, I'd take my chances with a Horntail any day, but I don't think it'll be a problem. Whether they're moving through the underground or not, they aren't going for the ministry. I think they're looking for something. Or someone. Mr. Weasley glanced down at the letter form Hogwarts, now clenched tightly in his fist. Well, if his sons were brave enough to handle all this. Mr. Weasley smiled. Charlie, do you have any connections for getting or making a portkey? Charlie seemed startled by his sudden change in mood. Yes, I have a friend who makes them for Quidditch tournaments and such. But we haven't talked in a while. Why? I have a favor to ask of you for the order. He turned to his wife, meeting her gaze. Her hands were folded so tightly together that her knuckles had turned white. Molly, can you apparate a letter to the Diagon Alley Owl office? It's very important, but I don't want you to linger any longer than you have to. There should be someone in the area we need to get a message to. Immediately. Somewhere in a small country half-wizarding town just outside of London, Remus Lupin was making his way through the upstairs hallway of his temporary home. He carried a large mug full of herbal tea. Of course, this type of herbal tea was more to help with a hangover more than anything else. It also served as a delightful pick-me-up early in the morning, and his current guest did not like getting up in the morning. Especially not after last night. Sirius, he called out. Oops, almost spilled some tea here. It was still very hot. As he ventured closer to the bedroom he paused twice, once to straighten a crooked picture frame and a second time to whip a small smudge off the hall mirror. It was pointless, he knew. The frame would tilt again when he wasn't looking and the mirror was impossible filthy, but he did so out of habit now. He should be up by now, shouldn't he? Sirius. Lupin walked up to the guest room door, tapping at it. Sirius, he repeated again, louder this time. He reached for the door handle, but before he could even touch it, the door flung open, revealing the face of a very cross-looking fugitive. Can you scream any louder? He asked lowly, brushing his bed-ridden hair out of his face. He hadn't the mind to bother trimming it anymore. I don't think the witch doctor downstairs heard you. Lupin smiled and thrust the mug at him. No one can hear, or see for that matter. It was true. The witch doctor Pruitt, a friend of Albus, owed him a favor, owned the building. Pruitt had allowed Remus to use the topmost floor for the past few months, and Sirius more recently, though the doctor probably didn't know. The doctor himself was usually traveling, seeking patients outside of town, and had been gone for well over a month now. Lupin vaguely wondered what could be keeping him. While most knew the place was owned by Dr. Pruitt, one could easily consider the old house long abandoned. Every window and curtain had been drawn for the past few months now, and a silencing charm was placed on the building when Lupin arrived, just in case. They had noticed Lupin eventually, when he would venture into town for supplies. This made people curious. The Muggles in town thought this especially peculiar. But like most Muggles, they kept their noses out of other people's business for the fear of getting mixed up in something they'd rather not be. I don't know what you're worried about, Lupin admonished. Sound charms, remember. People would have heard last night. Sirius didn't comment on that last part, taking the proffered mug. You're far too optimistic, Sirius gruffed. He took a small sip of the liquid, made a face, then began drinking it down in large gulps. Lupin just gave him another cheerful smile. And you're too much of a pessimist, Padfoot. The taller man chuckled at this, smiling. You're right, I do need to fix that, if I can. Sirius was already half dressed, minus his cloak and outer robes. Sirius didn't really wear night clothes, though Remus had offered him some on more than one occasion. He still appeared rather sleepy even after the tea. Lupin could see it in his eyes. Sirius flopped down onto the bed, sighing deeply. After all, I have a bed to sleep in, a roof over my head and the company of an old friend. For the first time in 14 years, yes, Lupin frowned, noticing his friend's exhaustion. Sirius had come to stay only a few weeks ago. The witch doctor hadn't been around when he arrived, but permission or not, Sirius insisted that he stay. His current accommodations, so Sirius claimed, were not acceptable. He said he needed to get away for a while. Sirius wouldn't have taken no for an answer anyway. But last night had been a full moon, and Lupin thusly became a werewolf. His screams and howls as he transformed couldn't be heard from the outside, but they were deafening from within. Fortunately, Lupin had readied some wolfsbane potion. Initially the witch doctor would make it for him, part of the arrangement he made with Dumbledore, but without him Lupin made do. It had been a long, tiring night for the both of them. Since Sirius had come to stay with him, Lupin was able to keep human company for the first time in that state. Sirius stayed a human rather than changing into a dog. It was refreshing. Actually, just having Sirius there made everything so much more pleasant. Lupin hadn't been this amiable since his time at Hogwarts. He had someone to talk to if he needed it, if he got lonely. Someone whom he trusted, that already knew his secret. Just like old times. I didn't mean to keep you up, Lupin apologized quietly, his stomach falling a bit. He hated the thought of making his best friend unhappy. After all he'd gone through, I wouldn't hold it against you if you wanted to return to Grimma. Sirius snorted at the comment, loud enough to effectively interrupt him. Don't be stupid, there's hardly a comparison. I would much rather stay here with you, even if you didn't have that potion. A short pause, then, it does make some difference, Sirius. I can't believe you're worried about something like that. After all these years. It's not like we're sneaking out of the Gryffindor dormitory, Remus. I don't have to go anywhere. I don't have to break any rules. Sirius chuckled, his voice muffled as he brought his mug up to his lips. Don't have to worry about the headmistress catching a few loose animagus wandering outside their dormitory after hours. Lupin stared at Sirius, something pleasant flickering behind his eyes, then he smirked. Well, you may have to sneak out somewhere. Sirius' expression brightened a bit, taking the mug away from his mouth and raising an eyebrow. What? Wolfsbane potion, it needs to be taken directly, remember. And Dr. Pruitt isn't around to help. I need to stock up on certain things for next month. It was always good to plan ahead, though some of the ingredients were difficult to store properly. He'd messed up on the potion so many bloody times in the past, it would usually take him a few tries to get it right. Sirius didn't hide his grin. Not a problem. Who was he to turn down a walk outside, even as a dog? He was constantly being encouraged to stay indoors. Lupin knew why, but no one in this town recognized Lupin for what he was, and they were even less interested in his furry companion. He had taken Sirius out to town twice before, though Lupin hardly had a reason to go himself. Get dressed. Remus threw Sirius his robes, newly cleaned. Sirius was accustomed to his own tattered black robes, and refused to replace them no matter how many times Lupin tried to convince him otherwise. Instead, since Sirius didn't want Lupin to spend any money on him, Lupin compromised by instead washing them constantly, and had preformed several repairing charms on the already ragged fabric. You smell, would be his blunt, and only half-joking comment. Sirius wouldn't care, but eventually gave in to his constant badgering. But Sirius just stared at the robes for a moment. I don't need to get dressed for this, you know. Humor me, I'll be waiting downstairs. Yes, Mother, Sirius muttered, examining his spotless robes with mild interest. He still couldn't get used to clothes that weren't at least a little dirty or torn, even if they still were a bit tattered. You would make a wonderful housewife, dear. Lupin grinned, his eyes narrowing. And what would you be? A wonderful house dog, perhaps. Lupin shut the door as a boot flew at him. It hit the door with a deafening thwack. He waited a moment, listening to Sirius, wild cursing before going down to the kitchen, intent on getting a spot of tea. When he reached the kitchen, however, he was met with the sound of tapping coming from a window. Drawing his wand, he cautiously walked towards the window and peered through a crack in the curtains. But it was only a large owl, a hawk owl, in fact. Lupin didn't recognize it, and it certainly wasn't from the owl post office. "What is it, Remus?" came Sirius' grave voice from behind. Lupin turned to find Sirius peering out from the corner of the doorway, eyeing the window as if something horrible awaited him on the other side. His wand was clenched in his fist. It took Remus a moment to realize his own wand was still drawn, and quickly put it away, feeling a little acquired. It wasn't a good idea to get Sirius riled up. "Relax, it's just an owl." Sirius looked disbelieving, though, his eyes narrowed with an air of suspicion. Perhaps it wouldn't be a good idea to take him outside after all, but then he asked peevishly, "It's not that damn banshee from down the street again, is it?" Remus couldn't seem to hide his mirth, the mood suddenly lifting. "Miss Sydney is not a banshee, Sirius. Be kind. That damn woman is senile, she still wants fresh dog ears for that blasted potion of hers." That was funny, considering that all the other pet dogs on the street had mysteriously disappeared in the last month already, or so he'd heard. Miss Sydney had come knocking twice after seeing Sirius in town, but Remus simply didn't answer. "Well, see who it's from. It might be Arabelle, or Harry," Lupin suggested. Sirius smiled at this thought. Lupin opened the window, allowing the hawk owl to hop onto his arm. There seemed to be something terribly wrong with the bird. He realized this as soon as it passed through the window. It was shaking violently, breathing too quickly, eyes shifting wildly. Its claws dug into the cloth of his brown shirt, drawing the tiniest bit of blood. "Wait. This owl's been enchanted." He pulled out his wand once more, pointing it toward the suffering creature. "Finite incantatum. Enchanted." Sirius' eyes widened as the owl slumped forward in exhaustion, Lupin catching it before it could fall to the floor. "Good lo, what's happened to it?" Lupin set the creature on the kitchen table, where it let out a weak hoot of thanks. It lay in a position that suggested it had run into a glass wall, wings fanned out, taking up the whole table. Its breathing was slowing gradually, but it probably wouldn't be getting up any time soon. Some sort of energy spell. I'm not quite sure. Someone wanted this message to get here quickly. He untied the letter from the bird's claw as gently as possible, his eyes widening when he recognized the seal on it. "It's from Hogwarts." Sirius looked bothered, confused and panicked. "Hogwarts? You mean Harry, or Dumbledore?" Lupin began scanning over the message. "From Professor Minerva McGonagall." He stopped suddenly. The letter slipped from nerveless fingers and fluttered to the floor. "Oh, he's alive. He was alive." Lupin's breath came out in shuddering gasps, like he was having difficulty getting air in. For a moment he looked like he was going to faint. This reaction panicked Sirius, and he rushed forward to steady his friend, steadying him at both shoulders. Remus, what's wrong with you?" He's alive." Lupin had grabbed hold of Sirius' shirt sleeve, gripping it tightly. "They've seen him." Sirius eyed the letter as if it were alive and dangerous, unable to figure out what Lupin is talking about. "Who's alive? Who's seen who?" While holding into his friend, Sirius steered Lupin over to a chair. The man collapsed into it, bringing a trembling hand to his forehead. "What did it say, Remus?" he asked firmly. Lupin was shaking his head slowly from side to side, he might even be crying. Remus, speak to me, come on. Who's alive?" "James, oh God, something's happened." "He's alive, Sirius. There must be some mistake." Sirius paled. Of all the things Lupin could have said at that moment, Voldemort has taken over the ministry, something he feared. Snape's turned against Dumbledore, which he had anticipated all along. The sky was falling, which wouldn't surprise him in the least. But not this. His throat was painfully tight when he tried to speak. What? He snatched up the letter and read it halfway through before stopping. After a long silence, he spoke. That's impossible. It can't. His brows furrowed in confusion, trying to understand. He pressed a hand to his forehead, trying to keep his head together, trying to think straight. It must be some trick. True, Lupin seemed to have collected himself, his shoulders were still trembling but he sat straighter. The man hadn't been crying, no, but his eyes had gained a haunted look. The same look that Sirius saw in the mirror every day. The look of a man who has many sleeping ghosts. And Lupin's had just been awoken with a vengeance. Sirius didn't argue when Lupin plucked the letter from his hands and reread it. Mr. Ollivander James went to him. If it's him, Sirius muttered, his tone full of bitter uncertainty, and no small amount of anger. His was trapped somewhere between suspicion and utter joy. But he'd known too much disappointment to put all of his hopes into this, something so impossible. And the thought of it being true in the first place, he should be sent straight to St. Mungo's. Who else had seen him? Was Ollivander sure? He was sure. Lupin carefully read toward the end of the letter. Dumbledore has contacted the Weasleys. He's sent Severus to look for James. What? He snatched the letter back, almost ripping it in the process. He read over the part Lupin had spoken aloud. No, he's mad. Snape will kill him before helping him. He crumpled up the paper in his fists, seething. He couldn't describe the feeling he was experiencing. Something between rage and desperation, and for some reason thinking that it was all for nothing, if that bastard finds him. It may be for the best. Lupin took the letter and whispered, "Incendio," and they both watched the paper as it combusted into flame. It is better that no one else knows, Lupin muttered, watching the black ashes flutter to the wooden floorboards. Then he lifted his gaze to Sirius, wild, black eyes. Sirius didn't like that look. Think about it, Sirius. If Mr. Ollivander recognized this man, and a few muggles were able to catch sight of him, what do you think the chances are of a Death Eater seeing him? Sirius stiffened. This realization hit him with a sensation that would rival even a Dementor's presence. Don't you understand, Sirius? Remus took a long shuddering breath. It's not a matter of who is trying to get to him, now it's a matter of who will get there first. I don't see what we're looking for. Points of entry, Ron. Obviously those Scroots got in somewhere. Ron rolled his eyes. We have better things to do with our off time than this. But Hermione continued like she hadn't heard him, stalking across the grounds as Harry and Ron struggled to keep up. Since potions and care of magical creatures was cancelled right now, many Hogwarts students had nothing better to do than wander around. Of course, Hermione had a particular place to wander, as was she had something very particular in mind to be doing there. Neither of the boys were very happy about being outside in the first place. The air was very chilly that day, with the hint of dark clouds in the sky. At times, Harry felt specks of raindrops, but then it were gone. All three of them wore their scarves tightly around their necks as they had to walk against the wind. Now they were nearing their destination, an area behind Hogwarts, near the green houses. According to Hermione, there was a certain spot in which the dungeons would be only 10 feet under, the closest the tunnels ever reached ground level. No one really knew this, unless they took the time to read the history of Hogwarts. And of course Hermione read that book during her first year, so she knew all these little facts about Hogwarts. After a few more paces, Hermione stopped dead. Ron, in an effort not to ram into her, stumbled back into Harry. In effect, both boys went tumbling onto the grass. Hermione finally noticed them since she had started her little expedition and huffed. Boys, do be serious. Ron tried to protest but she already continued, speaking under her breath, 40 paces from the north side, due north 30 paces west, en route 50 paces northwest. This is it. She fell to her knees and started feeling around. Harry had pulled himself and Ron up, frowning at Hermione as she began crawling around. I don't see anything, Hermione. Of course not, Ron insisted, his voice slightly muffled by the scarf wrapped over his mouth. His nose and cheeks were pink from the cold. The dungeons are too far down after all. Stupid Scroots, but they did get us out of potions. Harry nodded vigorously in agreement. Hermione looked frustrated, straightening her back while still remaining kneeled, her hands on her hips. I don't get it. How could Scroots infest the dungeons without a way in? They certainly couldn't. They made it through the castle unnoticed, and they're not diggers. Unless it's a new breed of some sort. Maybe they dug their way in somewhere else, Harry suggested. Or they could have been there the whole time. They've got to be pretty big to make all that noise. Judging by the look on the girl's face, Harry could tell that Hermione disagreed completely. I've read everything about Scroots last year, and I read nothing about digging or infestation or anything of that sort. There was a moment of pause where Hermione took the time to think. Harry and Ron just stared at her, waiting for a reaction. When none seemed to be coming, Ron leaned in to tell Harry something, but suddenly Hermione snapped up, getting to her feet. That's it, Hermione snapped loudly, making the boys jump. Dumbledore must have been mistaken. There is no way Scroots could have infested the dungeons. Harry blinked, he and Ron glancing at each other. But, why? For one, Scroots don't like closed-in spaces. They end up killing each other. 2. They need proper nutrition in order to grow that size. Harry shrugged. They got pretty big off the junk we fed them last year, remember? Hermione tut-tooted him. Harry, they got big last year because they were eating each other. You saw the way they started decreasing in numbers. Harry pulled a face of disgust. Ron shrugged. Who knows what they eat? There could be all sorts of odd, slimy little creatures skittering around the dungeons. Harry couldn't suppress a grin. After all, Malfoy and Snape belonged down there, skittering about. Ron snapped his fingers, grinning. They could be eating off of Slytherins. Now it was Hermione's turn to roll her eyes and make a face of disgust. Anyway, Harry insisted, his grin growing wider. Dumbledore said not to get involved. Harry remembered the distinct look of warning Dumbledore had shot him in the Great Hall. Hermione blushed while Ron snickered, her mouth opening and closing, and she looked for all the world like a suffocating fish. Were not actually in or near the dungeons, were just above them. She nodded to herself, crossing her arms, and muttered words of assurance to herself. Yes, that's right. The last thing she wanted to do was break the rules. After all, she stood up for the rules. Wonder if the Scroots will eat Snape, Ron pondered, then shook his head. Nah, he probably tastes as foul and greasy as he looks. Harry laughed heartily, and Hermione was going to comment when suddenly the ground rumbled. The event was brief and passed quickly. Ron gulped, looking around wildly as if he could find the source of the rumble. What was that? Hermione, too, was looking around, confused. Harry remained silent, trying to figure out where the rumbling had originating from. Then the ground began rumbling again, vibrating. It was coming from directly beneath them. The rumbling was becoming clearer, louder, and closer. Harry let out a gasp as the earth around them began to rise. He stumbled and fell into his back, rolling along the rapidly forming slope. He thought he heard Ron exclaim, "Bloody hell." Ron and Hermione had kept their balance, but it was all for nothing when the earth heaved upwards in one fast motion. Hermione screamed and almost toppled headfirst onto the ground when Ron grabbed her around the waist, hurling her and himself away from the spot. Then the ground exploded. Harry covered his head with his arms, glancing up only after it had stopped raining dirt, stone and flame. He saw Ron helping Hermione to sit up while the poor girl clutched a hand over her heart, her eyes bulging out of her head. Soon, all three pairs of eyes were set on one thing. A huge gaping hole where they had been standing but a moment ago. "What is that?" Ron asked loudly, his voice cracking slightly. He looked considerably shaken, his usually smooth red hair a shambles. He must have lost his scarf somehow because he wasn't wearing it anymore. Hermione was holding onto him now, keeping a firm grip on his sleeve even as the boy tried to stand. Harry, are you okay?" Harry coughed, feeling as if the breath had been knocked out of him. "I'm fine," he managed to croak. He didn't have a good tumble and his head was spinning, but nothing seemed broken or bruised. "What?" Hermione let out a choked cry when something appeared at the mouth of the hole. His mission was fairly simple. Snape had to fly a broomstick to the very edge of the Hogwarts grounds, where spells and charms didn't affect one's ability to apparate. Riding a broomstick had been a less than pleasant experience in his part. The last time he'd ridden one of the blasted things was when he played on his Slytherin Quidditch team all those years ago. Some things he just didn't want to be reminded of. If there was one thing he hated besides Potters, it was broomsticks, but the sooner he got to Hogwarts Edge the better. The fastest broom available had been an old Nimbus 2001, the brooms Lucius Malfoy had graciously donated to the Slytherin team 2 years ago. This mode of transportation had made it all the better, actually, though it was still dreadfully uncomfortably and humiliating. Snape could get to his destination quickly, and then he would apparate to Diagon Alley and look for him. How he would get back was easier said than done, if he knew exactly what to look for. Easier said than done. Snape never wanted to see that face again. Never wanted to hear his name uttered. But now he would have to confront that hatred and try to hold it in for the first in his life. Potter, how can you be alive? Snape pondered this now that he wandered the crowded streets of Diagon Alley. Careful as to not be seen, he kept his hood of his cloak hood up and secure. No one could see his face unless they shined a light charm in there. Where are you, you stupid man? He muttered. But the crowd was so thick and it had just started to rain. How was he supposed to differentiate one person from another? What was Potter even wearing? If he was wearing Muggle clothing, then they should be easy to spot. But if he was wearing wizard robes, then it was worse than hopeless. Have you heard? Someone said nearby. Snape froze, waiting. No, it can't be right. Don't be a fool. Of course it can. What can? Said another man. You know, Dementors in the underground. I just heard a rumor about it. Snape's steps faltered slightly, causing him to stumble. But he quickly regained his footing as well as his composure, letting that rumor sink into his mind. Had he heard that right? Dementors. Did Voldemort already know? A slight itching sensation came to his left forearm. Though he wanted to stop and duck to the ground, he forced himself to keep walking. There was another Death Eater in the area. He glanced around quickly, trying to see if he could spot anyone he recognized, but he saw none. The sensation continued, but Snape suppressed the urge to reach out and touch it. If the Death Eater, whoever he was, saw this, he'd probably try following him, assuming that he had the dark mark, of course. Closing parenthesis dot. But it could be anyone. Then two figures caught his attention, standing side by side near a stack of shipment crates. Yes, he recognized them from the last time Voldemort had called them all Bertwick and Stevens, two fairly new Death Eaters. But they took their positions with pride. They took pleasure in knowing what they were capable of, just because they now had the mark. Sickening, but at least there were two of them. The mark reacted around other Death Eaters, but they wouldn't be able to pick him out if they stayed close to each other. A low hooting sound caught his attention and Snape glanced up. A small, circling shape could be seen above. It was an owl. Yes, the creature was trying to land, a letter clutched in its talons. It was trying to find a place to perch on, but couldn't seem to find one near whomever it was trying to reach. Snape kept his movements as casual as possible, trying to show that he had no interest in the owl. After all, his hadn't been the only one's attention caught by the owl. A number of people were looking up still, pointing, including Bertwick and Stevens. Snape made his way swiftly to a near alleyway, where it led into one of hundreds of passageways which went to the Muggle world above. He waited there silently, listening to the faint dripping sound of water. Then, as he suspected, the owl came diving down after him. It let out another low hoot before dropping the letter into his hands and ascending into the air once more. Snape expected the letter to be from Dumbledore, or even McGonagall, but discovered it was from neither. He read silently. I know what you're looking for, Professor Dumbledore has informed me. When and if you find the boy, we understand he may not be in the condition to apparate. A portkey has been constructed for your use. Look for an old sink near the passage leading to London Bridge. It will return both of you to Hogwarts. A friend. Dumbledore told him to expect a message like this. Everything was set, but now, how was he supposed to find Wait? Taking his wand into his palm, Snape carefully considered a charm he'd learned at Hogwarts during his 4th year, a long time ago. Point me. His wand rotated like a compose, turning once. It pointed toward the blackened passageways. Snape knew very well that wizards never ventured into those passages alone. It was very dangerous, and few people had a need to take those routes. And since flow power and apparate were the main forms of transportation, there was hardly a use for the tunnels anymore. Who wanted to go up to the Muggle world, anyway? Not to mention the area was getting rather old, and a number of the exits and entrances were no longer fit for use. Charms would fade, and sooner or later the openings would be taken down, or in some cases disenchanted, and eventually rebuilt. But crumbling walls were the least of the trouble. Many creatures liked the darkness. Well, it looked like he'd be risking his life once again because of that man. "Don't expect me to do this again, James Potter," Snape muttered bitterly. Ignoring the persistent discomfort of his dark mark, Snape stepped into the darkness without glancing back at light. Very soon, the Dementors are drawing closer. They reached out with their senses, searching for their prey. Where? Ah, there he is. And the Dementors continued their journey through shadow. Mr. Ollivander nervously paced his shop, fiddling with his hands anxiously. Now and then he would glance around the edge of the curtain or remain still and quiet when someone tested his door, seeing if he was actually open and that the sign was wrong. He had remained closed for the first time in years. Mr. Ollivander was still incredibly scared and jittery from James's earlier visit if it was him. Such an event can cause any normal wizard to become suddenly paranoid. Would the Ministry find out what he saw? Would people be after him? Would you know who and his Death Eaters be after him, too? Would they use gulp Avada Kedavra? This though made him shiver with fear. Mr. Ollivander couldn't handle something like this. He was a wand salesman, not some pawn in this whatever game was being played. But he couldn't forget the sight of those distant, sad eyes as James talked about Lily his son. He prayed that the boy would be in good hands soon. He practically screamed when he heard a loud bang and crash from the back of his shop, somewhere amongst the many shelves and out of his line of sight. There was the sound of a person or creature, moving around, a faint curse. There was more than one of them, he could tell. There were two voices. Mr. Ollivander's hands trembled as he gripped his wand and he was considering the option of running. But who knows who'd run into then, and he didn't want this people left alone with his wands. Then again, he could die right now. Someone's here. They've come for me. Avada Kedavra. I'm finished. Well, we got here. Pause. Don't give me that look, Padfoot, we have a job to do. Are you okay? This is Ollivander's. He knew that voice. Then Remus Lupin's head appeared around the side of a shelf. Mr. Ollivander. Mr. Lupin, he gasped in relief. Forgive me, I thought you were a Death Eater. Then he remembered that Lupin had been talking to someone. Who is? He stopped when he saw a huge black dog at the man's feet. Oh, Padfoot is your dog. Lupin raised an eyebrow, glancing down at the dog Padfoot, and strangely enough, the dog seemed to glance back at him as well. Yes, this is Padfoot. People call him Snuffles. Snuffles let out a low grunt. We're here because of word sent from Albus Dumbledore. About the appearance of James Potter. He jumped at the mention of that name, nodding. Oh, of course. Would you like to take a seat? He made quick, rapid gestures toward a wooden chair set against the wall. I can. Lupin raised his hands a bit and shook his head. No, thank you. I need you to tell me exactly what happened while James was here. Time may be growing short, and James could be any more. His voice seemed almost uncertain when he said the name, James. Mr. Ollivander nodded, pocketing his wand which he had been still gripping in his nervousness, and he began pacing again. This whole thing was beyond his capacity to cope. What do you want to know? In the back of his mind, Mr. Ollivander noted that he'd received no response from Professor Dumbledore whatsoever, about sending Mr. Lupin and his dog to investigate or anyone otherwise. Mr. Ollivander. He snapped out of his troubling thoughts, nodding. Why yes, I was ready to open the shop this morning, and I noticed someone here. I assumed he was a robber. It seemed the boy had spent the night asleep in the corner. Lupin closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. How was he? I mean, what did he look like? Ill? Was there anything unusual about his appearance or behavior? Were his senses sharper or duller than they should have been? Mr. Ollivander was taken aback by this sudden tirade of questions, halting his continuous pacing. What does that have to do with anything? Such odd questions given the situation. Well, If this man wasn't James Potter, then he might be something other than human. It might not. They been a polyjuice potion at work here. Did he show any signs of inhumanity? Pause. Are you all right, Mr. Ollivander? He nodded, gulping. Yes, he thought hard, remembering what had happened a short time ago. It wasn't too hard, the images were still very clear in his head, though some a bit fuzzy. He was a bit off. The poor boy was disoriented and he bowed his head toward the floor. I think he'd gone mad. Snuffles let out a small whimper, hanging his furry head. Did that dog understand him? Lupin frowned. Anything else? He said quickly. Anything at all? No, wait. Yes, he didn't seem a day over 20. It was true. Mr. Potter hadn't looked very old at all, while he should be, 40 by now. That was indeed odd. He hasn't aged, Lupin whispered in awe. Then to Snuffles he said, this may be more serious than we thought. He is talking to that dog. Suspicion settled on Mr. Ollivander. Had Dumbledore really sent him? Or was it all a lie? It's so hard to tell right now. Could he trust this man? When did he go? Did he say where he was going, or say he wanted to go somewhere? Mr. Ollivander made a split-second decision. He wouldn't tell this man anything. He couldn't trust anyone right now. That's an extremely bad idea. Mr. Ollivander shook his head. No, he didn't say anything, he just left. Lupin looked crestfallen, crushed, but the dog Snuffles began growling, the sound coming out as a low, threatening rumble. Its ears were set low on its head as Snuffles bared his teeth and took a few padded steps toward a now frightened wand seller. Lupin looked between Snuffles and Mr. Ollivander quickly, looking worried and confused. Snuffles, calm down, it's not his fault. It was like he was holding back a sob. Maybe he made a mistake. Mr. Ollivander nearly screamed when the dog snarled again and this time snapped its jaws at his leg. Panicked, Mr. Ollivander moved as far away from the creature as he could, bumping into a shelf. Boxes fell all round him, but he took no notice. He fumbled for his wand as Lupin lugged forward, wrapping his arms around the creature's neck. Don't curse him, Mr. Ollivander, please. Mr. Ollivander froze his motion as he was moving his wand to point at the dog. It was so frightening. Stop it, Snuffles. But the dog was far too strong for him. Snuffles broke loose. Lupin screamed, Sirius, no. Sirius, wait. Lupin had apparated into his shop. Dogs can't apparate. The next thing he knew, Mr. Ollivander was face to face with a very murderous-looking Sirius Black. A huge blast-ended scroot rose up before them, its silver-like armor glinting in the light of the sun. It towered high, standing about 4 feet tall and 10 feet in length. Hermione clutched to Ron as the creature turned towards them. It looked, for the lack of a better word, hungry. Then it shot forward. Ron and Hermione had nowhere to go. On instinct, Harry pulled his wand from his robes in an instant and, impedimenta. The blast-ended scroot froze on the spot. Harry wasted no time in scrambling over to his friends. He was both relieved and startled that the spell had worked. After all, the scroot's armor should have repelled the spell at least a little. Harry didn't see a second and third scroot crawl from the hole. He didn't see until one of them had swung around and slapped him to the dirt, hard. His wand flew from his hand and landed few feet away, out of his reach. Luckily, Ron and Hermione were now ready with their own wands. They both had the same thing in mind, screaming, stupefy. The curses hit both scroots and they slumped to the ground instantly. Hermione blinked in confusion, looking down at her wand in disbelief. Ron in the meantime was collecting himself. Merlin's beard, he gasped, trembling. How did they do that? I told you they don't like closed spaces. And they're called blast-ended scroots for a reason. They sure don't, he muttered crossly. He rushed over to Harry, helping the boy to his feet. Harry's own legs felt like rubber all of a sudden. You okay, Harry? Yeah, he had to shake his head a little to get rid of some dizziness. The hit had been a real shock to his system, and hitting the ground after that hadn't helped, either. Thanks, both of you. Yeah, you really scared us, too. Look out for it next time. Then Ron patted Harry on the back, grinning despite himself. We showed him, then, didn't we though? Harry smiled, cheering up almost instantly. Yeah. Hermione, however, hadn't given any comments, and instead examined the scroot frozen by Harry's impediment curse. Ron wondered what she could possibly be looking at. What is it, my own? She made another, noise, shaking her head. This scroot is extremely underdeveloped. If I knew better, I would say it was under an engorgement charm. Ron looked totally lost. Come again, look. She pointed at the underbelly of the creature, which they had to bend low to see. The scroot was definitely female because of its beepers. You see its armor. It's hardly formed at all. She pointed along the edge of its armor. The break here is much wider than it should be. Hermione was right. Harry remembered from the Tri-Wizards tournament, he'd seen a full-grown armored scroot. Its armor had repelled the spells he tried, and the only way he defeated it was by aiming for a gap in the armor on its underside. But the armor gap in this one was very wide, just as Hermione had observed. So that's why our spells didn't bounce off. Hermione nodded. Exactly. Since the armor isn't formed all the way, it doesn't yet have that ability. Or so I assume. I've never seen or read about anything like this. But they're so big, Harry insisted. How? An engorgement charm, she repeated. Hermione was grinning now, tapping her chin in thought. That proves it. Ron growled, feeling both left out and stupid. Proves what? Someone put them here, and put the engorgement charm on them for. Ron let out a startled cry, interrupting Hermione's sentence. Something's coming out of the hole. More of them. All three of them had their wand ready this time in attack position, aimed for the hole. There was definitely something moving. Then a huge hand appeared over the edge. Harry gasped. Hagrid. Sure enough, it was Hagrid, struggling to climb from the hole. Ah dear. Leal rascals. Then he saw Harry, Ron, Hermione and the scroots, his jaw dropping at the sight. Ari. Why ye all? What are ye all doin'? Nearly getting eaten, Ron remarked, eyeing the scroots just in case they started moving again. Hermione pointed an accusing finger at Hagrid as he climbed the rest of the way out. You're the one who put the blast-ended scroots down there. How could you, Hagrid? And an engorgement charm. You're not allowed to use magic. I thought you would have learned your lesson after. She was fuming and couldn't get any other words out at the moment. Instead she stomped her foot, aggravated. Hagrid blushed in embarrassment, looking to be a bit sheepish. Well, where's Snape? Ron asked, peeking into the hole while keeping his wand pointed ahead of him. He's still down there. Or have the scroots eaten him already? His voice sounded a bit too hopeful. Snape. Hagrid looked confused, scratching his bushy head. He ain't back yet, eh? The three of them glanced at each other. Back? Harry asked. Diagon Alley, course. Found. I am yet. What was Hagrid talking about? Found who? Hagrid. Forehead turned toward the new voice. Professor Dumbledore stood a few yards away, an uncharacteristic frown on his usually cheerful face. He don't know, Hagrid. Oh. Hagrid looked ashamed, bowing his head like when Rita Skeeter had told the public he was half giant. Please return the scroots, Hagrid. If the noise stops for too long, the Slytherins may think the danger has passed and try to return to their common room. They can't go into the dungeons until Severus is back. Harry wasn't to say, so Snape is gone, but he bit it back. It didn't seem like a time to interrupt. Yes, sir. Hagrid began dragging the huge creatures toward the hole. Dumbledore made a motion for the three of them to follow, and they did so immediately. None of them, not even Dumbledore, said a word. Their footsteps seemed loud as them hit the ground. It was far too quiet. Are there any more? Hermione asked, breaking the silence. Scroots, I mean. Dumbledore didn't look at them, which made the situation even more unnerving. I thought I asked students not to get involved. They were silent, Hermione looking strangely guilty. Of course, there is no tricking you, Hermione. There never was. He looked at them now, his eyes twinkling, a smile spreading over his face for the first time during their meeting. It was an expression that made them all smile in relief. But still, something was now bugging Harry. Sir, what was Hagrid talking about? Nothing that concerns you, Harry. Try not to think of it. That was an unusual answer. Harry frowned toward Ron, who only shrugged. But it has something to do with me, doesn't it? Professor Snape went to look for someone, didn't he? Hermione asked quietly. That's why you asked Hagrid to use those scrutes. Dumbledore was silent, but he kept walking. Yes. Who is he looking for? Harry asked, feeling a bit eager. He just had the oddest feeling. It must be really important. Ron nodded. I mean, putting those things down in the dungeons. I don't mean any disrespect, Professor. It is not my place to tell you, Dumbledore said, not looking back at them once more. It shouldn't be my right. But why not? Harry picked up his pace so he was right next to the headmaster. Normally he would show the utmost respect for the man, but something about this was different. He could feel it, just like he had last night. Somehow, Harry knew that Sirius would want him to trust his instincts. What's so important that you can't tell me, and all this? I don't want to see you hurt, Harry. Not again. Harry saw that Dumbledore's eyes were pleading, making his real age show. He looked so old and tired. It really was something important, something bad. But he had to know, no matter what. Please, Professor. Dumbledore stared at Harry, as if he were trying to read something in his eyes. Finally, he shook his head, sighing sadly. Very well, my boy. I will tell you if you believe you can handle it. Mr. Ollivander reeled with panic as the dark, malicious-looking wizard grabbed him by the collar. Those wild eyes, that mad glint, Sirius Black, he choked as the man suddenly tightened his hold. He gagged, his heart pounding in his ears. He was going to have a heart attack, he knew it. Lupin was trying desperately to get Black off him, attempting to pry at his hands. Sirius, let him go. Are you crazy? I'm going to die. He's lying, Black growled, shaking his captive roughly. I know it. Lupin looked surprised, his eyes turning to Mr. Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander felt the blood drain from his face. He needed more air. Where is he? Black roared, his eyes glinting with madness, ready to kill. Tell us where James went now or... He grinned maniacally for a moment, making Mr. Ollivander shiver. Use your imagination, old man. And Mr. Ollivander happened to have a very good imagination. Lily, he croaked, a bead of sweat running down his brow. He wanted to find his wife and why young Mr. Potter. It was finally more than Mr. Ollivander could take in, and everything blanked out. Lily he wanted to find his wife and why young Mr. Potter. Then Mr. Ollivander fainted. This caught Sirius by surprise and he let the man slump lifelessly to the floor. Panicked, Lupin dropped down beside Mr. Ollivander, checking his pulse and a few other things. Satisfied that he didn't find anything life-threatening, he glared up at Sirius. Are you mad? He hissed, his eyes darting to the blocked-off windows. You nearly scared the man to death. Sirius stared at him, then averted his eyes. He was lying, he deserved it. Lupin adjusted Mr. Ollivander's position on the floor, making sure the man was at least slightly comfortable. Then he didn't the only thing he could think of. Obliviate, carefully, did his best to erase Mr. Ollivander's memories of the past 5 minutes. How on earth did you know? He asked Sirius when he was done. His friend was search around the wand shelves for something. A ghost-like smile passed the monk's lips. Imagine the sort of people I was locked up with. 12 years in Azkaban teaches you a few things, Moony. Lupin didn't comment on this. He felt horrible for Sirius, but there were more important things to do. And Sirius was taking a wand. Sirius, what are you doing? I'm not stealing, I'm trading. I'm not going to face who knows what with an incompatible wand. He replaced the new. Was this his own? Sirius had stolen it from a witch months before. 14 inches, unicorn tail hair, beechwood. Not his type. Lupin wouldn't argue, it was true after all. Change back now, he snapped, shooting the man another glare. If someone sees you, he was furious at Sirius for his behavior. He was letting his animal instincts rule him for too often. Being an animagus affected the human mind as well as the animal mind. Sirius listened to him, however, and in moments a huge black dog stood where a man had previously been. Almost immediately, Sirius seemed to smell something on the floor, and in moments found a blooded water bowl in the hall. Sirius let out a whimper. Lupin had followed Sirius into the hall, kneeling down by the bowl. He wrinkled his nose at the lingering, sore smell of blood that hung in the air. It was nauseating. This is his. Can you tell it's him for sure? Sirius whimpered again, ducking his head. Do you think you can find him? Sirius gave a silent nod, his ears perking up as concentrated. He certainly wasn't a bloodhound, but me could follow a scent if he tried hard enough. Sirius found the scent easily, but of course, blood had a very potent smell. Then he began following it, tracking the scent toward the door. Hastily, Lupin followed close behind, opening the door for his friend. This led into the streets, through that rain, and then to a dark alleyway. The sound of dripping water followed them as they journeyed farther, deep into the darkened passages of the underground. We're coming for you, James. Just wait for us. James smiled at his wife as she buttoned up her nightshirt and hummed a soft melody. A big shirt and sweatpants. Quite a style you have there, Mrs. Potter. He laughed when she shot him a mock glare, a smirk tugging at the edge of her lips, but she continued to hum. The melody wasn't one he was familiar with, but Lily had talked about it a few times before. It was from a Muggle musical called Starmites. Maybe. Lily had watched it on broadcast television when she was younger. And odd tale. And a very, very odd musical. Muggles create the oddest things, he murmured quietly, yawning a bit. He was exhausted from a long day of errands and playing with his son. James was sure that Harry would be able to walk soon. He was an amazing child. He was going to grow up to be strong and smart, just like his mum and dad. But Lily heard what he said about Muggles, frowning as she sat down next to him. Muggles are just as creative as wizards, James. A brush had been laying on the bed, and Lily grabbed it. James grinned, eyeing her slyly as she began brushing her tangled red hair. Oh, she ignored him, still brushing her hair as she hummed again. Yes, she hummed that song to Harry now and then. James often heard it drifting from the nursery when Lily was getting Harry to bed. Well, at least put some words to it. Lily stopped brushing and gave him a look, raising an eyebrow. A song's no good if it doesn't have any words. That's as long as it isn't a symphony, I think. She made a noise of disagreement, shaking her head. Oh, come on, it's serious opinion. With the sort of rubbish he listens to. And singing helps Harry fall asleep, so there's nothing wrong with it. He snickered, which earned him a smack in the arm. Undaunted, he scooted closer to her, resting his head on her shoulder. Come on, please. What, sing for me? Oh. Lily blushed a bit and nodded. All right, but don't laugh, you. He nodded quickly. Satisfied, Lily cleared her throat and then began humming the tune. She stumbled a bit, but continued. Say goodnight, I'll be the light, and pray your soul to sleep. No, wait, that's not it. James snickered a bit, earning himself another, harder, smack in the arm. It's hard to remember, you know. The last time I heard it I was 10. She started to stand so she could stomp off, but James grabbed her by the hips and pulled her back, this time into his lap. I'm joking, really, just try again. She stuck out her chin, tossed her brush away, and crossed her arms. But didn't try to escape from him. Once more, James, she cleared her throat again, humming. Then she sang. Say goodnight, I'll be the light, and pray your soul to keep. It's been fun, but the day is done, and even heroes sleep. Lily's voice wasn't that bad at all, and strangely comforting. His arms circled her waist and he buried his head in her chest. Lily played with his messy jet black hair as she continued, humming the tune once more before adding the words. James could hear her heart beating. Close your eyes and maybe then, you'll fly to the planets and back again, and bring those dragons to their woeful end. Pretend and close your eyes. By now James had closed his eyes, sighing softly. This is where he belonged. This is where he wanted to be. My little hero, my little boy, my little hero, close your eyes. Where he belonged. Lily had stopped, though there was still more to the song. She blinked down at her husband questioningly, his chin now resting on her shoulder. James, are you asleep? He moved his head ever so slightly, and she giggled as his hair undoubtedly tickled her neck. He tried not to grin, but he couldn't help it. Yes, very asleep. He turned his head slight so his lips now tickled her neck, keying it lightly. James smirked when she shivered a little and keyed her again. Her hair smelled so nice. Lily giggled some more, but wiggled from his grip. James pouted, watching as she left and wanting her to return, but Lily wagged a finger at him. Silly, I told you it worked to get him to bed. Your voice isn't that bad. Thank you, she said, with a note of sarcasm. I'll be right back, I just need to check on Harry before I go to bed. She turned and padded barefoot through the doorway. She didn't look back, and he heard the door to the nursery open. James didn't want her to go. He wanted Lily to stay with him. Why did he feel so cold? Then a scream ripped through the air, making his stomach drop. James, James, Lily. He dashed for the door, but just as he reached it, it slammed in his face. No, Lily, Harry. The doorknob wouldn't budge and he didn't know where his wand was. He began pounding on the wood. The screams continued, but Lily was no longer screaming his name. Harry was crying. Not Harry, not Harry, please not Harry. Then there was another voice. Another horrible voice. Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside now. His throat tightened. I can't be. Harry. Not Harry. Please no, take me, kill me instead. James gasped. No, Lily, no. Suddenly a pain shot through his right hand, forcing him to stop. He hissed as the pain intensified and began shooting up his arm. Lily. Don't do it, please. Not Harry, have mercy please, have mercy. Blinking back tears of pain, James forced his arms up again, slamming them as hard as he could into the door. All at once, it seemed to break free with the sound of splintering wood. He found himself in the nursery. Just as Lily collapsed to the floor, a dark shape looming over Harry's crib. James awoke. He wasn't in his house anymore. He was in the London Underground, shaking. He realized he'd been pounding on an old blocked passageway. He and Lily would always take this route to enter the Muggle world. It led right into some nice little shops in old Muggle London. A beautiful place to go during all times of the year. James and Lily loved to go there. Harry loved watching the bustling streets, the attention he got when Muggles stopped to tell them what an adorable baby he was. The streets all full of people as the sun shone down upon them. But now he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The passage was blocked off for construction. It now stood as a plain unmoving wall of stone. Only one piece of wood served as a marker, which was now broken in half. James must have broken it himself, that's why his hand hurt so much. It read, Caution, Muggle Passageway, Middle London. Closed due to reconstruction. Please use alternative ways on entry. Possible danger due to charm deterioration. C. Fudge. September 17, 1994. No, the nightmare was real, it was all real. No, no, no. Real, all, real. James didn't want to face this. It was what his mind had run from ever since he'd woken up in front of his destroyed home. He closed his eyes tightly, remembering the figure looming over him, grinning maniacally. Know this and suffer, James Potter. When he opens his eyes, will there still be that dark figure standing over him, over his dead family? There's on way to find out. He opened his eyes. James way in the passageway. It was cold. The hood of his cloak had fallen. Everything was real, his memories clear. But a dark figure did stand over him. In fact, the person had a firm, cold hand on his shoulder. James looked the person in the face. He knew that face. Sirius could feel it now. He'd felt it a million times before for so many years. Right now he couldn't speak in human tongue, but he wanted to scream. Soon Lupin would know as well. Their presence couldn't go unnoticed forever. Dementors, Remus, they're coming closer. Mr. Potter, I didn't think I would be able to find you. A sinister smirk spread over the Mont's face, his eyes sparkling with perverse satisfaction. A pity for you. James knew who he was. The image was fuzzy through his horribly damaged glasses, but he could tell. Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy seemed surprised for a moment. His eyes were hardly visible, his white blonde hair plastered over them, probably from the rain. But those eyes soon narrowed, showing a certain degree of disgust. Why, I didn't think you would remember me. Of course James knew him. Lucius had been a few years ahead of him and had a horrible reputation, as most Malfoys do. He and another man, Arthur Weasley, who was in the year as Lucius, were always getting into fights. But that was all he knew. That, and that Lucius was just as bad as Snape. Besides, he had no idea what Lucius could be doing here, or all places. A memory was lingering on the edge of his mind, but it went away whenever James really thought of it. Something about Lucius, maybe a memory from his years at Hogwarts. Maybe. Don't be flattered, Malfoy, James muttered dully, shrugged Lucius' hand away, and the man stepped away from him. James then backed up to lean against the stone wall for support. He had no energy left in him, and it was almost beyond him to even stand. You shouldn't be, he added. James was beginning to feel so empty, so hollow. Maybe that was better than being about to feel the pain would go away. James could forget about all the people he knew and lost. Lucius shrugged, turning his nose up and away. No, I shouldn't, he sniffed loudly, adjusting his already damp cloak around himself in a vain attempt to appear less disheveled. He didn't look like the type that would wander around in the rain, and much less the dark passages of the underground, and I am not. I reserve that honor for those who deserve it. His face contorted in a sneer. Not those who are foolish enough to poison their bloodline. With a pathetic mudblood no less. He spat the word, mudblood, like it were poison or had some foul taste to it. But that comment hit James right where it hurt the most, and the dulling numbness went away. He could barely control his own voice as he said, "Never talk about my wife like that, you bast." He started to advance on the man, his good hand clenched into a fist and partially raised, when Lucius pointed his wand. At James's heart, startled, James stopped and took a few steps back. What? My lord wouldn't want you to live, boy. No, death is too good for you now. The Dementors will see that your soul suffers for eternity. Lord, you, Lily, Harry, you serve him. Lucius only smirked, as if James's reaction was humorous. You're one of Voldemort's calves. Death Eater. These people killed his family. They killed them in cold blood. Hunted everyone. Screaming in his head. All around in his head. Why hadn't that stopped? Lucius looked taken aback for a moment, shivering at the mention of his master's real name. Pathetic. I do have that honor of serving my lord. An honor you turned down, remember. You and the rest of you weakling Aurors. James wished nothing more than to have his wand at that moment. Wished his hand wasn't injured. And if nothing else, wished he could tear this man's heart right out of his chest. Something warm was running down James's face. Had his wound opened again? It hadn't had a chance to heal yet. You're a fool, Potter, just like your wife and son. I won't let him get to me, I won't let him get to me, I won't let him. His previous numbness had gone into effect, but he had to struggle to keep it that way. Light-headed, James stood there, his right hand cradled to his chest, still leaning on the wall for support. The pain in his hand was subsiding, but he could no longer move his fingers properly. James realized he must have been walking through the rain, because his clothes, shoes and cloak was dripping wet. Had he been really so delirious? Was he still? James was really seeing what shape he was in, and it didn't look good. His own skin seemed practically white, clammy, and a continuous tremor shook his body from the cold. The only thing warm he could feel was the liquid once again flowing from his brow. Deep beneath the surface, James's emotions still raged. Anger, hate. He'd been feeling a great many things the past few hours, but none of them like this. Guilt, sorrow, hopelessness. Yes, he still had those feelings. But now there was something to focus his losses on. Something that was at least partially to blame. Lucius stood like a statue, his body and wand unmoving. It must be so fun for him to play another person's life on the end of a string, with all the intent of cutting the thread nevertheless. Helplessness did not become James, and no matter how much he though otherwise at times he didn't want to die. Not if it would satisfy Voldemort. But hadn't that been the purpose of all this? Didn't Voldemort send him here so he could suffer? Was this just some sick game? What this all in his head? Maybe he was going insane. Screaming, in his head. So clear. His guard, who at first seemed to be getting bored, now was very apprehensive, eyeing every dark corner like something was going to jump out at him. James thought for a moment that maybe he could apparate, but his head was still foggy, his mind still scattered. Splinching himself wouldn't be a good thing. If this is a trick, just a game, then maybe everyone's okay. Maybe everything okay, and he didn't have to worry. He didn't have to hear the screaming, or feel his heart aching, but somehow, he knew that not to be true. But what was the truth? This was all going around in circles. He had to try to think clearly. He hated this. While trying to collect his thoughts, a very difficult task, indeed. James must have shifted his footing slightly. Lucius saw this movement, and took this opportunity to make an example. Curio. The spell was cast and ended almost immediately, and its effects passing quickly, but it was enough to force James to his knees. Another jolt sent him sprawled over the stone ground, where rainwater had flowed down from the tunnel openings. He moaned in agony, his teeth clenched and grinding together. Lucius was laughing at his pain, repeating over and over in his head, over and over and over. "Don't try to move again, Potter, or you'll get much worse. I'll kill you. If it will make it all stop, I will." "You're in no position to make threats." He walked up next to James as the suffering man tried bringing himself up to his elbows, but Lucius gave him a swift kick in the gut. Gasping as the breath was forced out of him, James fell again, only to be pinned down by Lucius' foot. "But you really want to kill me, don't you?" A small chuckle. "What would your precious dead mudblood think of that? Knowing her beloved husband not only wants blood on his hands, but thirsts for it. That you want to rip a man's throat out. So it's true then." He smirked, leering maliciously. "You're no better than the rest of us, Potter. You would kill me. I have a son, too, you know. And a wife." For a moment, it was as if a note of sadness touched Lucius' voice, but then it was gone, his voice cold and indifferent once more. "Would you kill me, knowing what would happen to them?" "No, I'm not like him. Malfoy would do the same. He wouldn't care." James didn't know what to think. He had the urge to cry uncontrollably once more, like he did when he first awoke in front of his home, but forced himself not to. And no matter how much he tried, tears escaped him. He cursed it, just like he cursed his own weaknesses. His tears showed his weaknesses, his inability to change his situation. To change anything. Why won't it stop? The only difference, you see, is that I am the one with the wand. I chose the right side. I always do. The Dark Lord rewards his closest followers. He sounded disgustingly proud of himself. May your soul rest in hell forever. They killed them. They killed them. Murderers. All of them. They killed his family. His friends. Everyone. Padfoot. Moony. Wormtail. There was a stabbing feeling in his heart, remembering that Peter betrayed them all. Lily. Harry. Because of your son. Not Harry. Please no. Take me. Kill me instead. His own son never had a chance to live. Death, death, death. That's all James saw, all he could understand. The sorrow and the anger was now mixing into someone truly terrible, screaming in his head. "Stoop. Don't worry, the Dementors will be here any moment now." He was staring onto the darkness around them, his expression sobering. "They're coming for you, can you feel them?" Yes, he did. A slight chill was creeping up his spine. A new fear was filling his heart. Even in death he was bound to suffer. "And my lord didn't say I couldn't torture you a little, after all. I'll just make sure you're unable to run when the Dementors get here." He made a quiet, HMPF sound, shivering slightly. "I don't think I want to be around when they come." James could help but cringe as Lucius dug in with his heel in his spine, nearly causing him to scream in pain. He had to bite his tongue to keep himself from doing so. He wouldn't give Lucius the satisfaction. Too bad Severus didn't have this opportunity. He might have enjoyed it more than I will. But don't take this as something personal, Potter. I hardly know you anyway. Lucius positioned his wand. James tried to brace himself, but it was useless. B couldn't even bring himself to close his eyes. So he didn't miss the brilliant flash over silver light. The sound of crashing, screaming. But they weren't his own screams. There wasn't even any pain. The pressure on his back was gone, and James realized that Lucius was gone altogether. He had the freedom to move, and he slowly looked up to see a cloaked, hooded figure standing with his wand pointed in his direction, but not at James. James looked behind him, shocked that the stone wall was practically destroyed. Lucius Malfoy lay half buried under the rubble, unconscious. The hooded man didn't waste any time, and simply lowered his wand reluctantly. As he approached James, he was mumbling something, the tip of his wand glowing. The pain slowly dulled, and the man was trying to force James to his feet. Unsure of how to act toward this man, however he was, James complied, wincing. This person wasn't being very gentle. While James got his footing, the man stared at him. What was he looking at? Then the hooded man shook his hand and spoke. So it is true. James could hear a number of things in the man's tone. Bitterness, even disappointment, and the voice was hauntingly familiar. His suspicions were confirmed when the man lowered his hood, showing his pale, angry face. Snape, you ready, Arthur? Mr. Weasley frowned, gazing over their assembled team. Yes. Are we all here? A nod. Yeah, the second team is ready. We're heading for the north edge. A Dementor was definitely sighted there. Right. He fidgeted nervously. Expecto Patronum. He practiced in his head. Expecto Patronum arg. I was never very good at that one. The Ministry was happily assuming that the Dementors were attack the Ministry. They had no idea that they were looking for one person. But the number of victims was slowly rising. The Dementor's presence wouldn't be hidden for long, and those walking through the street were being affected directly. And word spread fast. In their teams could just spread out and attack in numbers, then maybe they had a chance. A chance. Dad. Mr. Weasley turned to find his son, Charlie. Is everything taken care of? He wasn't talking about the Ministry's situation, but about some else. Charlie nodded. Everything's really. You're crazy, you know that. Mr. Weasley glanced back as his team before looking back and smiling. Of course. A voice called out, Charlie Weasley. We need you over here. I'll be there in a second, Charlie called back, sounding a bit annoyed. God, stupid. Mr. Weasley frowned, observing the group of men and women from which the voice had come from. What are you doing? Charlie frowned as well, looking uncannily like Mr. Weasley that moment. I'm on the team going to the south side, Dad. No, he didn't want his son out there. No with those things. What if, I don't want you going. There are enough people here. And they're all busy. He smiled knowingly. Dad, come on, it's just a few Dementors. Mr. Weasley gawked. Just a few Dementors. Charlie, you could get killed. Almost everyone was looking at them, whispering, but most only for a second before they turned back to their own work. Charlie looked nervous, displeased by all the attention they were catching. I know, Dad, but they want everyone. Percy. He shouldn't go either. Percy. He can't handle himself yet, not yet. Dad. He placed a hand on his father's shoulder, squeezing it a little. I can understand what you're feeling, I know. You think I like it. That you're even going out there. Mr. Weasley tried to say something, but Charlie interrupted. We all have to take our own risks. I promise I won't get killed. Okay. He smirked. It's hard to take down a Weasley, remember. 9 live and I'll take care of old Percy. Mr. Weasley paused for a moment, but nodded. Okay, be careful. Charlie nodded and turned away, walking back to his own team. It was strange. He was sudden to his old sons going out and getting into trouble, Fred and George into danger, Bill too. But the thought of ever losing them was never an option, not a consideration. What if Charlie died, or Percy? He didn't want to end up like the Potter family. As cruel as that may sound, it was true. Losing someone, it would be the hardest thing. Charlie, just be careful. Snape. James slapped away Snape's hand and backed away, all the while glaring his hate. Snape sneered, but was fidgeting noticeably. Potter. Too bad Severus didn't have this opportunity. He might have enjoyed it more than I will. You're one of them, too. I should have known you of all people. Snape hated him, of course he did. Snape wanted him dead, he had to. He always had. Kill him. Kill him before he kills you first. He's a Death Eater. He wasn't sure of where these thoughts were coming from, but he complied. James, forgetting about his wand, not that he could use it, anyway, and lugged at Snape. Snape hadn't expected this, and when James rammed into him his wand accidentally fell from his grasp. But James was too focused on Snape, wrapping his hands tightly around the Mont's neck. Kill him, you killed my family. You and your bastard lord killed them all. Snape was reacting now, but was trapped under the other Mont's weight. Get off me, Potter. Get back, he struggled, trying to escape from the hands wrapped tightly around his throat. He gasped for air. James couldn't help but feel satisfied, seeing Snape choking to death. He thought of trying to break Snape's neck, but the effort sent a flash of pain through his injured hand. His grip loosed ever so slight, but just enough for Snape to speak. Get off me now, I'll kill you, I don't care, I hate you. Snape let out an angry roar, reaching out to grasp James's neck with his left hand and pressed his right one flat against the Mont's face. James ignored that pain, and gasped in shock when something hit him in the gut. Snape's knee. Who? James went flying backward, falling to the ground. Breathing heavily, he sat up at the same time as Snape. They glared at each other, both kneeled on the stone ground. The tension between them was so intense it was like electricity. Each man wanted to destroy the other. Both wanted their own revenge, though for different reasons. I shouldn't be doing this, I need to stop, I'm not a killer. But I want to, and I don't. I want to hurt him like he hurt me. My friends. He's one of them, he doesn't care. If it will make the screaming stop. Snape's pale face was flush, his mouth formed an angry snarl. You'll regret that, Potter, he was trembling in anger, reaching for his wand. James saw this. Bastard, he didn't need a wand to hurt Snape. He was mad, he wouldn't listen to reason. Snape had come all this way to actually help this man, and he didn't want it. Well, that was just fine. He didn't want to anyway. You'll regret that, Potter, so Snape reached for his wand. It laid only a few feet from him, the dark wood barely visible in the dark. Once he had it, he'd knock Potter out, that was the best way to do it, but Snape didn't expect it. No, he wouldn't even have guessed it. As he reached for his wand, Potter began to change. The action made him pause for a moment, and that was something he would soon regret. A creature, something brown-black, shot at him. It couldn't be. And then he felt something stab into his chest, piercing his flesh. He screamed in pain, ripping away from the creature's Potter's blooded prong. The stag breathed heavily, its head held low, its eyes on him. Animagus, a bloody animagus. Snape's wound didn't seem terribly deep, no, but it was bleeding terribly. When Snape tried to make another move, Potter rammed into his again, though this time not with his horns, but caught him right in the stomach with his head. In a sense that had only been a near miss, but it still knocked the wind out of Snape. If those antlers had gotten him, Potter was really trying to kill him. Gritting his teeth, Snape was barely able to stand as the white stag backed up for another go. Potter's dark eyes flashing, staring in his. He was truly mad. Potter now stood between Snape and his wand, and there was no chance of getting past the animal, unless he wanted further injury. His wound must have been deeper than he thought, because it was pulsing with heated pain, still bleeding. It made Snape angry seeing his own blood glittering on that animal's antler. He just wanted to rip it off of Potter's skull. But Potter staggered, his front right leg giving way. He let out a pained wail, and all at once he was a man again. Blood, Snape's, was smeared over his forehead and hair. But still, his eyes never left Snape's. Potter was hyperventilating, holding his right wrist. This brought Snape some sadistic pleasure, and he decided not to kill the man right then and there. He had to control himself. Snape was a patent man. And he'd made a promise to Dumbledore, and he always kept his promises. Potter, he said quietly yet venomously, you can't fight me right now. Snape eyed Potter's condition, wrinkling his nose. He was suffering from some sort of catatonia, that would be the Muggle term. And as much as I hate to admit it, I'm here to help you. That word was too difficult to saw. How was he supposed to carry it out? Potter's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Waiting for the Dementors, Snape. You'd better get out of here before they come, he giggled, and the sound made Snape's skin crawl. Potter was disturbed. Just run along. Snape, before I try to. He stopped, suddenly looking overcome with a deep thought. Snape eyed him, but began moving toward his wand. Potter couldn't fight him off now. But still, if he was catatonic, the last thing Snape needed was to get him riled up. Maybe if he could just knock him out, yes, an unconscious Potter would be easier to deal with than one awake, Dumbledore sent. Cold ice filled his blood. No, not yet. They can't be. But they had to be. Snape found himself in fog, and an all too familiar memory awaiting him just beyond. Snape was screaming, clutching his head, falling to his knees. That scream, filled with pain and horror, broke James from his thoughts. All his rage, his fury was washed away and replaced by infinite confusion and doubt. The scene had changed so quickly that James wasn't sure of anything anymore. What was happening? What was he doing? Then they came. Black, shifting forms, rising from the shadows. 3 of them, gilding of over the stone ground towards them. The sound of cloth dragging. Dementors. Fear filled him, and all of a sudden the screaming became all too clean. Everything. Snape was screaming. Lily, Harry, Lupin, Sirius, all screaming, shrieking inside his mind. James screamed as well, clutching his head in a similar fashion as Snape. Fog attacked him on all sides. He couldn't fight it. He was being overcome by cold, his teeth chattering loudly, but not as loud as the screams. Couldn't fight. But he had to. He had to. James fell onto his side, his head smacking into stone, but that didn't affect the screams in the slightest. He fought to see as images, hallucinations, flashed before his eyes. Voldemort, laughing, standing over him. The Dementors, reaching out with their rotting, gray hands. How could I have been like that? Why am I a killer now, like them? One of the creatures was leaning over Snape, its hood lowered. He-Man had gone limp as the Dementor grasped Snape's neck. No, don't kill him, I didn't mean it. Maybe was really trying to help. Lily, James. I don't want anyone to die. Lucius, you're no better than the rest of us, Potter. I'm not. Clammy hands grasped his neck. You would kill me. I have a son, too, you know. And a wife. Sorry. Would you kill me, knowing what would happen to them? No. His face was forced upward, the scent of foul breath. Dead fish. Voldemort, have you ever wondered, Mr. Potter, what it would be like if everything you ever loved dead? Everything and everyone you couldn't protect, destroyed. Where there is darkness in place of light, and there is nothing you can do to stop it, because it has already come to pass. Know this, and suffer, James Potter. I have, oh, how I have. You will know this. I have. Please, just let it stop. Screaming. The fog was closing in on him. The cold was turning his blood to ice. James saw only one thing before the screams dragged him in his nightmare. His hell. A gaping, shapeless mouth. Hollow eyes. A dark, laughing figure. The horror painted over Lily's beautiful face. He ran, as fast as he could. He must have been in the rain at some point, because he was dripping wet. It was pouring outside, the sky blackened. Storms can come so quickly. I know this will come as a shock, Harry. I have to save him. And I know that this is hard to believe, but please know that what I say to you is real, and the truth. He's real. Harry, James, your father. He's alive. Where is he? When? Harry, he is in great danger and I can't guarantee his safety. You understand why I didn't want to tell you. No, he can't, not now. I haven't. We are all fighting for him, Harry. All except me. I need to help. There are many people looking for him now. One of ours should find him soon. Including Snape of all people. Was Dumbledore crazy? The man was more likely to kill him than anything else. Snape hates his father. He had a father. Just wait, please, Harry. Harry, wait. Harry ran to the Gryffindor common room, screaming the password to the fat lady breathlessly. Startled, she opened up for him quickly and he stumbled inside, ignoring the strange looks he received for other students. He raced to the 5th-year dormitory, glad to discover that no one else was there. All he needed was his firebolt and invisibility cloak, then he'd be set. His father was not going to die, not now, not when he'd just found out, without a chance to ever meet him. Harry dropped to his knees, desperately fumbling with his trunk lock, then opening the lid wide. Then there was the sound of the door banging open behind him, ragged, quick breathing. A voice cried, "Harry!" Ron had no idea where Harry went, not after his friends started running. What a nasty shock, unbelievable. Dumbledore had taken them to one of the greenhouses, where no one could hear, one in which Professor did not occupy. It seemed like it started raining only moments before, but they were expecting it, anyway. Why he wanted Ron and Hermione to stay Dumbledore didn't mention. But Ron knew now, the headmaster wanted them there for Harry, he was going to need them more than ever. Dumbledore took a deep breath, his eyes closed. Ron could see Harry tensing, looking curious, and even fearful, of what Dumbledore was going to say. "Harry James, your father." Blimey. The news was shocking, but not as much for Ron as it was for Harry, obviously. Ron sort of phased out, no longer listening to the heated conversation Dumbledore and Harry participated in as Hermione watched near tears. Then Harry was running, right out the greenhouse and into the pouring rain. Dumbledore politely asked Ron and Hermione to find Harry, make sure he was okay. Trying to do the logical thing, which wasn't an easy thing for him. Ron knew of one surefire way to find Harry. The Marauder's map. Ron ran the whole way, never pausing, taking a second glance at people who yelled after him. "Harry, you idiot, don't do anything stupid." He practically rammed the door down when he got to his destination, the door swinging open and hitting the wall with a loud bang. He was surprised at who he'd found. Harry. Ron wanted to scream, either for joy or pent-up anxiety, he didn't know which, but chose to remain silent. Yes, Harry was there, searching through his trunk. The raven-haired boy seemed startled, his eyes wide. But that look soon vanished and became one of angry determination. "Go away, Ron." Ron only shook his head, stepping up so he was beside Harry as the boy looked through his trunk. "You shouldn't. They run away, Harry. We're worried." Hermione almost broke into tears. Harry wasn't listening, which sort of annoyed Ron, but considering the situation, what are you doing? Harry. A feeling of dread hit him, and suddenly Ron knew exactly what Harry was doing. "No way, Harry." Harry once again ignored him and took up his invisibility cloak and firebolt. "Just go away, Ron, okay? You can't stop me anyway." His voice was flat and emotionless, and it unsettled Ron. Then Harry stood and began walking toward the window without so much as a glance Ron's way. But Ron wouldn't have that, and he quickly jumped forward and sidestepped Harry, blocking his way. Harry didn't take this interference very well, glaring at Ron with his teeth clenched. "Get out of the way. You're not thinking clearly," Ron insisted sharply. He refused to move, opening his arms wide, and glared right back at Harry with a note of defiance. "You wanna help, huh? So you've decided to just jump out a window? Listen." Harry wasn't listening, he was trying to move past Ron. Growling in frustration, Ron grabbed his friend's arm. "Harry, listen to me." Harry didn't respond well with this action, his eyes flashing. "Let go." The next thing Ron knew, Harry had pushed him with enough force to send him to the floor. From what Ron could tell, Harry stood for a moment. He looked just as shocked as Ron felt, his jaw hanging slightly, his eyes wide. But that still hadn't stopped him, and Harry was soon rushing toward the window again, moving around Ron's fallen body and fumbling with his invisibility cloak and firebolt. He'd barely gone more than a few steps before Ron had lugged himself at Harry's leg, grabbing hold. Harry went crashing to the floor with a loud cry. In moments the two were wrestling viciously, one trying to pin the other down, and the other trying to escape. Neither of them were successful, and Ron would refuse when Harry screamed at him to get off. "This is getting them nowhere. Quiet it," Ron yelled, desperately trying to keep up his fight, while at the same time he didn't want to risk hurting his friend. "You can't go running off, and you've got to calm down, mate. Stop. No, I'm going to find him. I'm going to get yourself killed, you prat. Dumbledore. Dumbledore. I don't care what Dumbledore says. It's not like he's my father." Ron suddenly stopped, and Harry took the opportunity to shove the boy off him, thought not as roughly as before. But instead of running, this time Harry just lay there, and Ron could see the tears in his eyes that had yet to fall. Dumbledore's not my father, Harry mumbled quietly. He's serious. They all want to be. They want to be a family for me, but they're not really. I still love them, but I have a dad now. My dad would want me to trailed off uncertainly, his brow furrowing in confusion. He'd want you to stay, Ron finished as gently as he could manage, wouldn't he? He watched Harry carefully, just in case he tried running for it again. But Harry just sat there, his legs now tucked up to his chin. You'd get hurt and your dad would hate that, right? I know mine would. Pause. Yeah. Harry smiled wearily, but still, he didn't let his tears fall. It's weird, you know. I have a dad, my dad, for the first time. He's out there, and I can't help him. He sniffed, irritably swiping his sleeve over his eyes as a tear escaped him his careful attention, then crossed his arms tightly over his chest. But I'm not happy really. I'm just scared, Ron. I finally have a family, but he might die, and there's nothing I can do to help. His eyes had darkened in a way that scared Ron. Harry's eyes always darkened like that when he was truly angry. I swear if anything or anyone hurts him or worse, I'll kill them myself. This declaration made an ice chill run up Ron's spine. Harry had meant what he said. He really did. He was actually very frightening at that moment, his eyes staring straight ahead into nothing, but that expression soon crumpled and disappeared altogether. I should be helping him, but I can't. Harry let out a choked sob, unable to hold it back anymore. He shouldn't be holding it back. Harry buried his face in his arms, shaking his head. I don't want to lose him, Ron. Not yet. Not when I just found out. Ron didn't know what to do, his mind working hard to find a solution to this problem. Then he cautiously crawled over to Harry's side. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his arms around his friend, speaking quietly, soothingly. Come on, it'll be fine. It always is. We're always here for you, me, Hermione, Sirius, we're all here. Harry didn't respond and continued to cry, but made no reaction that would indicate he didn't want Ron's comfort. It was odd, hugging another boy while he cried. There was the issue of the fact that boys don't cry, after all. Hugging anyone while they cried was off for him. Well, Ginny maybe, his mum, or even Hermione, but Harry. Well, the only other time he'd seen Harry cry was after the Triwizard Tournament, and he knew very well what happened then with you-know-who. What would it be like if he didn't have a mum or dad? Just like Harry, what would happen if suddenly his sister or one of his brothers died or were killed? Fred, George, Bill, everyone. Well, Ron remembered how it felt when Ginny disappeared his second year. Pretty awful. It was terrifying, in fact. He'd been torn apart inside. And suddenly, it didn't seem wrong at all for Harry to cry. There was a flash of lightning, so bright that it made Ron look up for a moment, startled. He saw Hermione standing in the doorway silently, her hands clasped tightly together over her chest. Her cheeks were flushed from running, and her eyes brimmed with tears. She's been doing that a lot lately. Ron smiled a little and nodded, mouthing, "It's okay," and Hermione carefully walked over to join them. The whole of Hogwarts went on with their daily routine, even though trapped indoors because of the storm. The dungeons were now flooding because of the hole the blast ended Scroots made. Transfiguration going as slowly as usually with a very anxious Professor McGonagall. The sound of rain and thunder drummed against every wall connected to the outside. But for three friends sitting together on the floor of the Gryffindor Tower, none of that even existed. True friends, real friends, I never knew they existed. Harry, Ron, Hermione. Everything would be okay. The Dementor's key, icy, scabby gray hands, gripping his neck. The hideous breath brushing his face. The fog, screaming and hysterical laughter that was threatening to drown him completely. All that was broken suddenly, though not completely. For a moment James wondered why could even think, why the screaming and laughing was growing quieter. The gaping mouth threatening to beep out his soul faltered and backed up a small degree, as if it were looking towards something. Something was there, just outside the fog and the screaming. The sound of something running toward him. Loud barking, snarling, howling. And, on the other side of the fog, a huge black shape come out of nowhere and collided with the Dementor holding him. The fog lifted a bit more, but the feeling of fear still remained as he began to shiver feverishly, beads of sweat forming over his face. He felt ill, horribly, horrible ill. From where he lay, James could make out Snape's still form as the Dementor bending over him turned its attention toward the intruder, but it did not move. The black creature had jumped at one of the two Dementors standing by James, the one performing the Dementor's key. It had sunk its huge jaws into its robed arm. The Dementor was trying to get it off, but the animal was very determined, like it was trying to rip that horrid rotting gray arm off. It was a dog. Yes, a huge, black it couldn't be. Sirius Padfoot, he's alive. James cried out in horror as another Dementor came up behind the animagus and grasped him by the neck. Sirius yelped in pain, whimpering and trying to struggle from the creature's grasp, but the Dementor was too strong. He tried craning his neck, looking for something he could bite, scratch, harm in any way, but there was nothing. Sirius was losing. No, let him go, he screamed weakly, trying to get their attention. They couldn't kill Sirius, they couldn't. You want me, just kill me. The Dementor did release Sirius, though, throwing him to the hard stone ground with a loud thump. The fog was trying to move in on him again, the screaming was trying to fill his mind, the laughter, but he didn't let that stop him. James fought, struggled through the haze and reached forward until his hands finally came in contact with Sirius' furry body. He was still breathing, though very shallowly. A low whimper was sounded with each labored breath. James didn't care that the Dementors were coming for him again, reaching out. Didn't care about the fog or the screaming or the laughter. All cared about was his friend. Sirius was in danger and hurt. They couldn't take him. The Dementors would know the dog was a threat, and they would try killing him, too. They couldn't kill Sirius, they couldn't. No, no, no. He buried his face in the black fur, squeezing his eyes shut. They wouldn't get him. They wouldn't. All three Dementors towered over them, making sure there was no escape. Don't worry, I'll protect you this time. Screaming. Laughing. One Dementor swooped down toward its waiting victim. Cold hands brushing James's face once again. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. The next minute would be a confusing blur to James later on. The Dementors had moved away all as one, reeling as a large, shapeless, silvery form lunged at them. A blinding light. A Patronus. Shoes pounding against the ground. Someone shouting, gasping for air. Sirius. Sirius. They were alone again. The Dementors had melted back into the darkness. The Patronus was gone. The echoing screams were fading. Someone had fallen down next them. James could see the person wore brown, tattered robes. He was breathing heavily, a wand clutched in his fist. His hands trembled, reaching out for James. Sirius. James. Oh God. James looked up into a pair of tortured brown eyes, eyes which widened considerably. The man reached out and grabbed his shoulders, squeezing gently. James. James, is this really you? His eyes flickered to Sirius, panic etched in them. He couldn't separate his attention from either of them. Are you two all right? Those kind eyes the same. But his hair was brushed with gray, and his eyes looked tired and sorrowful. James's face was totally blank and unblinking, before a small yet joyful smile spread over his lips. Hi, Moony. Lupin's eyes were filling with tears as he smiled back. Hello, Prongs. James was beginning to feel sleepy. He was feeling strangle warm inside. A feeling of peace and comfort that was washing over him in waves, lulling him into the calming darkness. But one thought came to his lips, his voice full of curiosity. What's your happy memory, Moony? Then there was black. Lupin could only smile as his friend fell into sleep. Sirius was all right, just stunned at the moment. Then he couldn't hold it back any longer, and Lupin carefully pulled James's sleeping form into a gentle hug. They would never let James leave again. Never. This is my happy memory, James. But I'm not happy really. I'm just scared, Ron. I finally have a family, but he might die, and there's nothing I can do to help. Harry's eyes darkened. I swear if anything or anyone hurts him or worse, I'll kill them myself. Are you okay? Can you move? He had his eyes squeezed shut, his body wrecked with tremors and his head was pounding. Bloody Dementor's awe. The back of his neck flared with pain as a hand touched it. That hand quickly shot away, and the voice came back, as worried as ever. Sirius, Can you hear me? Of course I can, he wanted to say, but instead a low whining noise came from his throat. Sirius. Body hurt, his shoulder aching with waves of pain. Was it broken? It hurt to breath. Sirius could even hear his own breath coming out in quiet gasps. That Dementor had really gotten him. They are much stronger, physically, than they might appear. Sirius broke through the clouds of nausea and chill that had plagued him moments before, desperate to rid himself of the feeling, one that still haunted him from his years in Azkaban. Going through it again wasn't the most pleasant experience. Lupin was bending over him, a hand resting gently on his head. Always so worried about me, Lupin. Sirius wanted to laugh, but he soon found that Lupin was trying to examine him, lifting up his right eyelid and allowing cold air to sting bare eyeball. Growling, Sirius moved his head sharply, no too much though, even that slight movement was painful, blinking away the cold as Lupin frowned at him. He could be such a frustrating man sometimes. The last thing he remembered was Dementors, a silver creature, a wolf, maybe. Something like that, and James. More of the fog had cleared from his mind and panic hit home. Of course, the reason he got hurt in the first place, why he attacked the Dementor. He was trying to help James. Sirius raised his head quickly, ignoring the pain, then he noticed he couldn't move his body. For a moment Sirius feared he was paralyzed before he realized there was something laying on him. And turned and saw James. All he could make out was a head of messy black hair. James was trying to hold on to him, even as he slept. Mentally, Sirius smiled affectionately. Always the hero, you bloody fool. A wave of nausea and dizziness hit him, and Sirius could barely find it within himself to keep his head up. He grunted with effort, but in the end he had to lay his head on the ground, waiting for the feeling to pass. He felt cold. While trying to will away his own discomfort and pain, Sirius didn't see as Lupin moved again. I'm going to move him off you. You'll need to change into a human so I can check if you're okay. And chocolate is poison to dogs. Of course, chocolate. It would help rid him of these feelings. It wasn't very smart to charge it like that. You could be dead right now, but if you hadn't run ahead, sigh. Feel lucky that thing didn't break your neck. Sirius let out another low whine, gesturing his head as much as he could toward James. But what about James? Is he okay? Is he hurt? Lupin saw Sirius' reaction and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I think he's just in shock. No, calm down. He's fine, Sirius. Just fast asleep. Lupin disappeared from view. Out of the corner of his eyes, he could see him lifting James carefully. Sirius felt the weight leave him. He could breathe a lot easier, too. Lupin laid James on his back, carefully adjusting his head so he was comfortable. For a moment, Lupin paused, as if he saw something on James's neck, then he was moving again, putting something in his pocket. After a moment of looking around, Lupin nodded seriously toward Sirius. Change. Sirius did so. His body screamed in protest the whole while, but it was over quickly. He still felt ill and shivered as if from the cold, damp air, but of course this was only because of the Dementors. He was hardly even aware of Lupin checking him, poking him in the sides and shoulders. Sirius soon discovered that his left shoulder was badly bruised, and he hissed in pain. His neck was also just bruised, but both hurt terribly. Stop it! His words were cut off as a chunk of chocolate was shoved into his open mouth. He nearly choked in the process, but he managed to chew and swallow it. He wanted to yell, but Lupin had already backed off, nodding. You'll be fine, he said matter-of-factually, getting to his feet. I need to check on Severus, he's not moving. But Sirius didn't care about that man. He cared about James. He turned, his eyes landing on James. He was really looking at his friend for the first time since they'd found him. Sirius. Throat tightened. The man would have appeared completely dead, a corpse, if it weren't for the tremor-like shivers that followed him even into unconsciousness. His chest lifted and fell, his breath coming out in shaky gasps. James's skin had become horribly white and damp with a cold sweat, his hair plastered to his forehead. He was dirty, disheveled, and blood, he said aloud, his voice barely a whisper, reaching out to examine James for himself. The man's round glasses were scratched and bent. Carefully, Sirius removed those glasses, finding that they were partially stuck there from the drying blood. Instead of fixing them, he simply pocketed them for the moment, otherwise they might fall off and get lost. The blood, the sight and smell made Sirius even more nauseous than he already was. His heart was aching in a way that he couldn't explain in words. Memories and old guilt rising anew in his mind. What's happened to him? James. Lupin. He's bleeding. There was a sudden pained gasp, probably from Lupin. It's mine. Sirius tensed. That voice wasn't Lupin and slowly looked back. No, not now, but sure enough, the cold, bitter voice had originated for none other than Severus Snape. Sirius hadn't really registered the fact that the man had been there the whole time, but now he knew very well. Lupin must have been checking him for injury as well, because Snape was holding his friend's wrist in a tight grip. His fingers were practically digging into Lupin's flesh. Lupin was flinching as if in pain, his teeth gritted, which practically made Sirius' blood boil. But before Sirius could voice his thoughts, Snape gave a grunt of disgust, releasing Lupin roughly, and started to stand. I shouldn't known you all would do something like this. All those pranks. You're all animagus, aren't you? Besides the werewolf. He shot a cold sneer at Lupin, who was rubbing his wrist tenderly. All those rumors of strange animals roaming the Forbidden Forest, the school grounds, I should have seen. Sirius growled, narrowing his eyes. His voice was dripping with venom as he spat. You could never keep your big nose out of our business, could you? Hardly, Snape said loudly, drowning out Sirius' voice. Sirius could tell he'd made Snape angry, his eyes flashing. A group felony, it would appear. He had an edge to his voice, one which indicated that he was threatening them. That threat would probably have something to do with giving this information to the Ministry if he had the chance. Since he could kill Snape, though he desperately wanted to, Sirius would just remind himself to put a very powerful memory charm on the git later. What are you two doing here? Snape demanded, his gaze shifting back and forth between Sirius and Lupin. Why are you here? Damn you both. Sirius gritted his teeth. We're here for the same reason you are. And unlike you, we have the right to be here. Dumbledore sent us word, Lupin said, his voice very even. And it's a god thing we came, for both of you. That Dementor was going to. I don't care, Snape shouted sharply. And even so, why are you just standing around? The Dementors we most likely come back here. Leave. I don't think so, the Dementors W. Why bother with him? Remus, Sirius demanded, though he refused to leave. James's said. The old fool is better off dead, anyway. I can't even understand it when someone saves his life, just like with James. Absolutely no sense of gratitude. Snape stiffened and looked straight into Sirius' eyes as he spoke. Go back to the dark, slimy hole you crawled out of, Black. Sirius, angry, was too strong to put into words, but he was screaming in his head. Die, Snape, just drop dead. Lupin sighed, closing his eyes for a moment and rubbing the bridge of his nose. Why can't you just accept our help, Severus? Snape cut him off sharply, seething. I don't want your help, Lupin. Lupin, however, hadn't given up on helping the man, no matter what Snape said. Why? Sirius would never know, but Lupin always did have a very kind nature. Closing parenthesis. You're hurt. Lupin reached out toward Snape, who had his hand pressed firmly over some sort of wound in his chest. It looked as if it were still bleeding, and Snape's pale hands were covered in crimson. His heavy robes were also wet with rainwater, as were Sirius and Lupin, but also with blood, barely visible amongst the many folds of dark cloth. He might have even been suffering for blood loss, but it was hard to tell, he being so pale to begin with. Of course I'm hurt, Snape snarled, moving out of Lupin's reach, half staggering. Snape pointed juttingly at the sleeping James, the motion almost throwing him off balance, was trying to kill me. How dare he accuse James, how dare he? He wouldn't hurt you unless you were trying to hurt him, Sirius roared, glaring for all he's worth. All the years that they'd spent in Snape's presence, he wasn't about to listen to him badmouth James of all people. Not now. When Snape simply glared right back with a certain amount of mocking, Sirius decided that glaring just wasn't enough, and took his wand, which he'd recently exchanged at Ollivander's, from his robe pocket. Snape, apparently unarmed, looked more than a little angry now. "You would do best not to open your mouth, Snape, or you might regret it." His voice was barely a whisper, but quiet, deadly in tone. Snape hissed, his eyes narrowing as he stood his full height, looking unintimidated by Sirius' threat. "You would attack an unarmed man, wouldn't you?" Snape made a noise that was something between a snicker and an exclamation of disgust. "Damn Slytherin." Sirius gave into the urge of bring the man bodily harm, moving to attack. "Enough," Lupin barked, no pun intended, so loudly that Sirius stopped in his tracks, and even Snape looked faintly surprised. It was very rare at the quiet, calm Remus J. Lupin shouted at the top of his lungs. Snape's display of what some might have considered surprise soon vanished into the bitter look he always had when in the presence of James, Sirius or Remus. Peter is not included in this, because the wimp didn't even deserve a bitter look, much less any attention at all. Closing parenthesis. Snape and Sirius shifted uncomfortably under Lupin's sharp gaze, until the man was certain that they had stopped. "Don't forget your agreement," Lupin said gravely, his gaze drifting between the two men. "You must trust each other, and that also means that you shouldn't be at each other's throats all the time." Yes, Sirius remembered all too well the agreement that he and Snape made at the end of Harry's school term last year, just after the Tri-Wizards tournament. It was a moment he rather regretted at this time. What he would give to just blow Snape away. Snape didn't seem to agree with this either, but took it in the same manner as Sirius, with bitter regret. He sneered, "No need to state the obvious, Lupin. He was cut off as Lupin thrusted a piece of chocolate in his face. Lupin had eaten some himself already, so that's why he was so calm. Snape blinked, his nose wrinkling in disgust when realized what it was. "Eat it," Lupin ordered simply. "It will help with what the Dementors." Snape growled, snatching the chocolate from Lupin's hands, interrupting his sentence. "I know very well what it does. I am not ignorant." Lupin just shrugged, not taking any insult to Snape's behavior, but it pissed off Sirius worse than ever. Oh, how he hated that man. Damn bloody git. Damn you, Black. Once again, humiliated and nearly killed by these men. And now in debt to Black of all people. After all, Black interrupted the Dementor at the last moment. This was yet another fact he would have the displeasure of living with. First Potter, now these two. At least Potter was unconscious. That would help, considering. Snape composed himself, despite the fact that he was a mess. The Dementor that had grabbed him left a feeling of nausea in its wake. His head wasn't as clear and sharp as it should have been. His hands were shaking, to his utter embarrassment, and the memories that the Dementors had forced him to relive still clear in his mind. But he wouldn't let Black and Lupin notice this. No. He hid his hands in the folds of his robes, annoyed with the cold, damp weight from rain and blood that had soaked his robes. Snape didn't know that he could easily bleed to death at this point, but even so, he wouldn't show any more weakness than he already had to Black and Lupin. Never again. His mind set on heading for the portkey, Snape suddenly strode in the direction of his fallen wand, practically shoving Lupin out of his way, and still holding the chocolate he'd been given. Snape's wand lay a few feet ahead of where Potter was asleep with Black knelt in front of him. Black tensed and stood tall as Snape neared, his wand gripped tightly in his hand. Snape almost smirked, satisfied that Black was so wary of him even while unarmed. But he just brushed right by him and Potter, robes bellowing, plucking his wand from the damp ground. While his back was turned to both Black and Lupin, he stuffed the chocolate into his mouth, eating and swallowing it quickly. He didn't want Lupin's help, but he needed to be able to think clearly. And chocolate was disgusting concoction altogether. Dementors could be such horrid pests. Hate them. Almost immediately his mind cleared, his hands stopped trembling, the nausea left him. But there had been traces of his own blood still on Snape's hands, giving the sweet chocolate an added, bitter taste. The smell of it filled his nostrils, nearly making him gauge. He grimaced in disgust, wiping his muddy wand and bloody hands on his robes in an attempt to clean them, glancing at Black out of the corner of his eye. Black was eyeing him steadily, his eyes slightly narrow. Lupin was offering him some chocolate as well. Does this man always have chocolate with him? When the man didn't respond, Lupin got annoyed and simply shoved the substance into Black's mouth. Surprised and totally caught off guard, Black began choking. Lupin turned from Black, ignoring his vehement cursing. "Why did James attack you, Severus?" Lupin asked gravely, his eyes darting to his unconscious friend. Snape was getting annoyed by the way the two fussed over Potter. Instead of commenting, Snape raised his wand. Black tensed and started to raise his wand as well, but Snape had already turned from him and toward the pile of rumble near the collapsed wall. The body was still laying there, half buried. Snape held his wand ready, though, just in case, approaching to body with caution. Lupin must have seen the body, his eyes widening in dread and horror. "What have you done, Severus?" "That was fine, just fine. He goes through all this trouble and suddenly he's accused of murder." "Wonderful ungrateful. You would be good to know I have literally saved your precious Potter's life," he said slowly, dangerously. Maybe he had agreed to trust Black, but the agreement had nothing to do with verbal bantering. "Lucius," he wedged his boot under the body before him, turning the man over so Black and Lupin could see the Mont's pale face, "was so good as to disclose some facts about my station as a Death Eater." Lupin and Black were silent, staring at Malfoy. The man was more bruised than bloody, with a few scratches along his face and arms, which were now exposed because his robe sleeves had ripped. All of it could be easily healed, and he wasn't dead, after all. Snape had seen much worse in his time, and though Lupin and Black seemed shocked, Snape assumed that they had, also. Lupin took a step forward, ready to check on Malfoy, but Snape held up a hand to halt him. "There's no need to look after him. He will live." Lupin looked worried. Imagine that, worried about someone like Lucius Malfoy. "But, did you not hear what I said? He would sooner cast the killing curse on us if we were in his position." Lupin found this hard to believe. Even a fellow Death Eater. Snape narrowed his eyes, frowning. "You know very well, especially a fellow Death Eater. Such a stupid question, so just go back to fretting over Potter and leave Malfoy be." "Look, Snape," Black growled, walking forward until he was right in his face. "Our goal here is to get everyone back and alive. It doesn't matter who he is at this point." Snape snorted, crossing his arms. "Idiotic Gryffindor honor. I would expect you to grow out of it by now. Both of you. Nor have you grown out of being a Slytherin. As nasty and cruel as ever." Black sneered, looking as disguised as Snape had ever seen him. "I don't know why Dumbledore puts his trust in someone like you." "That's it." Snape couldn't hold it in anymore and he exploded. "Feel luckily that I didn't give in and just curse Potter myself when I had the chance." Black grabbed Snape by the collar, squeezing with surprising strength, an almost maniacal glint in his dark eyes. He looked almost as mad as Potter had seemed earlier. "You bastard," he roared, "I'll kill you if you ever even think of hurting him." "Get off, Black, get off." But Black, unlike Snape at the moment, didn't have blind rage on his side. He couldn't get Black off. He cursed viciously, bringing his wand to Black's throat, ready to just kill him there. He could get off with murder if it was in self-defense, against a wanted killer. But Dumbledore, Severus and Dumbledore, just before he left for Diagon Alley. "Please place petty hatred aside, Severus. Just this once is all I ask. Yes, never again." "Albus, what you're asking for a miracle. What I am asking for, is that you will try. I know this is asking much of you, but you are the only one here fully capable, please, Severus." "I can't kill him, damn." But he wasn't strong enough to fight back at the moment. Too much blood, he couldn't betray Dumbledore's trust. His thoughts were interrupted by Lupin, who had come between them and shoved Black away. Snape stumbled along with Sirius, both still glaring their rage at each other. But Lupin looked just as enraged as both of them. "Stop fighting for once," he shouted. "If you two are so eager to see bloodshed, then just look around you." He paused, breathed deeply, his breath shuddering with suppressed emotion. Lupin could stay calm in most situations, but this was different. Very different. Wait for another occasion to do this, because now is not the time. My guess is that there are more Dementors still out there, looking for us, and will probably manage to kill all of us if they make their way here. Do you think this is the time to act like brainless adolescents?" Lupin waited, but both men remained silent. He took this as a no. "Good." He turned to Snape and spoke, addressing him politely. "Severus." Snape's head raised slightly, but then he merely crossed his arms, wand still in hand. Yes, he asked quietly, as if he were trying to control his voice. Do you know of a place we could hide, or go to? We can't apparate and leave James like this, for whatever reason. When it looked like Snape was going to say something, Lupin continued hurriedly while raising his hands. Whatever you might otherwise think, we need to stay together. For the safety of all of us. The Ministry would have sent people out by now to find or hunt out the Dementors. Sirius jerked suddenly, like he'd been shocked. They wouldn't come here, would they? Not this far out. Lupin sighed, frowning, his eyes drifting to James for a moment. I think you ran into those Dementors by accident. They were probably heading toward town, where there are more people. These passages were just dark and convenient enough for them to travel through. His eyes landed on Malfoy, his mind still piecing together all elements of the situation. I doubt even Voldemort trusted James to stay in the area, not if he was wandering off. He sent Malfoy to make sure he was around for the Dementors to. He could feel his throat locking. Damn you to hell, Voldemort. Snape looked away, his face calculating. We won't need to stay here. A portkey is waiting for us. He was straining with the words, we, and, us, as if they were trying to intrude on his own personal matter. Dumbledore won't be pleased with me, bringing extra baggage along with me. And I doubt my students will find him very welcoming. He gestured toward Sirius, who just pointedly ignored his meaning. I think your students will manage, Sirius stated, crossing his arms. Lupin nodded. Good, so they could leave. Straight to Hogwarts. Severus, if you would be so kind as to place a memory charm on Malfoy, just in case. Sirius, help me with James. Sirius obeyed immediately while Snape paused for a few seconds, obviously not very pleased about taking orders from someone else other than Dumbledore or Voldemort, or much less a werewolf. Lupin shivered, kneeling down with Sirius over James's body. How can we move him? He asked, unsure. He'll too heavy to carry, and we can't risk waking him. Sirius didn't respond. Why, Sirius? He looked up. Sirius was still next to him, with his eyes squeezed tightly shut and a hand clasped over his mouth. He looked like he was about to vomit. He looks like a corpse, he whispered, his voice shaking and muffled by his hand. I can't stand looking at him like this. Sirius, you need to hold together, Lupin said quietly so Snape wouldn't hear. Please, wait until we're out of here, then we won't have to worry anymore, okay? Lupin waited. Then Sirius took deep breath. He nodded, his eyes opening. His eyes looked so much stronger than before. Right, he said firmly. I suppose I could use Mobilicorpus. He glanced at his new wand, grimacing. I'd hate to use something like that on him. Swallow your misfortunes, Black, Snape muttered so he could hear them, the tip of his wand glowing as his memory charm did its work. Whatever can get him out of here quickly. And I doubt his body is taking to the Cruciatus Curse very well. Cruciatus Curse. Snape shot Sirius an annoyed look. You've probably experienced it as many times as I have, Black. You should know the signs by now, HMPF. Don't look so worried. Malfoy would have done much worse had he been alone with Potter any longer. Malfoys usually enjoy such sadistic pleasures, along with many others. His face showed an expression of distaste. They live up to their bad reputation. But you stopped him. The thought struck Lupin like a volt of electricity. Malfoy would have done much worse had he been alone with Potter any longer. Snape had stopped Malfoy. Snape, of all people. He'd attacked another Death Eater, a Malfoy, knowing the personal risk in doing so. Maybe he could be trusted after all. Lupin's eyes were wide, his mouth almost gaping in awe. He couldn't help it. Thank you, Severus. Snape started, looking up from his work on Malfoy. He seemed to be done, but was checking over his work. What? He said this in a tone that added, did I hear you correctly? Sirius frowned. Why are you thanking him? He didn't. Sirius, if Severus hadn't gotten here when he did, who knows what Malfoy might have done to him. Sirius, jaw snapped shut as he was about to saw something, a rather guilty look crossing his face. He turned to Snape. I don't want to hear it, Snape said quickly, waving them off. The portkey is waiting at the London Bridge passage, a mile from here. I think we will need to walk on foot along with Potter, but it should take too long. He lifted the hood of his cloak, adjusting it tightly. We can't be seen, though I doubt there is anyone else down here at the moment. We would hear them. Sound carries very far in these passages. Unless they're trying not to be heard. Snape held his wand in his hand, and said firmly, "Point me." As Lupin and Sirius watched, Snape's wand spun once before pointing deeper into the passages, opposite of where they'd all come in the first place. All they could see was black, and this wasn't a good sign, as far as Lupin was concerned. He pointed in the direction his wand indicated. This way. Snape took a few steps, and tipped over dangerously. Even as Lupin moved for him, he caught himself at the last moment, cursing. Lupin took a step toward Snape, concerned. "Are you?" He saw how much blood had stained Snape's robes, saw how incredibly pale his hands were. "Severus, you're bleeding to death." "I'll be fine," he said stubbornly, already walking, his hand once again clutched over his wound. Lupin stared after him, disappointed, though he didn't know any spells that could stop bleeding, anyway. Just when maybe they were getting somewhere with the man, well, maybe Sirius wasn't. Sirius had turned to James, pointing his wand. He whispered, "Mobilicorpus," and James slowly lifted into the air. Then they were walking. In all true, it was a horrible experience. Sirius listened carefully for sounds from the tunnels while Lupin paid attention to where they were going, using a lighting charm so they could see. In the end, Snape was lagging just behind all of them, probably due to his lack of full strength. Snape had to use his wand a few more times during their journey as they met a number of twists and turns. Though it was just a backup, all of them, including Snape, knew the way to the London Bridge passageway. Lupin had used it himself once or twice when he was too young to apparate legally. But that had been years ago, and he had no use for the passages since he got his license. The worst part of the situation was James hanging lifelessly out in front of them like a freakish marionette, his head lolling slightly. Lupin saw why Sirius didn't want to cast the spell in the first place. And having to keep his thoughts and feelings bottled inside for the time being was driving Lupin mad. They must have been halfway there when Snape nearly collapsed again, the man gasping in pain. "I'm fine," he insisted as both Lupin and Sirius moved toward him. He was sounding a lot stronger than he looked. "Just keep moving." His breathing became heavy, labored. To Lupin's surprise, Sirius was the one that moved to Snape's side. Sirius grabbed Snape's left arm and placed it around his shoulders and then put his other right arm around Snape's waist, supporting most of the man's weight. Snape was too weak from blood loss to make any protests or give a fight, but he was grumbling, his expression hidden beneath his hood. Bloody Gryffindors. Snape would just have to wait until he was strong before he could hex Sirius for this. Then they were walking again, in total silence, Sirius having to half-drag Snape along. The man refused to be levitated about like James. Snape would still have to use his wand to point the way from time to time, but they were coming closer to their descension. Lupin kept a close watch on James while Sirius helped Snape. The only sounds they could truly hear were the dripping from the rain above and their own footsteps on the cold stone. The air was still very chilling, and probably even more so in these passages. The streets of the underground had long since been abandoned. Most people had locked themselves into buildings, or their own homes or shops. All of them knew by now what terror awaited them on the streets. Many had already fallen victim. Arthur Weasley shivered as the rain continued to fall, though now in the form of a faint, icy mist. They had come across 3 bodies already, 2 of which, luckily, were old wizards with weak hearts, unable to handle what was happening to them. The other, a middle-aged witch she didn't meet as merciful a fate. The number of victims was uncountable at this point. Who knew how many the other teams had come across? More and more Dementors had been sighted before they left, reaching up to a count of 13, a very unlucky number. But even with this fact and possible omen, the Ministry team was doing their best to keep faith, to block off their own feelings of dread and fear. It would only be used against them in the end. But now they were drawing nearer. They could feel it. Mr. Weasley could feel it. There was movement. Expecto Patronum, he thought. Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum. 2 dark shapes glide from the shadows, arms outstretched. Oh, God please. Fear gripped him. Fogg tried to move in. But no, he would be stronger than that. Charlie, Percy, be all right when this is over. Molly, everyone, I love you. I love you all. And Mr. Weasley rushed forward with the others. All rushing to face their nightmares. The passage that they were looking for should be no more than a few yards ahead. They'd been walking for quite some time, but they trusted that they had been going in the right direction. The silence was broken as a curse whizzed by Snape's head. They all stopped suddenly, spinning around. The attack had come quickly, and none of them had heard anyone approaching. But it was too late now. Luckily their enemies were pretty far away, their voices were so far in the distance that even the echo faded once it reached them, and they were unable to identify any of the curses that were thrown at them. Lupin screamed. Knocks. And his lighting spell was cancelled out. Everything was near black, they could only make out faint moving silhouettes. They couldn't see their attackers and now their attackers wouldn't see them. But they were getting closer. Another curse came flying their way. Snape and Sirius moved away from each other, both backing up to a wall. Sirius got one wall while Lupin and Snape got the other. The impact of Sirius' body against the cold, hard stone caused jolts of pain to shoot through his still fresh bruises. He hissed in pain. James. Get James. Sirius had almost missed it, but Lupin's panicked cries made him realize it. James was still hanging in the air as the curses came flying past as brief spurts of bright light, like wild fairies. In a panic, Sirius cancelled the spell suddenly, finite incantatem, and James fell. The impact with the ground only lessened by a carefully cast spell by Lupin. Sirius was screaming. Run. Come on. Who is that? It doesn't matter. Run. Wait. Arg. Some sort of curse had barely missed a direct hit on Snape, getting him in the shoulder. The effects of the curse couldn't be determined unless they took a close look, but he wasn't about to check now. Snape nearly collapsed against the wall, supporting himself with his left hand against the cold stone, still flinging curses right back at their attackers. Cast the spell on Potter. Move him. I can't. Sirius screamed back, they'll hit him. Moony, it was only safe to use names that their attacks couldn't identify. Get out of there. Lupin tried moving for James, but got shot in the ankle. He cried out in pain, nearly falling. Get James. Get him out. Sirius pointed his wand at James, who was still laying in the middle of the passage in the line of fire. Moony, get ready. Lupin nodded. Accio. James was suddenly flung toward Lupin, who caught him in the chest. Both men went down, however, crashing to the floor. Chaos. It doesn't matter anymore, Snape screamed. Just wake him. Now. I'm trying. Enervate. Isn't working. He's not in a normal state of sleep. Stupefy. Damn it. Sirius fought against the pain, still pressing himself against the wall. We can't even see them. Who are we fighting? Snape cursed. This isn't working. Shut up. We're losing this. Wake him. Padfoot. James. James. What's happened? James had awoken. Wah. Chaos. Oh Merlin. How could you, Albus? Dumbledore shook his head, staring into the fire. His office didn't seem as alive as usual. Even Fawkes was still, silent as he stood on his perch, watching. The fire bird could tell something was wrong. I don't understand what you're asking, Minerva. McGonagall shook her head, her lips set in a tight line. Sir, I don't see why you had to tell him. And keep this from him, he interrupted quietly. McGonagall didn't answer, turned his brilliant pale blue eyes at her, gazing seriously through his half-moon spectacles. What would you have me do, Minerva? Lie to him about such a thing? But what if he tells his fellow students Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley? They needed to know so they too could understand. They would have to so they could be there for Harry. Harry will need them right now. More than ever. And what of Severus? Silence. Dumbledore wouldn't admit his own dread for the Mont's safety. Asking him to find James was much to ask, when he'd done so much already. Severus Snape was a good man, though rather vicious at times. Severus refused to be seen as what he really is, and is satisfied with playing the silent hero. But if Severus was injured, or seen by another Death Eater, Merlin help him. Albus. What are you thinking about, Albus? She was looking at him curiously, though worriedly. Dumbledore sighed, shaking his head. Nothing, Minerva, he smiled, totally masking his thoughts, though he didn't feel very enthusiastic about doing so at the moment, though he should be used to it by now. He does it so often. Let us go to the Great Hall. Lunch will be starting soon, and it wouldn't be good to show up late. A faint rumbling could be heard, though not as pronounced as earlier. I'm sure there are many Slytherins wanting to know if their dungeons are still intact. He didn't wait for an answer before walking, McGonagall following close behind. Their footsteps echoed slightly in the empty hallways, their robes brushing and rustling over the stone floors. Soon they neared the Great Hall. A student or two rushed by them now and then, eager to get to lunch. The faint sound of chattering could be heard just ahead, which soon became a distant roar. They had walked in silence, for a while in step with each other, before McGonagall cleared her throat, whispering. I haven't heard any noise since we left your office. What do you make of that? Yes, indeed, Dumbledore had noticed. But surely Hagrid had done enough already. Dumbledore didn't expect him to keep up the act for too long. I think he may be exhausted, or perhaps the blast-ended Scroots are exhausted. Albus, I really have no idea. They entered the Great Hall. It was half full of students from various houses. Very few faculty members had arrived either. That was a good thing. Surely that will cause problems. They might go and try looking for their headmaster in the dungeons. Minerva, Dumbledore said quietly, shaking his head as they reached their table and took a seat. One thing you must realize: Slytherins are not Gryffindor. Very few could risk beep a thing. I know, but Albus. How to describe cowardice to a Gryffindor? Severus is going to be furious when he sees. McGonagall sounded very uncertain as she said this, as if she were displaying only faint hope. Was she so certain that Severus wouldn't live? I know, Minerva, but Severus will just have to do a bit of cleaning. McGonagall gave him a look. Little. Dear me, Albus, look. Dumbledore followed her gaze to the Gryffindor table. There, Harry sat with his friends Ron and Hermione, chatting quietly. Ron was telling some sort of joke to which Harry laughed, if not very enthusiastically. Dumbledore knew he'd pull through. Such a strong boy. Dumbledore smiled knowingly, the expression reaching his eyes for the first time since he'd told Harry the news. McGonagall looked just short of shocked. Her jaw dropped for a moment before snapping tightly shut. I don't believe it, she whispered, her voice almost laughing with joy. How can any child look so calm, knowing what he knows? You would be shocked, Minerva. He took a sip from his pumpkin juice. You were right, Albus, she bowed her head. I am sorry I doubted your judgment. Everyone has their doubts. We would not be human if we didn't have them, nor would we be truly alive. That way we know our own limitations. A doubt had helped me make my decision to tell the boy, and now look how it's turned out. Sip. But we can all make mistakes, we all have, and we will again, he smirked and winked, from time to time. McGonagall stared at him. Indeed. Dumbledore just smiled. You worry far too much, Minerva. McGonagall sighed. The two watched as more professors and students joined them in the hall. Everyone was accounted for within the next few minutes, and nothing seemed out of place. Dumbledore watched the enchanted ceiling as the rain clouds and lightning finally began to fade into blue and sunlight. Then an intense tremor hit the school, like an earthquake. It was intense, like nothing they'd experienced that day, and Dumbledore knew at once, while everyone else sat, glancing around in confusion. He stood. McGonagall was startled. What? The Scroots? No, he said gravely. The Scroots aren't causing this. A few moments before the quake. You okay, Harry? Harry smiled a bit, but only a bit. Yeah, Ron, thanks. You really should eat, Hermione insisted gently, smiling a little. You look hungry. Silence. Hermione smiled. You know, I'm very glad you came, Harry. It is very brave of you. Harry brightened ever so slightly. Really? Ron and Hermione nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, Ron added loudly. Then quietly he said, your dad'll be really proud. Yeah, no. Harry thought he actually blushed a little at that thought. Thanks to his friends he had a new hope, and the very thought of making his father proud made Harry feel warm inside. You think so? Hermione sighed. Harry, how many times? Her voice, however, was soon drowned out by a loud rumbling noise. Everything was shaking and vibrating madly. The floor, the chairs, the plates and goblets. Even the floating candles were flickering wildly. It came so suddenly that a number of students screamed in panic throughout the great hall. A number of goblets either fell or were tipped over by accident as students stood up suddenly. Harry saw a Ravenclaw attempt to stand up from his seat, but only succeeded in falling to the floor. A number of others followed in suit. All of this only took 15 seconds, then it was gone. The hall was full with the sound of chattering students once more, all nervous and ever terrified about what just occurred. The professors had all stood at the faculty table, all talking rapidly to each other, especially the very nervous Professor Dory. Dumbledore was trying to bring order to them all, but none would listen. The Scroots really made a bad one, that time, Ron said shakily, getting to his feet. That was not a blast-ended Scroot, Hermione croaked, looking pale with fright. 3 of them couldn't cause that. Ron. Oi, Ron, are you okay? Yeah, are you hurt, mate? Ron waved down the table at his brothers, Fred and George, smiling reassuringly. I'm fine. It's okay, Ginny, don't worry. It's just the Scroots. It cannot be the Screwts, Hermione insisted again. Harry could see Ginny a little ways down the table, clutched protectively between Fred and George. She looking terribly frightened, eyes almost impossibly wide, and her brothers looked terribly apprehensive themselves. They were talking to some 7th-year Gryffindors rapidly. Everyone was scared or confused, and Harry was definitely both. What was that? At that moment the grand doors to the entrance of the great hall flung open with a deafening boom. Everyone in the hall grew silent in an instant, all eyes turning to the figure that stood there. Ron gasped, gripping onto Harry's robe sleeve. Professor Lupin, he whispered hoarsely. Yes. Remus Lupin stood at the entrance, breathing heavily. His tattered brown robe seemed even more tattered than usual, if that was ever possible, and now sopping wet. The man limped forward painfully and a number of students gasped in shock as the physical sight of him. He was a mess, covered with scratches and burns. Lupin stopped, took a deep breath, unable to finish his attempt at a sentence. There was some sort of commotion happening just beyond the doors, but no one could see what it was. Harry was one of many who were standing, trying to see what was happening. But Harry knew what it was about. That's what was so scary. Then Lupin took another deep breath and tried again. I need to speak to Professor Dumbledore. He offered a small smile. And then he collapsed. The events that took place at Hogwarts during the lunching hour in the Great Hall were still baffling for most. Many wondered why the old defense against the dark arts professor, Remus J. Lupin, had mysteriously reappeared in a very battered state, asking for a word with the headmaster. Others are still ever curious as to what the commotion was out in the hallway, the screaming, the flashes of light, the sound struggling. The doors, however, were quickly sealed before any of the students could see anything of importance. Professor Lupin was quickly taken away to the infirmary once all students were seated again. No one knows what's become of him since then. Word had it that Professor Lupin had been sent by the headmaster to assist with the blast-ended Scroots in the dungeons, nothing more. But why send for someone from the outside when another teacher could assist? Well, Professor Lupin has experience with such creatures, of course. The quake, as it was now called amongst the students, was said to be one last effort from the blast-ended Scroots down in the dungeons to escape. After that there were no more explosions, and it was announced that Professor Severus Snape, Professor Rubeus Hagrid and Professor Lupin had finally subdued and removed the creatures. It was told that Professor Lupin had been caught in the final blast, thus causing the injuries he had when he staggered into the Great Hall. How he got there so quickly? Well, he did have magic on his side, didn't he? Closing parenthesis. Professor Lupin had come to inform the headmaster that the Scroots had been taken care of. Supposedly they would be released, like most creature found in Hogwarts, into the Forbidden Forest. In truth, Hagrid had been forced to return the Scroots to their natural size. How he did so is a mystery to everyone besides Hagrid himself. And the Scroots couldn't be released into the Forbidden Forest, like Fluffy the Hellhound, Aragog, and many others before them. because they were more likely to cause a forest fire than anything else. Their fate was entirely in Professor Hagrid's hands. With the commotion in the hallway over with and the Scroots gone, all prefects were told to take their fellow housemates to their common rooms and to stay there until further notice. Classes would be cancelled for the day, to everyone's delight. The next day would be a weekend, and some worried that they would still have to stay indoors. The Slytherins were then allowed to return to their now somewhat battered dungeons. Luckily, their dormitories and common room were left unscathed. But the same couldn't be said for the rest of the dungeons. Some of the hallways had collapsed and many suits of armor and painting destroyed. Other than that, there wasn't much damage to areas that were most often used by both students and the Slytherin headmaster. But one way or the other, the Slytherins were very displeased that their territory had been defiled, and demanded that it be cleaned up and repaired as soon as possible. Professor Hagrid, having gained only a few injuries such as minor burn and scratches, was allowed to escape Madame Pomfrey's clutches and return to his hut. Professor Snape, on the other hand, had gained some more serious injuries that would require him to stay overnight, and possibly for the next few days, or so they said. Professor Lupin would also be detained, though the extent of his injuries were uncertain. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore made the infirmary restricted to all visitors, including students, professors, and those who might want to check up on either Professor Snape or Professor Lupin. Professor Robbie Dory, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, had formally declared that he would no longer be teaching at Hogwarts. His heart couldn't take the excitement, and his nerves wouldn't take one more emergency. He claimed that working at Hogwarts causes constant panic attacks, especially when he had to teach the Slytherins, and just wasn't cut out for the job. He definitely wasn't a Gryffindor in his time. These events all happened about an hour ago, and the rain stopped falling shortly after the students returned to their common rooms. Harry Potter, however, had not returned. Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, Neville Longbottom, Harry's fellow fifth-year dorm mates, and many other Gryffindors were curious as to where he was. He, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger had also missed Transfiguration that day without reporting in, and hadn't returned to the Gryffindor common room with everyone else. Hermione and Ron did return, however, some time later, but without Harry. They had been asked to assist with Professor Lupin, as they knew him very well. Harry stayed behind since he offered his assistance to Madame Pomfrey for the time being. Harry's housemates found this very odd, but Ron and Hermione insisted that they shouldn't dwell on the subject, and both admitted to the fact that they had purposefully skipped their classes that day. Many were very disbelieving about this Hermione skipping class, but Hermione insisted that she wanted to try skipping at least once, for she would never, ever do so again. Ron and Hermione were the only ones who knew where Harry really was, the only ones who really knew what was going on. Now the school simply waited for nightfall while busying themselves with homework or wizard games. It had been a very, very odd day, even for those at Hogwarts. It hurt so he was still alive, then. It is time to wake, Lupin. Where was Harry? Lupin saw him a moment ago with Ron and Hermione. He was shoving his way through the crowds of students a moment ago in the Great Hall. This wasn't the Great Hall, so where? Lupin, wake up, pause. Lupin wasn't sure how to wake. Who was that? Sleep? Yes, that would be nice. A sigh, the rustling of cloth, enervate. Lupin's body jumped a little, his eyes snapping open. Though he'd wished only to sleep a moment ago, he most certainly didn't now. The first thing Lupin realized was that he was in a bed in a very bright room. The light made his eyes hurt, forcing him to squint. He suppressed the urge to growl at this face. He was unable to clearly see the face of the man who had spoken, who had said the incantation, but he did make out a pair of crystal blue eyes peering through half-moon spectacles. Albus. Albus Dumbledore smiled down at him, his face lighting up. Yes, it's me, my boy. I haven't seen you since the I'm glad you've made it back safely, more or less. There was humor in his voice. Did that mean that all was well, then? Lupin smiled a little, dimly aware of a pain in his ankle. He didn't say anything though it was throbbing terribly, but yes, it had been shot with some kind of hex, the underground. The pain brought back those memories. Everything was coming back to him, and his heart began pounding as a new doubt and overwhelming panic blossomed in his mind. Oh no, how long have I? Where are they? He would have spoken louder, but his mouth felt dry and his throat sore. Was he sick? How are they? Albus, James, Sirius, Severus. Where? At the mention of Lupin's worry for Snape, of all people, Dumbledore's eyes light up proudly and he nodded as if he were confirming something to himself. I see a common goal has brought you all to some sort of understanding. Hardly, Albus, came an annoyed, cold voice from somewhere nearby. I did it against my own better judgment and will. Had it been any other time, he trailed off, grumbling something. I see Severus is just fine, Lupin mumbled, attempting to sit up. He had to see Sirius and James, he had to make sure they were fine after what happened, but his body felt like a lead weight, and in the end Dumbledore had to assist him into a sitting position. Lupin was becoming more and more aware of a slight chill he felt, causing him to shiver. I feel ill, he groaned, feeling almost nauseous as he spoke. What? This was Madame Pomfrey, he could tell. There was a soft thump sound and a curse, Snape, coming from somewhere to his left. My goodness, you all couldn't stay out of trouble, could you? Her voice was trembling and she sounded almost irritable. What do you expect? Came a snide remark, Snape, again, then a grunt of annoyance frustration. Stop your pestering, you bloody women, arg. If you would hold still, Professor Snape. If you touch me one more time, Pomfrey. Lupin found it difficult to make out his surroundings. His illness, probably due to running around in the rain and cold for so long, was causing him sight trouble as well as pain. It felt like the flu. Luckily though, the room slowly came into focus and the nausea subsided a bit. Is James okay? Lupin asked sleepily, looking around in a daze. Unfortunately he didn't see James or Sirius anywhere. He was between two white curtains that blocked his view of everything to either side. He could see the outlines of beds through the curtains, though he also noted the outline of a standing figure on the left side. There he thought he heard Snape and Pomfrey. She and Snape seemed to be struggling. This was all confusing. Had the portkey worked after all? How long have I been here? Where is everyone else? Not long, Dumbledore said quietly, patting him on the shoulder. We rushed you up here as quickly as we could before any of the children saw our young fugitive, a small chuckle. Wait, where is Sirius? Sirius was still in human form the last time Lupin saw him. Did anyone see him? The portkey did bring high. He's fine. Pomfrey suddenly appeared, opening the curtain to Lupin's left with a flourish motion. Lupin could see Snape laying on the bed wearing a green two-piece pajama suit. Lupin realized that he himself was also wearing such garments in red. Though unlike Lupin, Snape's shirt was unbuttoned, showing where Pomfrey was trying to heal his chest wound. Severus was deadly pale and scowling at Pomfrey, looking as though he was ready to just jump up and leave. Though he was in no condition to do either. Whatever had hit him on the shoulder in the passage either left no visible signs or was now healed. The wound in his chest appeared to have stopped bleeding, but Snape had already lost too much blood, making him look tired and ghostly. The wound itself and the skin around it was an angry red-purple. It looked far too deep to fix with the common healing spells Pomfrey was used to casting. These are usually used for shallow wounds and scraps, not flesh that's been gouged with an antler. A bottle of purple wound cleaning potion sat on a table next to Snape. This was probably caused Snape to cry out before. That stuff usually does sting terribly. Snape, who was still glaring at Pomfrey, finally noticed that Lupin was watching him. He suddenly forced his breath to come out evenly and Snape turned his head away, though Lupin could tell that the man was still scowling, his face turning a little red with embarrassment. I am fine, Snape said viciously through clenched teeth, no thanks to this woman. Madame Pomfrey looked absolutely furious, wheeling around to scold the perturbed potion professor. I would expect a Hogwarts professor to be more cooperative. You're acting like a stubborn little child. Snape's head snapped up toward Pomfrey, his eyes shooting flaming daggers. I most certainly am not behaving like a child. I can't deal with these two, Albus, she hissed, cutting Snape off and turning toward Dumbledore with a desperate look in her eyes. Dumbledore shook his head tiredly. Pomfrey. But Pomfrey continued with her rant, adding wild hand and arm gestures to her words. They are ever so frustrating. Neither will listen to me and they must be treated. And that stupid dog. Dog. There was the sound of growling to Lupin's right. Lupin grinned, knowing exactly who it must be. Sirius. Silence, then quiet. Woof. Lupin sighed in relief, and all of a sudden his pains didn't seem all that bad. That's what a peace of mind will do for you. Are you all right, Sirius? Pomfrey's face went crimson, her eyes narrowing into tiny slits as she glared at the dog through the curtain. He can't tell you now, can he? She said crossly. None of you are acting your age. An equally cross snarl came from the other side of the curtain. Dumbledore frowned and said to Lupin, Madame Pomfrey is upset that Sirius won't change so she can check him. He wishes to remain a dog for the time being. He stepped away from Lupin's bedside and toward the still trembling Pomfrey. The woman looked like she wanted to scream bloody murder. Pomfrey, you must calm down. How can I be calm? I have a dead man and a criminal and, she trailed off uncertainly, looking distraught. I am sorry, Professor. James Potter is very much alive, Dumbledore corrected her, as you can see, and Sirius Black is an innocent man. I am sorry I had to throw this burden upon you, my dear. This didn't help to calm Madame Pomfrey's nerves and she began pacing, playing with her fingers. I cannot keep them here, Professor, she said firmly. I can't lock the infirmary off from the students. There are too many falling ill this year, and they will need to be treated. Well, can work that out in due time. Please, Lupin said suddenly with a note of urgency, I need to see James. Why hadn't they told him anything yet? What's something wrong? How hard can it be just to tell him? Waiting was becoming a slow torture. Why haven't you? He is here, Dumbledore interrupted gently. He is just in the next bed. He gestured to Lupin's right, where he had heard Sirius. The curtain was still closed. That wasn't good enough. I need to see, he said, his eyes glued to the curtain, wanting desperately to know what was on the other side. The anticipation was killing him, and the fact that Dumbledore and Pomfrey didn't pull the curtain open was making him even more worried. Lupin was ready to say something when his vision began to dance again, and he felt a cool hand touch his forehead. It was Pomfrey. Pomfrey frowned. A fever, a cold, I'll bet. Damn this bloody weather. She checked his pulse and felt his forehead one more time before looking into his eyes closely. Do you feel very ill, sir? Lupin let out a grunt of protest, trying to push the woman away. I don't. Are you feeling very ill? She repeated stubbornly. Yes. What does it look like? Lupin could see why Snape had been so annoyed. But I don't. Fine. Then it's nothing that a pepper-up potion cannot fix. Hardly a moment went by before Pomfrey suddenly disappeared and returned again with a potion bottle. It was practically empty, however, and she looked highly displeased as she swished the content of the bottle around experimentally. This is hardly enough for a mouthful, but it's all I have for right now. Professor Snape will need to brew some more for me. Snape snorted. You just see if I bother. Pomfrey ignored him, thrusting the bottle at Lupin's mouth. Take the rest of it, Professor Lupin. It might help a little at least. Open up. Lupin had taken pepper-up potion before when he got sick his 3rd and 6th year at Hogwarts. Of course it worked instantly, but he found it very unsettling. After drinking it, a tingly, fiery feeling would sweep through his body, right up to his fingertips, chasing away the sickness and chill. And the smoke coming from his ears had been very distracting. Lupin didn't even have a chance to prepare himself before the bottle was put up to his lips and the liquid was poured down his throat. He coughed, gagging as he tried not to choke. As always, a fiery, tingly feeling filled him, but this time it seemed a little duller than before. The chill was gone and his throat felt soothed, but his body still ached, and there was now only faint nausea. And, thankfully, smoke wasn't coming out his ears. Pomfrey seemed to notice that and, tisk, tisked. I thought so. You're not smoking out your ears. You'll need more of this once I get some. Maybe you should look for some now, Dumbledore suggested, hinting toward the fact that he wanted Pomfrey to leave for a while, shooting her a knowing look. If you would. Lupin nodded, looking toward Pomfrey as well, looking very pleading. I do still feel a bit ill. Pomfrey took the hint, nodding quickly and placing the empty pepper-up potion bottom on a table that stood between Lupin and James's beds. Of course, Professors. Then to Snape she asked, have you made any recently? Snape exhaled loudly, closing his eyes even as he spoke, My classroom, in my desk, the lower left-hand drawer. There should be 3 bottles there, labeled. Do not touch anything else, if you please. Won't the drawer be locked? You are a grown witch, Pomfrey, you will find a way to open it, I'm sure. Pomfrey gave the man a sore look before turning to Dumbledore. I don't see how I can go down there, she whispered, though both Snape and Lupin could still hear her. It's mess down there, and what if the classroom is blocked, or caved in, or... I'm sure you will be fine, Dumbledore said firmly, interrupting her. He eyed Snape, whose eyes had narrowed dangerously, his face turning pink. Please move along. She nodded and walked off, straight out the door and disappeared from view. Snape stared after her, his eyes wide, his face growing even redder. My dungeons, what's happened? What was she blabbering about? She is rather difficult, isn't she? Dumbledore said pleasantly, acting as though he hadn't heard Snape. The best at what she does, she is indeed. Before Lupin had to ask again, he grabbed hold of the curtain separating him from James and pulled it aside. James sat in the bed about 6 feet away, reclined by pillows and wearing the same pajamas as Lupin. His round glasses sat perched on his nose, looking as good as new. His wounds had been healed, only a faint scar could be seen on his temple, but his skin was still very pale, as well as his eyes still had dark circles around them. James seemed to be asleep, his chest slowly rising and falling. Sirius, still a dog, sat cuddled up at James's feet. He looked up when the curtain was moved aside, his eyes meeting Lupin's. Sirius looked quite the guard dog, sitting, poised at the end of James's bed, ready to bite or attack if anyone chose to put his master's life in danger. Lupin smiled reassuringly, his heart warming. You're going to be a stubborn old fool, aren't you? He asked Sirius jokingly. You're not going to leave him, Sirius let out a loud grunt, turning his head away sharply. Lupin laughed a little, but heart felt so heavy. No, he wouldn't let that get to him. I figured as much. You should let Pomfrey check you. You were injured, I do recall. Reluctantly, after a moment's hesitation, Sirius stood on all fours and jumped off the bed, careful as to not step on James. In an instant a human Sirius Black stood before them, looking very disheveled. I would rather not deal with her right now. James doesn't need any protecting as long as he's here, Lupin said. He's safe. I can't just stand here and do nothing, Sirius said defensively, gesturing toward James. Look at him. He's been through hell, and the least I can do is give him some security. If you do feel up to it, Dumbledore offered, I suggest you talk to Harry. I'm sure James would be much more thankful if you did that, instead. Sirius' eyes widened. He knows. You told him, Lupin gasped, looking at Dumbledore as if he had done some unthinkable and cruel. When did he find out? I had to tell him. I told him everything earlier this morning. And the boy has been waiting very impatiently outside, he pointed toward the infirmary door, for quite some time now. Harry had been waiting in front of the infirmary for some time now. He had been held back earlier, but he waited, and now his patience was running thin. Harry was more than ready to blow the door down, but had Hermione advised strongly against it. By now Harry had convinced Ron and Hermione to go back to the Gryffindor common room while he stayed and waited, telling them to make up some sort of excuse to explain his absence. School was now totally cancelled, as Dumbledore announced earlier, and it had been also announced that the blast-ended Scroots had been taken care of. Hagrid probably got rid of them as soon as Snape returned. Now he had to wait, seated against the wall next to the infirmary door, until someone came out with some news, anything so he could. He sighed, bringing his knees to his chin tightly. Harry's anxiety was making him almost queasy. When Madame Pomfrey had walked out a moment ago he thought she would tell him something, but she said that she had to get something from the dungeons, and Harry still had to wait. This isn't fair, he mumbled, sighing deeply. Not fair at all. Then the infirmary door opened. Harry immediately sprang to his feet just as a tall, dark-haired man darted through the opening, then the door closed again. Harry was shocked at who it was. Sirius, Harry whispered in a hoarse whisper, so startled he backed up a few steps. What are you? I mean, is he here? Is he okay? Can I see him? Harry, is Lupin all right? Oh Merlin, what happened to you? Sirius looked like he'd been in a fist fight, black and blue bruises peeking out over the collar of his shirt. "I'm fine, Harry." "Remus and..." He stopped, his brows furrowing a bit. "James is going to be just fine, I promise. He's just sleeping right now." He is here." This was a confirmation. His father was in that room. "He's really here. I need to see him." Harry tried to step around Sirius, to reach the room, but the taller man blocked him. "I need to see him, Sirius, please." Sirius shook his head sadly, unwilling to move. "Harry," he put a hand on Harry's shoulder, sighing, "we need to talk." "Who was it who sent me that owl?" Snape asked Dumbledore, "telling me of the portkey." "Mr. Arthur Weasley," Dumbledore replied. "He was good enough to give his assistance." "I would like to thank him," Lupin said quietly, now watching James sleep next to him. "We owe him so much." "Indeed. You have no need to fear for James." Lupin looked up, confused. "What?" Dumbledore walked over to James's bedside, looking over the man carefully. "I feel something odd from him. But I don't know what it is." Yet, he saw the odd look Lupin was giving him and he smiled back, winking a little. "All because I'm an old man doesn't mean I can't sense things." "True." Lupin tried to ignore his own doubts, but they kept voicing themselves over and over in his head. "I want to help him, but I don't know how. He seems very ill in the mind." "He's catatonic," Snape said simply. "It is obvious to me. The way he kept raving like that, I think he's lost his mind." "We don't know that. That Cruciatus curse can drive men mad, you know that." "I am a werewolf," Lupin roared. "I could feel it. I could smell it. Something that other humans can't." "Don't tell me what you think, Severus, because I know. James is not insane." It took Lupin a moment to realize exactly what he'd screamed, his face heating as he felt both Dumbledore and Snape staring at him in shock. I'm sorry. You can sense something," Dumbledore said thoughtfully, seemingly unaffected by Lupin's outburst while Snape was still staring at him. "Can you explain?" Lupin gulped, looking for the right words. "There is something there, and it's not James. That wasn't him in the passage." "Do you think you can tell me what happened?" Dumbledore asked questioningly. "What did he do that was so terrible?" Lupin looked over to Snape quickly, who turned away. "You may tell him if you wish," Snape said indifferently. "You don't need my permission." He didn't like the fact that he would have to tell Dumbledore everything, but it was for the best and Dumbledore seemed quite ready to listen as he took a seat in a chair next to Lupin's bed. "All right." Lupin closed his eyes for a moment, his mind replaying the events in the passage. "We were nearing the portkey, and suddenly we were attacked. During this we tried to wake James, but he wouldn't no matter what we tried. At first I thought he might be in some sort of enchanted sleep, but then..." Flashback. James was awake, only Lupin could see it. Incendio. This was serious. There was a quiet boom from the end of the passage, the sound of distant screaming. "Ha! Got them!" Sirius yelled, grinning sadistically. "Bastards!" The curses kept flying, but there weren't as many this time. Lupin was the only one who could see the cold, dead look in James's eyes. "Stop celebrating, you fool," Snape snarled. "We're outnumbered." Lupin saw no recognition in the man's eyes. "I am not giving up," Sirius shot back. "I'll die first." Lupin was the one who could hear James say the words that seemed to make time stop for that one moment. "You'll pay," he whispered. "You'll all finally pay." This wasn't James. Padfoot. James. What's happened? For a moment everything seemed to pause. The fight halted. Nobody breathed. It grew colder and a nearly tangible tremor passed through the air. And the world began to tremble. Lupin hardly realized that James now stood in the middle of the passage, his wand raised. When did he move? Both groups had ceased their attacks, trying to understand what was going on. The trembling grew louder, and more powerful. It was everywhere. Now Lupin, Sirius and Snape all watched James. He was doing something. Was he causing this? Wah! Suddenly the ground rocked, literally. Sirius and Snape cried out and fell to the ground, their balance thrown off while James stood his ground with ease. Chunks of stone, dust and dirt showered from the ceiling, causing the passage to look even darker, making it even harder to see. The noise almost deafening, and it would only increased in volume. The only other sound was screaming from their attackers. They were still a good distance away, but Lupin could see it. The passage collapsed right on top of them, crushing them. But there was still screaming. And James watched, a satisfied grin crossing his lips. He watched with dead eyes. Eyes that were strangely focused, though he wasn't wearing his glasses. Oh Merlin, this isn't James, it was not. What's happening? Sirius demanded, covering his head as more dirt and stone fall from above. What? It's James. He's trying to kill those people, he's trying to crush them. James, stop. Still the passage quaked. Lupin could tell that the walls were very close to collapse. And the ceiling was about to collapse over James's head. James wasn't even paying attention. Lupin struggled to his feet, ignoring the pain in his ankle, staggering over to his friend. Even as he grabbed onto the man for support, James didn't move nor acknowledge his presence. Feeling that James wouldn't listen to him even if he tried, Lupin grabbed the man around the shoulders and shoved as hard as he could. The ceiling collapsed, and Lupin himself wasn't totally clear of the falling rock. Pain flashed through his arms and cloth tore. His ankle hurt worse than even an. What are you doing, James? They had landed on the ground, and James shoved Lupin roughly away, cursing. How dare you? Get away. You can't stop me. And the passage was still quaking, it was still falling apart. James, stop, stop. But James wouldn't stop. The rage still burned in his eyes, the passage continued to crumble. Lupin desperately tried grabbing for the man, but James stumbled away, getting out of his reach. But Sirius was there in a second and grabbed James from behind. Stupefy him, Moony, do it now. Lupin did so, stupefy, but James still moved, still screamed, and the chaos continued. Snape made his way over to them, though he was barely holding himself up anymore. He could die in his state, but he kept fighting. Snape tried to stupefy James as well, but again it didn't work. Why isn't it working? I don't know, he won't stop. Snape began coughing, gasping for breath. The air was too thick with dust and dirt, there wasn't enough air. Soon Snape was coughing violently, nearly falling over. Severus, what's wrong with you? I can't breathe. James, stop it, please. Get rid of his wand. Take it away. I have. It didn't help. Stupefy. James. Stupefy. Stupefy. I'll kill them, James shrieked, struggling. Let me go. I'll kill you for what you've done. I'll kill you. End flashback. And he keeps screaming like that over and over. Lupin stopped, unable to continue as his throat tightened. He looked away, pressing his lips tightly together as he shook his head. I'm sorry Albus, it was just a horrible thing to watch. I understand, Dumbledore said quietly. To see a friend like that must have been quite unsettling. It was, especially when that friend is supposed to be dead. Is there anything else you need to tell me, Lupin? Lupin sighed, taking a deep breath. There isn't much else, just Sirius dragged James along the rest of the way. Everything was still collapsing down on us, but we couldn't get it to stop, no matter what we tried. I'm not sure how we did it, but we reached the portkey. He shook his head, running a hand through his hair. I was afraid it would get crushed before we got to it, but it was still intact. He chuckled. An old Muggle sink, I believe. Dumbledore nodded. I removed it from the hallway before anyone could touch it again. It will be disenchanted as soon as possible. I think some of the people we were fighting, the ones from the passage, some of them had gotten out somehow and came after us. I took over with James, and Sirius held them off. He glanced over at Snape. Snape was looking at him intently, his eyes flashing with something. Lupin knew why though, so he wouldn't tell Dumbledore about what Snape did. If Snape wanted anyone to know, then Lupin would leave it up to him. We had some difficulties, Lupin continued. But we all made it work. We appeared outside the Great Hall, and somehow whatever James was doing to the passage happened here as well. He grimaced. I would hate to think of what could have happened to the school if it weren't for Sirius and Severus. I see, Dumbledore must. And the other noises you heard, the yelling. Sirius and Severus. They tried to stupefy James one more time, and together they managed it. Is that all? Yes. Albus. Yes. Has James lost his mind? No. I think he is just very confused. Pomfrey gave him a mind-clearing potion, in hopes that it might help. But give him time. Dumbledore stood from his chair, turning to leave. I have some things I must take care of. You should rest until tomorrow, but if you wish to talk I will leave. My gargoyle will remain open for you. If you wish to sleep elsewhere, Professor Dory has resigned and his room is open for your use. And I shall find somewhere to stash Sirius, though he might prefer the Shrieking Shack, if I know him well enough. Lupin smiled. Yes, B probably will. Dumbledore looked toward Snape as well. Thank you, Severus. These was something in his voice. Lupin didn't know what exactly, but it surprised him. Snape said nothing, but nodded. The Dumbledore was gone. Snape said nothing to him, but gave him one last glance before turning away. Lupin looked over to where James lay fast asleep. Dumbledore's words echoes in his mind. No, I think he is just very confused. Give him time. I hope you're right, Albus. Snape had listened to the whole retelling. He was somewhat surprised when Lupin chose to exempt certain parts. Though, he really didn't understand what made him do it in the first place. Flashback. Black was a step behind them as they knelt around the portkey. Everything was ready to collapse at any moment, but still, Black chose to hold off their attackers. Snape felt somewhat inadequate that he couldn't help as well, but he was no longer in the condition to be throwing curses about. Sirius. Lupin was calling to his friend even as he struggled with Potter, who was still putting up a fight. Move, Black, Snape screamed, we going now with or without you? Black complied then, turning and stepping toward them as they all had a hand ready. A falling chunk of ceiling then fell, hitting Black on the head, hard. The man staggered, falling forward, just out of reach of the portkey. He wasn't unconscious, but he was obviously stunned. He wasn't going to make it. Everything was about to come down on them. Lupin screamed, no, Sirius. But someone had darted out, reaching out for the falling man. Snape had moved from the portkey and grabbed Black by the front of his cloak. With a sharp yank he had dragged Black forward to where he could reach the portkey. Now, Snape and Lupin touched the portkey at the same time. While Lupin was still struggling with Potter, Snape had made sure to keep a firm hold on Black. He's saved Black. Saved him. They appeared outside the Great Hall. Black had collected himself, and he and Snape both subdued Potter after much effort. The quaking had followed them there, but it stopped as soon as Potter was unconscious. Lupin staggered away through the entrance of the Great Hall in search of Dumbledore. Snape didn't care anymore. He was weak and had lost too much blood. Slowly falling unconscious, he slumped to the floor where Potter already lay, feeling at least a little happy that he could finally breathe again. End flashback. How could I have done something so stupid? He scowled himself. How? If the Dark Lord found out. No, the Dark Lord wouldn't find out. He couldn't. Madame Pomfrey soon returned with a pepper-up potion for Lupin. Lupin turned it down, insisting that he could handle himself, and she was quick to offer a sleeping draught to Snape. Snape didn't argue this time, allowing the potion to send him into sleep. But his troubled thoughts followed him even there. The Ministry had long since ridded themselves of Dementors. 13 were spotted. Ironically, the number 13 is legendary for being a bad omen. But all fought off. Sadly to say, there had been numerous casualties for both the Ministry and civilians. Some Dementors had entered homes, eager to sat their hunger and claiming the lives of those who tried to hide. Some Ministry members had been too weak to fight the creatures, and their lives were soon claimed as well, thought not all to the Dementor's key. One man died of fright. Another witch died as her heart stopped, unable to handle the pressure put upon her. A few nearly driven into insanity. No one had been skilled enough with the Patronus charm. Arthur Weasley had just returned with a group of 5, which had originally been a group of 8. Few found reason to celebrate this victory, if you could even call it that. Mr. Weasley had expected something like this. Everyone refused to believe that the Dark Lord had anything to do with the massacre, but Mr. Weasley knew just as Harry had told him. If Voldemort were to gain control of all the Dementors, then it would be hell of earth for everyone. No one would be safe. Mr. Weasley headed for a checkup now. He was ordered to when he got back, and now he and many other gathered outside the infirmary, waiting for their turn as those majorly injured were treated inside. The Dementors hadn't been easy on them. Dad, Dad. Mr. Weasley got ripped away from his thoughts as a pair of arms wrapped around his arms and chest and a heavy weight thrown against him. At first he stumbled but quickly regained his balance. He was a familiar head of red hair, cut in a clean, neat style. Percy. Oh Merlin, are you hurt? Me. Percy pulled away, looking into his father's face, astonished. What about you? I thought I didn't know if you would make it, there were so many dying and oh, you look terrible, Dad. Why you're so pale and, his voice trailed off uncertainly and he put his palm to his forehead while backing away. I never thought any of this could ever happen, he whispered uncertainly. But it is. Charlie, Percy, has Charlie's team come back yet? Have you heard anything from them? Percy froze, his eyes widening. You don't know. It felt like his blood had turned to ice and he became very lightheaded. What, the Dementors? No. It wasn't a Dementor, Percy said quickly, as if that would calm him. It didn't help much. Charlie's team was attacked, by people, we don't know who. Charlie and the others were checking out the lower passages because they saw something. What happened? What happened, Percy? Let Charlie be all right, let Charlie be all right. A fight broke out, and the passages collapsed, Dad, they collapsed. No, it can't be, where's Charlie, Percy? Percy didn't respond, his eyes cast to his feet. A number of heads turned their way as he grabbed his son's shoulders and shook him. Where is he? What happened? Dad, stop it. Percy shoved himself away from his father roughly, adjusting his glasses as they slipped a little. And there was no way he could hide the hints of fear from his expression. Please, I don't know if Charlie's, I don't know. Some were dug out in the infirmary. He let out a choked sob, bringing a hand to his face. I don't know. I was too afraid to check, Dad, I was too scared. Mr. Weasley didn't waste any time before he spun around and rushed toward the infirmary. The door stood wide open, and though a number of people yelled at him or tried to hold him back, he kept going. But in the end they let him go and soon he was there amidst lines of beds and floating stretchers, all of them occupied. The air smelled sterile and the room bright. He began searching frantically, but found that Charlie was in none of the beds. This gave him some hope. Next he looked over the numerous stretchers, all floating at about knee height, which dotted the floor. And it was on one of these that he saw a familiar head of flame red hair. Charlie. He rushed over to the stretcher, falling to his knees beside it, the stretcher floating at Mr. Weasley's waist level. Charlie. Charlie. A blanket covered his son up to the waist. From there it was a mess. Charlie's left robe sleeve had been ripped away, revealing angry red burns, scratches, and dark bruises that reached up to his neck and continued even to his chest. His shirt and robes had been cut open to reveal such. Charlie smelt of burnt hair, and Mr. Weasley saw that his red locks were slightly singed and blackened at the edges, as were his robes. Charlie's eyes were closed and he wasn't moving. Charlie, oh no. His son was dead. Mr. Weasley's worst fear had come true, and, oh my son, no no. He fell forward next to the motionless body, resisting the urge to disturb to his son by moving it. He instead, after a moment, he sat up and rested his head on Charlie's chest. Charlie, dead. He'd never felt so hollow and empty, never. He shouldn't. They let Charlie go. Mr. Weasley knew that something terrible would happen, and now his son was gone. But Mr. Weasley didn't notice that Charlie's chest was rising and falling ever so slightly. Dad. Mr. Weasley felt a hand touch his head, and he slowly looked up into his son's eyes. They were open and sparkling with mirth. Mr. Weasley suddenly felt like fainting. Hey Dad, Charlie said sleepily, I was having a lovely dream, and here you go, waking me up. That's terribly rude, don't you think? He laughed a little at the shocked expression on his father's face. Charlie's laughter soon faded, however, his pale face donning a very surprised look as he looked at Mr. Weasley a little longer. Dad, you're crying. He was, and Mr. Weasley only now noticed that tears were welling up in his eyes. But he didn't care. Why would he care? His son was alive. The empty feeling had disappeared completely and was soon replaced with a surge of joy. I thought you were. He wanted to hug Charlie, but that didn't seem like a good idea considering his condition. Are you okay? No, You don't look okay. How much does it hurt? Why aren't you in a bed like everyone else? Bloody doctors, can I get you anything? He continued babbling like this until Charlie waved him off. I'm a bit rough around the edges, but I'm fine. Oh, don't give me that look, you're behaving like mother. Charlie. Both Mr. Weasley and Charlie looked up. Charlie smiled. Hey, Herc. Percy must have followed his father, and now he stood wide-eyed at his older brother, staring at the injury and his torn robes in some state of horror. You look terrible. Are you going to be okay? Why haven't they treated you? His voice was trembling, his throat sounded tight and raw. Your brother's fine, Percy, Mr. Weasley breathed, smiling widely. He grimaced, his hand hovering over Charlie's burnt arm, a bit banged up. He looked around, seeing that all the doctors were busy with other people, swarming about the bed and various stretchers. So many had been injured. Do you want me to try and treat this? The other doctors won't be getting to you for a while. Charlie glanced down at his own arm as well, wincing at the sight. That did smart, I'll admit, but it's no problem. They gave me something for it and I'll be cleaned up in no time. Don't fuss, Dad. He pouted a little, but I was sort of hoping for another battle scar, or something, like after a dragon roughs you up a bit. Mr. Weasley blinked. What? Percy gawked at him. How can you say something like that? Mother would kill you if she heard you say something as inane as that in front of her. How can you be thinking of something like that when you nearly died? Mr. Weasley couldn't help but look up at Percy in shock. It wasn't often that Percy yelled like that. A doctor cast Percy a warning look, however, and that's all it took to make him stop. He then stood there, looking somewhat embarrassed. Charlie laughed at Percy's reaction, looking thoroughly amused. Come on, Percy, what's wrong? Percy gave him a mean, stern look, forgetting the doctor's warning glance already if but for a moment. I'm worried about you, idiot. What do you think? He crossed his arms tightly over his chest, his face pinking a bit while he shifted from one foot to the other nervously. I thought I should come in an ohard, Charlie. Never do that again, you bloody fool. You don't have to be the bloody most superior one all the time, Percy, Charlie said quietly, his face suddenly losing all its humor. Just let off it for once, okay? Just relax. Percy looked baffled, startled, shocked, something, but Mr. Weasley didn't know for certain. He just stood there, his mouth hanging slightly open as he watched his older brother. Then finally he dropped to his knees at Charlie's side, opposite Mr. Weasley, placing a hand on his brother's good shoulder. You're an insufferable stupid. Charlie smiled, reaching out and messing up his little brother's hair playfully. I love you too, Percy, old boy. I'm fine, I swear, just a little tired is all. He yawned sleepily, his eyes drooping. I'm just going to go back to sleep, okay Dad? Mr. Weasley nodded, smiling, warming and keyed Charlie quickly on the forehead. You just sleep, Charlie, I'll tell your mother you're okay. Good idea, and you, he looked over to Percy. Don't you go telling your mother about this just yet. Percy nodded silently. Mr. Weasley looked down at Charlie again. I'll see if I can make you more comfortable. I'm very proud of you, son. Charlie grinned. I know. Thanks, Dad. He was asleep. I'm proud of you. Mr. Weasley looked up to Percy, who was watching him. A small smile was tugging at the edges of his lips, but he was still trying to look serious. I'm proud of all of you. When Mr. Weasley finally felt to find something to treat Charlie with, Percy didn't leave his brother's side. For once, he ignored his work for something he found more important. James didn't dream. Instead he swam through blackness, which he was desperately fighting through. Everything was like a void, and the air around him seemed so thick. The other things, the screaming, the monsters and creatures that chased him even in his sleep, he couldn't bear it any longer, but luckily it seemed far away. James was out of reach of such horrors, for now, at least. His last memories still lingered, seeing Sirius in his dog form. James's friend laying on the ground, looking hurt and broken as the Dementors moved in to take his soul. Lupin as he smiled kindly, tears of joy filling his eyes. Yes, Lupin was happy. He wasn't broken, or sad, or dying. James tried reaching for this image. It was where he wanted to be, where he belonged. Where there was light and warmth, not darkness and cold. It reminded him so of Lily. The blackness began to fade, and James opened his eyes. He was in a bed, a hospital bed. What? James noticed that he could see, and everything around him wasn't blurry or unfocused. He brought a hand to his face, discovering he already wore his glasses. James blinked a few times. He was wearing red pajamas. James felt the smooth cloth with his hands, looking down to inspect the material. His fingers brushing over to the left side pocket, finding a small Gryffindor seal embroidered there. What happened? Where? Wait, he recognized this place. He'd been here before, a number of times. Of course, the color of his pajama suit and the seal said it all. Hogwarts. But oh, that's right, he'd tried to kill Snape, and then those other people. Yeah, he remembered now. The very thought made his shiver with revulsion. Sirius and Lupin must have brought him. He wondered why his mind processed with such clarity, and not a jumble of words or screaming. In fact, there wasn't any screaming at all. It was so quiet in the room as well as in his mind. Maybe that had been the Dementors doing all along. They had been in the area. And as more clean thoughts passed in and out of his head, James wondered what he should be feeling now that he was calm. Scared, maybe. Sad, yes. Even more confused, yes. Very. What is reality and what is fiction? James. He blinked when he heard the voice, detecting a note of caution in its tone. He could hear the sound of bedsprings creaking as weight shifted and a small grunt of effort. The quiet slap of bare feet hitting the floor, which was instantaneously followed by a sharp hiss, as if the stone were cold to the touch. Are you awake? James didn't have to look, he knew who it was. How could he not know that voice? Hi, Remus. Even as he heard feet padding toward him, James wouldn't look, his eyes set on the foot of his bed. The sound of Lupin's footsteps seemed to halt right next to him. Hey, James, his voice was tentative and almost fearful. For some reason this made James smile bitterly. Are you afraid of me, Remus? No, of course not. Why would you think? Your voice, I suppose you sound afraid. As Severus dead, out of the corner of his eye he detected a sharp movement, as if Lupin had jumped, like the sentence had come so bluntly it startled him. It was just a simple question. No, he's here now, resting. That's good. Did I kill anyone else? I don't know. A pause. Why are you here, James? I haven't been able to figure that out yet. Why can I think? That was an odd question, yes, but he wasn't sure how else to put it. Everything is so clear all of a sudden. The cobwebs are all gone. Madame Pomfrey gave you a bit of mind-sharpening potion. We were hoping it would help you a little. And I think it has, from the sound of it. Yes, but I feel so hollow now. Lupin had moved a little closer, almost touching the side of his bed. So James decided to look up then. He had to suppress the urge to gasp aloud, though his eyes widened slightly in surprise. James saw his friend, and he was so much older. He felt like nothing but a mere child next to the other man, whose expression had gained a type of maturity that you would only expect to see in a ministry official or school professor. Lupin's eyes, which had always been very warm and sad at the same time, now appeared the same. But there was something in their brown depths that told James so much, and he felt so very sorry for his friend. Then something caught James's attention and he chuckled, unable to help himself. Lupin took a step back. What? He smiled a little, looking very hopeful. Ah, that's Remus. Always hoping for the best. Was I that far gone? What's so funny? Lupin asked uncertainly, his eyebrows knitting in confusion. James shook his head, still chuckling. You're beginning to look like an old man, he teased, reaching out to bat at a lock of hair which was scattered with gray. He hardly noticed when Lupin flinched, reflexively. You're going gray already. Lupin looked confused for a moment, fingering his hair in an almost uncertain, self-conscious manner, frowning. Really? Yes, you hardly look a day past 19. James slowly stopped laughing altogether. James still was 19, and Lupin was. Things were far too serious for laughter, James realized. Dead silence filled the room as both men thought to themselves. This was a time for James to get some answers of his own. Who knows what will happen with the mind-sharpening potion wears off. So he did do it, didn't he? James asked. Who? Voldemort. Lupin's eyes hardened in ways that James had never seen before, his back straightened. He did this, didn't he? Lupin started, like he'd just remembered something important. He began patting at his shirt and sides, as if looking for pockets in which he'd put something but found none. I remember seeing something. I'd put it in my pocket. A time turner around your neck, shattered. Voldemort had removed something from his robes. It looked like some sort of time turner attached to a chain. Even a charm can make the worst curse of all. Did you know that, Mr. Potter? James shook his head, willing the memory away. It had come in a flash, then was gone, but he left a tight, agonizing pain in his chest. He looked away again to the foot of his bed. He couldn't bear to look Lupin in the eye. A cursed charm, that's all it is. James bit his lip. New tears were burning his eyes and blurring his vision. The screaming wasn't there anymore. Where had it gone to? Was it hiding, waiting to come back and state the torture all over again? You're all alive. He was wrong about that, wasn't he? But Lily and Harry he still got to them. I remember hearing them. Harry's cries. Voldemort's laughter. Lily's screaming. James felt sick, but he wouldn't let Lupin see it. Lily was screaming, and Harry was crying. Over and over and over. It wouldn't stop. No, don't let it come back. Leave me in peace, please. And I tried killing them all because I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know. He was babbling. He had to calm down. James. Lupin sounded so pained, like James felt. Maybe he understood more than he thought. I want to go back to Godric's Hollow, whispered desperately, gripping his bed covers until his knuckles turned white. I want this to just go away, but that won't happen, will it? Not even in my dreams. Maybe the pain won't go away, but I won't leave, either. And neither will Sirius. You just have to live with this. What if I don't want to live with this? He thought bitterly. What if I don't want to live at all? There are things much worse than death, Mr. Potter. And I will show you one of them, if you'd like. I can tell you want to know. James once again shook the memories away, but this time it took much more effort. Was the mind-sharpening potion fading already? How can you act like this? James demanded. He tears burning as badly as ever, because of both the memories and Lupin at the same time. They're dead and you don't grieve. Lupin gasped, his voice almost defensive as he spoke at a higher volume than before. How can you say that? I was your friend, and Lily's. I still am. Then how can you just forget about it if you don't care? James would regret saying such things later. James, he paused, as if looking for the right words. I understand that you haven't had time to grieve. But I have, we all have. Though, for some it's still not enough. Yes, I still feel it every day of my life. I wish there was something I could have done to help. That things could have happened differently for you and Lily. With Peter, had we known. James's next breath came out a horrible, shuddering gasp. He squeezed his eyes shut, only to be assaulted by images of Peter Pettigrew as he'd known him in school. He was smiling and talking meekly with James, Sirius and Lupin at the Gryffindor table. The good times were gone forever. It seemed all in a single day, Peter. Lupin continued, unaware of James's tortured thoughts. But I can't let that fact stop me from living my life, or fighting for what I believe in. We thought you were gone and I didn't think you would want me to waste my life, mourning over something I had no control over. Just give it time. I don't want to grieve, I want my wife back. My son. Don't worry, James whispered to his child, smiling as Harry studied his much larger hand with great curiosity. You know your mum will protect you no matter what, right? Harry. Then Lupin dropped a bombshell. I can't say the same for Lily, but James, Harry is still alive. Harry is still alive. Lupin paused after saying that, allowing the news to sink in for James. Obviously he would have to take a second for it to even register. He's what? What? Lupin jumped, startled as James sat up farther and practically leaned out toward him, his eyes wide. He's. Lupin nodded quickly, resisting the urge to step back any farther. But James still unnerved him. There was something in his scent that was terribly off. Werewolves can still sense certain things while in human form. He's alive. James flopped back into his pillows, his mouth hanging open, aghast. Harry is. I don't believe it. I thought he There was a look of disbelief on his face, but not in the negative sense. It's like his expression became brighter, more alive, instead of pale and dead like it had a moment ago. Some color returned to James's face. It was like magic, for a lack of a better word. Maybe Harry was the only one who could help James through this. But then again, who was going to help Harry? Just then the door to the infirmary opened. Remus Sirius had returned. I talked to him, the door closed, and I think he's going to be fine. A chuckle. He's strong like his. Sirius trailed off. Lupin turned to find Sirius watching him as he stood, shivering from cold and with any extra robes to warm him. Sirius frowned. You should be resting. And you're going to get sick again if you stand around barefoot like that. Lupin smiled. I'm already sick. Sirius, it shouldn't matter. Sirius shook his head, still frowning. You're ill. This was James, sounding very concerned. Lupin decided to announce, James is feeling much better. But Sirius was already looking past Lupin, his eyes making contact with James's. The two stared at each other like this until Sirius finally spoke. It's good to see you awake again, James. I was worried that you were broken or something. James nodded slowly, replying, I thought you would all disappear when I awoke. Why, you're supposed to be dead, after all. Lupin thought this was said so matter-of-factually that it was quite unnerving. Sirius obviously thought this, too, as the man's shoulders tensed and his face hardened, his still dirty and unshaved face gaining an almost menacing quality. I don't know what you're thinking, James, or who told you that, but we are not dead, nor are we ghosts or whatever else you can think of. Me, Remus, and Harry. Sirius looked at Lupin, then back to James, his eyes showing the slightest hint of regret. I didn't realize, I didn't think that you. He did believe that, Lupin said quietly, but not too loudly, all of it. Then he walked up close to Sirius, whispering so James couldn't hear. Voldemort did this, something. James said so, and I have no doubts. He's meant to believe that we all died. Sirius nodded as Lupin stepped away. I see. Well, Harry's been really worried about you. James's eyes widened. He knows I'm here. He winced slightly, bringing a hand to his forehead. Did his head hurt? How is he? Is he well? Is he going to school here? What? He is very well, but you're a main priority right now. What year is it? The date, November, 1995. An uncomfortable silence settled down on them. Sirius undoubtedly had no idea what to say, and Lupin wasn't sure how to read James's reaction. He became very still, his face blank. That silence was finally shattered by James's hoarse whisper. Oh, James held his face in his hands, his shoulders hunching forward. Oh, Merlin, no. Lupin had no idea what to do for James, but he felt he had to say something supportive. It's going to be okay, James. For everyone. Suddenly James stiffened, his shoulders straightening. He sat back, taking a deep, even breath, then exhaled. I'm fine. This is a shock. A big, very big shock. That was an understatement. Another deep breath before he fixed his gaze on the end of the bed once more. He ran both of his trembling hand through his messy hair. A shock, a shock. The mind-sharpening potion was definitely wearing off. Lupin could see it in James's face that he couldn't put his thoughts together. His expression was strained and confused, like of something trying to solve a very complex puzzle. Was he going to start screaming like he did before? Lupin hoped not. Sirius was becoming nervous and almost agitated, his eyes darting around as he tried to find something to say. Maybe you should go back to sleep, James. I can ask Pomfrey for a potion when she gets back. You could use the rest and... No, I want to hear about my son. Tell me about Harry. This was a demand, not a request. Lupin gulped and he saw the almost panicked look on Sirius' face, but the man spoke. James, he's a young man. He's had a long and difficult life. Lupin winced. Not a good start. How was he to continue from there? James stared off into space, his expression blank once more. How old is he? A moment's hesitation. 15. Silence. Lupin and Sirius glanced at each other. James, Lupin asked quietly. But it was no use. It was like James had retreated into his own little shell, and he couldn't hear them. His eyes became glassy as he stared, he didn't even blink. What could he be thinking, if anything at all? James, don't go away now, we need you. Nothing, so Lupin tried a different tactic. Prongs, can you hear me? James started when he heard the name, Prongs, and a smile tugged at the edges of his lips. Come on, Prongs, talk to us. We can help you. Why isn't he here? Sirius shook his head, frowning. Harry's not ready yet, he's scared. James looked away, but not before Lupin, as the disgust in his eyes. Of me? No, Lupin insisted. He's just not ready yet. I don't think Sirius. Sirius nodded. Harry's never had a father before, and it's a big step. He needs to take this slowly, adjust to the idea. It'll take time for the both of you. James looked something bad. He wasn't crushed, and he wasn't sad. Lupin could sense something else. Was the room getting colder? I can go and find him, Lupin offered reluctantly, trying to find a way to cheer James up, but Sirius shook his head. Harry doesn't want to talk to anyone right now. James was scowling now, his teeth bared, and the room seemed to become even colder. His voice was hard and absolutely frigid. I want my son, he said slowly. I want to see my son. James, Lupin started, you need to listen to me. No. He tried getting up, but Sirius rushed forward, grabbing his shoulders and pinning him down on the bed. I want to see my son now. You're keeping him from me. We're not, Sirius screamed. Stop it, James. Let me go. He thrashed violent and purposefully connected a blow with Sirius' face. When Sirius stumbled back with a loud yelp of pain, James stopped immediately, his eyes wide with shock. Lupin caught Sirius as he fell back, crying, "Are you okay?" When Sirius regained his balance, Lupin stepped so he was facing Sirius. The man's lower lip was split and bleeding profusely. Sirius tenderly touched his jaw. Though it did appear broken, Pomfrey would definitely have to take a look at that. Lupin wasn't sure if he should help stop the bleeding or leave his friend alone, because Sirius' face had darkened in a way that said, "Back off if you know what's good for you." 1. Meanwhile, Lupin looked back at James. He became James again. The room didn't feel as cold as it had a second ago. What was going on? Sirius remained silent and didn't seem to notice any of this. He was staring at some blood that had smeared off onto his hand. It was dripped from his lip and down his jaw, dripping down the front of his already filthy shirt. James still watched his friend, the blood quilt washing over his face, the anger gone altogether. Sirius. Crack. A fist had connected with James's jaw. Sirius had punched him back. James's hand immediately went up and touched his jaw carefully while Sirius stood over him, his fist still raised, breathing heavily. Lupin didn't do anything to stop this and just watched. It was better not to get in the way when Sirius was really angry. Now James had shrunk back like a wounded animal, staring, unseeing, at the bed sheets. His glasses had been thrown askew and slipped from his face. James fingered his jaw, a fresh bruise forming where he'd been hit. Sirius. Something sparked in his eyes and he smiled, a real smile. Padfoot, I understand, Sirius spoke evenly, appearing calm and composed. I understand how you feel, James, believe me, I do. But think about your son. Harry's lived his entire life without you, but he's always wished you were here. He's afraid, James. Afraid because he doesn't know what to do anymore. James didn't and seemingly couldn't comment on that, his eyes widening almost in horror. It must be hard to know that your son has had no one to guide him, to tell him what's right or wrong, to just be there. Lupin wished there was some easy way to tell him, but there wasn't. How were they to tell him about everything else in Harry's life? What's happened to him? What he's been through? The Dursleys were as good as dead if he found out about them too. I'm sorry, James whispered. I'm sorry, I didn't think I was. You were only being human, Prongs. You can't blame yourself for that. I should have hit you. Sirius used the cloth of his own cloak to remove the blood from his mouth, jaw, and neck, wincing a little as he touched a very sensitive spot. He was looking as if he were thinking on what James said. Well, I'm sorry I hit you, too. But would it be like me not to retaliate? James's mouth twitched, slowly forming into a smirk. No, it wouldn't. Lupin glanced between the two, smiling. He knew that it was going to be all right. It would. But the broken, haunted look in James's eyes would never go away that he knew all too well. Sirius still stared at James, watching the man smile. It was a wonderful thing to see, and make his own mouth twitch with the urge to grin just as joyously. But this was no time for conversation, and James was becoming emotional again, like before. He helped James lay down and get comfortable. Lupin was adjusting his blankets. "I'm not a child," James protested. "I'm fine on my own." "The point," Sirius said sternly, "is that you're not alone, and you'll have to deal with us mothering you." "But, sleep," Lupin insisted. "It'll help, trust me." "I can't," James sighed, laying an arm over his eyes. "I just can't." "No now." Yes, all this must weigh heavily on his mind, but there wasn't anything that could be done about that. Except maybe, Remus, Dumbledore said something about a pensieve last year. Lupin looked surprised. A pensieve, right? If James could unload all his troubled memories into a pensieve, they may be. "Would you like me to ask Dumbledore about the pensieve?" "What's happened to you?" Sirius was taken aback by the question. Where had that come from? "I don't know what you mean, Prongs." James was looking at him in a way that unnerved him, like he was looking into Sirius' soul. And James was pitying him. "Nothing, never mind. Would you like me to ask Dumbledore about the pensieve?" Yes, I think I would like that very much." "Great. I can go to his office right now, but I'll be back in a few minutes, okay?" James nodded, but didn't say anything. Sirius turned and strode toward the door, pulling it open. Behind him he thought he heard Lupin whisper something to James, but he couldn't hear what. Soon he was out of the infirmary, but Lupin had come with him. "Why are you following me?" Sirius gave Lupin a look as his friend closed the door behind him. "You should have gotten something clean to use," Lupin said, gesturing to his cloak and face. "This is an infirmary, I'm sure there's something. For once, worry about yourself, not me or anyone else." He gave Lupin a very serious look, as though scolding him. 3. "You're going to sleep, too, Remus." Lupin's eyes widened. "Me? You're sick, unless you haven't noticed. And you're freezing." "I'll be fine," he insisted, looking annoyed, crossing his arms tightly over his chest in a vain attempt to hide the fact that he was indeed shivering like a leaf. "I thought James would like to be alone, to rest in, and I needed a second, too." Sirius was taken aback by the sorrow that flickered in Lupin's eyes. "Oh no, what is it, Remus?" Lupin sighed, leaning against the wall. "Sirius, I mean, we're not in any danger anymore, and it's okay if we just let it out, right? I don't have to hold back anymore, right?" It took Sirius a moment to realize what Lupin was asking, then he remembered what Lupin told him in the passage. Sirius was still next to Lupin, his eyes squeezed tightly shut and a hand clasped over his mouth. He felt like he was about to vomit. He looks like a corpse," Sirius whispered, his voice shaking and muffled by his hand. I can't stand looking at him like this." "Sirius, you need to hold together," Lupin said quietly. "Please, wait until we're out of here, then we won't have to worry anymore, okay?" "Remus, well, it's later now, so," still leaning on the wall, Lupin slid to the floor, shivering a little harder. "So, now is my chance. Just once." Sirius was on his knees in a moment as Lupin began to cry, his shoulder heaving with each sob. He put a comforting hand on Lupin's shoulder, shaking his head. "You're a fool, Remus," Sirius thought endearingly. "You didn't have to wait or our sake. Why can't you think of yourself for once?" "He's real," Lupin sobbed, hunching over a bit. "It's not a fake, or an illusion, or a trick. It's really him." "Yes." Sirius wished he knew how to help Lupin as he still sobbed and shivered. Finally, Sirius unclasped his cloak and draped it around Lupin's shoulders. "You're going to freeze to death sitting here. The house elves aren't doing their job as the heating, are they?" Lupin didn't say anything, but did grip the edge of the offered cloak, tightening it around himself. He wiped his eyes roughly with his palms. Lupin's eyes were red around the edges and bloodshot, but no more tears came. He mumbled something that sounded like, "Thank you," appearing more than a little embarrassed. "You want to come with me to Dumbledore's office?" he asked. Come on. Sirius got Lupin on his feet, putting a supportive arm around his shoulders. You can warm up by his fireplace. Thanks, Sirius, I don't mean to. Stop apologizing, okay? You don't need to be sorry for anything. Lupin nodded silently and allowed Sirius to lead him the rest of the way through the castle. He didn't have to worry about being seen because no one was around. All students were ordered to stay in the common areas. Now Sirius had both James and Lupin to worry about. It made him wonder how Harry could handle this. Hey, Ari. Aren't you going to, see him? He gave no answer. Ron and Hermione exchanged a worried glance, then looked back at Harry. The boy was seated in an armchair facing the roaring fireplace while Ron and Hermione sat on the carpet at his feet. The Gryffindor common room was practically empty save for a few conversing or playing wizard games, as well as Fred and George standing talking, plotting. In a dark corner, all other students were in their respected dormitories and many of them were already asleep. The day was drawing to an end, the sun had set long ago. Time had flown considerably in the last few hours. They had eaten little lunch, and dinner would be cancelled as well unless the house's elves tried bringing them something, and Dobby would probably be deadly worried about them starving to death. But then again, who could eat when their father was up in the infirmary? His father. The last thing Harry could think of doing was eating. He'd probably become violently ill. His stomach wouldn't stop dancing and doing backflips as it is. Hermione and Ron refused to leave him alone, and Harry was more than thankful for that. Especially after what Sirius had told him. It's true, then. Yes, Harry, it's true. Then why am I here? Why won't you let me see him? Harry, you're not ready. James isn't very stable right now. You need to wait a little longer until we can be sure. Stable? What do you mean? Sirius paused, looking very uncertain. We're not sure. It's rather confusing, actually, but we think James is ill in the mind. He's practically catatonic. Harry, I'm sorry. Catatonic. Hearing that word made Harry feel such horror like he'd never felt before. It was a horrible, disgusting word. Much had been explained to him, but still, with all of it said, they still couldn't explain why his father was here and alive in the first place. So now what was he supposed to do? His father. He was here, in the same building as Harry, and he was terrified. It's okay if you feel uncomfortable, Hermione said quietly, yet in that smart manner that was distinctively Hermione. After all, this will take time. He's bloody well 19 years old, Hermione. How do you? Ron. Sorry. Harry groaned, his stomach in a tight knot. 19, that was what Sirius said. He looked not a day only than he was that night. The night he supposedly died. James Potter was presently only 4 years older than his own son. And practically catatonic. His father was insane. Images of Neville's parents driven mad by the Cruciatus curse now living at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries writhing on the floor of some padded cell. The image made a violent shiver run up his spine. Harry, are you cold? No, he's just confused, Harry thought sternly. Yes, that's all. What's happened to him and all, and oh God, he had Snape to thank partially. I don't know if I can face him, Harry admitted, gulping as he forced off more dreadful images from his mind. I don't know what he'll say or what I'll say. What if he doesn't like me? What if? He's your dad, Ron whispered, barely able to keep his volume down so no one else could hear. Of course he'll like you. And you're practically identical, right? Wow, I wonder what he'll think of that. Hermione gave the redhead a sidelong glare. Harry doesn't need your jabbering, Ron. Ron blushed, looking almost sheepish as he began staring at his hands intently, just as Harry was doing that very moment. At least everything was okay, Harry thought. He was okay, right? Sirius and the others saved him, they all did. And now he was here, safe, and Harry was absolutely terrified of meeting his own father for the first time, and his head felt like it was going to explode with all these thoughts, possibilities, worries and self-doubts, and none of it would go away. Harry sank into his armchair, miserable. Man, my hands won't stop bloody shaking. He clenched his hands together in his lap, a vain attempt to calm himself. I've never been so nervous in my entire life. Never. Harry Potter, the boy who'd been forced to spar with Voldemort, the boy who lived, the boy who'd summoned up the courage to battle against even the most impossible odds, the boy who'd confronted horrors unimaginable for even a grown wizard was terrified of meeting the person who should mean more to him than anyone else in the world. Maybe this all wasn't real. Hermione got a little closer, peering over to see his eyes. Yes. Is this a dream, or am I asleep? Ow. Hermione had reached over and pinched him in the leg, hard. Why'd you do that? Hermione shrugged, smiling knowingly. It's one way to show you're not dreaming. We can't have you slipping away from reality like that. Ron rolled his eyes. Very intelligent. Ow. Don't pinch me. Geez, that hurts. That's the point. Hearing his friends' voices shouting so loudly was making Harry feel a little dazed, and he tried his hardest to keep his thoughts in order. Maybe I should go visit him now. This was a question, not a statement. Hermione frowned, shaking her head. We can't make that choice for you. It's your choice to make, and you're alone, after all. Harry gulped again, moving his hands to grip the chair arms. Never before had a simple unanswered question seemed like such a heavy burden. What should I say? Whatever comes to mind. I'm sure he'll want to know everything about you. Ron whistled. He's got a lot to say, doesn't he? That'll take a few days, at least. The life story of the great Harry Potter. Ron, she muttered threateningly, pressing her thumb and middle finger in a pincer-like motion. Gulp. Sorry, Hermione. Harry couldn't help but grin. You sound like an old married couple. Hermione turned a brilliant shade of crimson while Ron looked thoroughly insulted. Don't be absurd, Hermione squeaked, bringing her hands to her face in an attempt to hide her blushed cheeks. Who are you calling old? Oh, that's not what that saying means, Ron. Wah. Harry grinned a little wider now. It's not that you're old, Ron. It's a Muggle saying, meaning you fight like a married couple, like you're having a husband and wife argument. Harry wasn't sure how to explain it, but Ron did get it, judging by the look on his freckled face. Oh. Ron did blush, not, looking very embarrassed. That was uncalled for, Ron mumbled, averting his eyes to the carpet without so much as a glance to either Hermione or Harry. They were becoming more and more aware that a few people had looked over at them. But luckily their attention wasn't held for long before they went back to whatever they'd been doing. I wish we could go somewhere with less people. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.